good evening, good morning. Excuse me, people. It's funny. I actually got like 8 hours, and I'm like, good evening. Well, partly because of the lighting. Good evening. Yeah. So I know that I didn't play like the Karen Reed song and my usual long intros. It's because I was kind of late getting started here. So and I don't want to miss anything in court because of my ego. So so we're gonna find court, have it pulled up here. And I know I cut things off yesterday. Um I did cut things off yesterday because I really just wasn't feeling 100%. I just was not. I go through shit sometimes, and it's really fucking stupid, and I feel like a fucking bitch when it happens. But it's whatever. Um, but yeah, I I went and took care of me and got my hair did and got went to the gym uh and then I feel a bit better today. It's just this stuff, like I was talking to somebody just a little while ago, and it's the stuff that's going on, man. Like it's stuff that, like, I know I realize it's kind of new to a lot of you guys. But when you cover true crime cases that are high profile, and there's a lot of YouTubers talking about it, a lot of drama happens, and it can get to you, like, and I think especially I'm more susceptible to it getting to me in this case simply because I'm as involved as I am uh in, or invested as I am, I should say. Um and I just feel very, very strongly about uh the justice system right now. I have complaints, uh and I have an adoration for it as well, a renewed adoration for it, because I have faith in it, and I have to love it if I'm going to have faith in it, and to have the kind of faith that is required for Karen Reed to come out on top here. So it can get to you, and when people are nasty towards each other, when we have the same goal in mind, and you know uh yeah, so it just gets it gets disheartening is all. um and I realize there's people saying Turtle Boy's going to be here, Turtle Boy's going to be here. The Turtle Boy never said that. Now he's welcome here anytime he wants. Like, if he shoots me a message and says, hey, I want to hop on, I'm like, yeah, sure, of course. There's a few people that have that kind of carte blanche here. And but all he said was, maybe I'll jump on the Glare stream once in a while. I don't know what I'm going to do. He was speculating out. He was thinking out loud as to how he's going to go about covering this trial on YouTube. And so, yeah, all it means is he might show up, he might not, but he's always welcome here. But I want to dispel the rumor that he's scheduled to be here. He's not scheduled to be here. So we've got a feed coming from the courtroom finally. Yeah, no, and my recent decision still stands about having guests. I mean, some people are exempt to that. Like I said, there are some people who will always be, welcome up here, and even the people who am taking a break from having up here.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me of? That the world,
even those people, like, it doesn't mean that I don't want to have anything to do with them or anything like that. It just has to do with how I want to manage my content moving forward. That's all. That's all. It has nothing to do with any feelings about anybody or anything. I've chosen to manage my content a certain way, approach it a certain way, set my own standards for how I want to do things, and and that's how I'm going to do it. There's no reason to think that deep into it, but like scheduling guests and things like that. I had somebody reach out recently who's been on a couple of channels recently that I know everybody would want to hear from, and I just declined. I had no real reason other than, I'm just trying to manage my channel to be a certain way, and I don't want it to become a thing with, uh guests being here all the time and expecting guests to be here, and I just don't want to run my channel like that. And it's great to see all you guys. Appreciate you. We are now, I did what I was bringing up. The reason why I brought up yesterday was I know that the voir dire for the ARCA guys for Dr. Wolf happened yesterday. During lunch break, I'll go over that. I listened to some of it on the way to the gym yesterday. But and it, I didn't really get to hear what I got to hear some of Alessi's questioning of Dr. Wolf, but I only heard a little bit of Brennan's, and I want to hear that shit show. So during lunch, we'll go over that. Yeah, I mean, that's really that's really in a nutshell what it boils down to is I find it easier to run my channel on my own. I just find it easier to do it that way. I think it in front and behind the camera, it has they're just all there's stuff that comes with booking guests on and working things out that right now it's not something that I really give a fuck about. And I'm not saying I'm not going to do it, I'm just saying for the first time ever have I been like turning down guests who reach out to me, and normally I'm like, yeah, come on. But this is like the first time that I'm doing that, and I can't explain why things feel right, but it feels right to do that right now. That's all. And again, I'm sorry about my light. This little makeshift doohickey is actually kind of working. I'll show you guys what I'm using. This little fluorescent doohickey that has a magnet on it that you could stick to like metal walls or whatever, but I'm trying to like make it to where it's decent lighting. But I'll have my ring light today or tomorrow, supposedly. Hopefully today, sometime by lunch today, maybe. Who knows? I don't know. If not, I'll just use this thing until. Now, the rumor is that Jennifer McCabe will begin testimony today, depending on how long Alessi takes with cross-examination of Ian Whiffin, which I'm very much looking forward to. I'm very, very stoked. Like, what I'm looking forward to with Jen McCabe isn't going to happen until at least tomorrow, because that would be the cross-examination of Jen McCabe. That's what I'm counting. That's what I can't wait to see. But the direct examination is just going to be Brennan pissing everyone off and pampering her, and then it's gonna not so subtly segue from the 2:27 a.m. search and putting that away. We're putting that to the ground now. It's over. They're gonna segue from that to her being harassed, and she's going to play victim, and she's going to try to play the jury and make the jury feel bad for her. It's just that's what will happen with direct examination.
Come to you have no form. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said no and shook their heads. Before we start, at the end of the trial, when I give you your instructions, I'll explain to you what a stipulation is. But essentially, a
What's
stipulation
up, Dina?
really is just a fact that the lawyers agree to. So,
And
the
why am I
lawyers
your
want me to
gay
tell you
now?
what they agree with
I'm your
is
gay
that
now, Dina?
Last
The fuck?
Friday, when we were on our view at 34 Fairview, you may have seen an object in the front lawn. It was like a
Somebody's
rock.
gay.
If you saw that, please disregard it. They want you to know that that was not there on January 28th to January 29th of 2022. Thank you. With that, could we have Mr. Whiffin back, please?
Oh, okay. Yeah, so she addressed the rock. That rock was not there. So that's it. We're good. Thank you, Bev. Appreciate you for clearing that up. Great job.
Good morning.
So you're still under oath. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Alessi, you all set?
This fucking guy. This fucking guy sucks.
Yes.
Ooh, you suck.
Your Honor, if I may address the court.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan and I have agreed, as we did yesterday, to stipulate into evidence portions of Mr. Whiffin's March 2025 report. So if I could have it marked.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 43. Thank you.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Whiffin,
Good morning.
and welcome back.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's fucking driving me crazy.
Mr. Whiffin, I just handed you, which is in evidence as Exhibit 43, and this is a portion of your March 2025 report. If you could just take a moment to look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to do that, I'd ask you to turn to page 28.
Okay.
And just, if you could, sir, just pick up your head and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
You better get to gardening, Christy. Run my goddamn tomatoes, Christy. Make sure them shits are fucking ripe, ready to pick.
Thank you.
You ready, Mr. Whiffin?
I am.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to, with your honor's permission, is to publish pages 28, 29, and 30 and start with page 28.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf? And if you could enlarge the
I don't want excuses,
text
Christy.
down below,
Okay?
as much as you can so that
I don't want the labor
can see
pains. I
it.
just want to have the baby, okay? Run my fucking tomatoes. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Mr. Whiffin, this summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between 12/19/33 and 12/24/38. These records all have a high horizontal accuracy value as well as bearing and speed information which conforms to the streets being traveled. Next paragraph. The device arrived outside 34 Fairview at 12/24/38 where it remained static for about 30 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, yes, you did.
Yeah, so at the end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
What's up, Nan?
I would like you to, Mr. Wilk, if we could switch back to the timeline of Mr. Whiffin that we had published yesterday in deck.
In deck.
79. Mr. Whiffin, if you could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30 the device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you put that in your timeline?
I did not.
It's kind of important information, isn't it?
I believe with the declining accuracy, the value that those records provided was more limited.
But it was important enough for you to write it in your report, but you didn't put it in the timeline, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could continue on your report, page 29, Mr. Wolk, if we could put, and we're going to be flipping back and forth between the timeline in your report.
Okay.
If we could go to page 29, enlarge it, the text, so the jury is able to read it along with us. We're going to start from the top. So the next says, from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is again a statement that the device has started to move toward the house.
Don't start shit in my chat.
Now, if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records, which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got the time period here right. The 12 minutes is from 12:25, correct?
Yes.
And
That's
so
correct.
12:25 plus 12 is 12:37. So the range we're talking about here is from 12:25 through 12:37, correct?
Correct.
Then, if we could go to, Mr. Wolf, please, back to the timeline, slide 82. So I want to discuss with you the very top entry, Health 12/31/56, where you have the entry start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and yesterday we agreed 25 meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
I love this shit. Get him, Alessi.
And that is what you have in the timeline.
John went in the house.
Let's understand what that means. At that time period, 12/31/56, do you recall writing in a March 2025 report that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds?
Related to the location data, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if we could, Mr. Wolk, go back to page 29 of the report. So what I want to do is go back to that paragraph up at the top from the combination of the device. From the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. So you're talking about difficulty saying with certainty, correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the device was at that location and was moving toward the house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location data, yes.
Now what I'd like to do, please, is to go stay on that report. And the third paragraph says, the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy was be reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but
Correct.
in fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports. But I think that your intention here is, why the accuracy is reduced at this point, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Thank you. This could include reasons such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave, which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
Then you go on in the next paragraph to say it is known that the device was not being used at this time, and is this time that include that 12:37, 12-minute range, 12:25 to 12:37?
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
So that's another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
Now, the next paragraph says, at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher, and that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside. Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction that you included in your report on page 29, correct?
Correct.
Interesting.
Well, shit.
And notable.
Notable.
You did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury yesterday. But it was important enough for you to put that depiction in your report, correct?
Correct.
And notably, the larger white circle covers a substantial amount of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
So, given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
Oops. John was in the house. Why'd you leave that out,
And
Ian?
this depiction was not offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct. Not in the PowerPoint.
Now, if we could go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29 of your report, into the text, and if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolk. So the paragraph that begins with at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher accuracy information. Again, the data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown on the map in white below. And I repeated that just to connect this part of the text to that diagram with a big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph. Over the next few hours, the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correct?
Correct.
And therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
The next paragraph. Well, we'll stop there for a moment, and I would like to, Mr. Wolf, go down, scroll please, to that diagram that's right below that text again. Yesterday, you discussed the Waze application with Ms. Attorney Brennan, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Waze location data is more accurate than the data that comes from the Apple apps like health data and location, correct?
Incorrect, no.
I'm sorry. Is Waze location data, in your view, accurate location data?
There isn't really a thing such as Waze location data.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Waze location data doesn't really exist. Waze is requesting location data from location services, and location services would respond with high accuracy information.
Okay, I appreciate that correction. So when someone is using a Waze application, is the information they get through that Waze app accurate?
It tries to be accurate, yes.
And as a general matter, is the Waze application more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing because it's coming essentially from the same source, correct?
Yes, Apple provides that information to Waze.
Right. So you had testified yesterday that at a certain point, the Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
But just because it ceased functioning, the Apple applications were still taking effect, and that's why you could make this depiction on this item that is on the screen now, correct?
Correct.
If we could, Mr. Wolf, go to page 30. And what I'd like to highlight, please, is the text. So if we can enlarge it up at the top. So you then state, while location data from this data source, cache SQLite, is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible, correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
Did you provide any of the information in that paragraph in your timeline or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
Next paragraph. If the location records are limited to just the records between 0025, which is 1225, and 6 a.m. and with an accuracy radius of 10 meters or less, there are 46 records, all of which fall within the red circle shown below. Go ahead, Mr. Woke, if you could scroll down. And that is the only depiction there that you included in your timeline yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So you took one of two depictions in your summary of the location, this one, in terms of your timeline presentation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the timeline, and Mr. Woke, if we could go back to the previous with the other depiction. It's on page 29. If we could enlarge that depiction, please. So you testified that the flagpole in the fire hydrant are more down toward the small black circle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And yesterday, you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole in the fire hydrant, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a minute, please.
Yeah, I was reading I was going through X, and Aiden was like Aiden said something like, I'm sorry, but Alessi needs to pick this up because he's gonna lose the interest of the jury. He's not necessarily wrong. But this is Alessi. This is how he does things. I believe that Alessi right now, what he's doing is building a foundation made of a lack of credibility for homeboy here. And then what he's going to do is make him out to flat out be a liar. He's already building up to that. But he's going to disprove his findings, and he's going to make him out to be a liar. Oh, what's up there? Making Law Simple. Hey, make sure to sub to Making Law Simple. Guy's awesome.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. If we could dim the lights again, please. Thank you. So if we can enlarge that depiction. So yesterday, Mr. Whiffin, you focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't discuss at all or disclose at all this depiction, and therefore didn't discuss or disclose at all the larger white circle, correct?
Not when discussing my overall opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
So the answer is
No.
right. So the fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction, is that, and based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
There's caveats to that, but yes.
Well, I'm just asking
Yes.
you that according to your testimony yesterday in this depiction, the phone could be anywhere in that location,
Yes.
within the area of that white circle.
Correct.
I would like to now go back to the timeline, Mr. Wolf, where we had left off, which is slide 82. And at the very top entry, you have health, time 31:56, and then the description, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and we agreed about 84 feet. And this is where the device began moving toward the house for a period of 20 seconds. Is that correct?
It's the time that 36 steps started to be recorded. I've got no idea of the direction of travel.
I want to focus on the time, 12:31:56. Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth,
My bad.
has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12:31:56 that they refer to as the supposed collision? Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
I recall seeing a
So you
report.
don't know.
Sorry.
You don't have to answer
Sorry,
that.
apologies.
And that's okay.
Mr. Whiffin, are you familiar with a firm called Aperture?
I'm vaguely aware of them. I've heard of them once.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Dr. Judson Welcher?
I'm not, no.
But you're familiar with the firm Aperture.
I am.
And do you know that the Aperture firm is working on this case?
That's the only reason I'm aware of this company.
Right. And do you know that the Aperture firm has used your data in your report? Do you know that?
I believe I saw something about that.
Do you believe you saw something, or do you know that they
There you
used
go.
your data for a report in this matter?
I recall seeing a report. I don't recall whether it was my data that was being referenced.
Do you recall receiving
How?
a report from Aperture?
I do.
So you reviewed a report from Aperture.
Several months ago, yes.
And did you read the whole report?
It was a PowerPoint presentation,
Right.
I believe.
Unless he's not giving
Yes.
him any
Yes.
chance to lie
I
here.
reviewed it.
And you recall reading that entire PowerPoint presentation?
I don't recall what it said, but I remember reading through it.
Fair enough. Do you remember, as you sit here today, reading about a trigger of a number 1162-2? Do you recall reading that?
I recall seeing reference to a trigger event.
What did you understand the Aperture firm that's retained by the Commonwealth, what do you understand they meant by trigger 1162-2?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall the specific slide that discussed a trigger?
Objection.
Do you recall that, Mr. Whiffin?
Very vaguely.
Would it help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection?
Objection.
All right, so why don't I see Councilor Tybau? Bring that with you, Mr. Lessie, please.
Oops. Oh, this is going to be fun. Right now, folks, what you're about to see is Bob Alessi catching this fool on another lie. Now, this is the kind of stuff. Now, this is where I see what Aiden's talking about, because he's not wrong. It's a question of keeping the jury interested. But there's also a reason why David Yannetti referred to Bob Alessi as the best trial lawyer he's ever seen. And it's because of this, because what he's doing right now is he's boring the shit out of the jury, but they're paying attention. They're paying attention. But he's also putting Alessi in a position, Alessi is putting Whiffin in a position to where he's not going to have any room to squirm when it comes time to where he's going to have to lie. Because Ian Whiffin is going to have to lie because he's absolutely part of this whole bullshit of this covering up Jen McCabe's 2:27 a.m. search. He is lying to cover that search up. He is lying to say that John didn't go inside the house. This isn't, oh, he's not qualified, so he made a mistake. We're beyond that now. We're past that. So now what this simply is catching this motherfucker on a lie and making sure the jury sees that he's lying. And right now, he's building a wall around Whiffin with just enough of an opening to ask his question, but he's stuck in this wall with these walls around him where he cannot squirm. He can only either lie and it be obvious or tell the truth. This is Bob Alessi. This is his craft. This is what we saw him do in Voir dire. This is what we saw him do when he argued motions. He left no room for Brennan to argue. And Brennan looked like a liar every single time that he went up against Alessi. So this is what's happening now. You just got to just let Alessi do his thing. But I feel Aiden's like, you know, his anticipation, you know, I get that for sure. Cause it's like, fuck, dude, come on, man. Like you're going to lose this jury. Cause Aiden's looking at this like it's a sports event. You know what I mean? Like he's taking it seriously, but I'm saying the way that he's doing, like he's a sports guy. So he's like, dude, come on, man. Like you're lagging, run the ball. You know what I mean? So, and I totally get that, but there's this finesse that comes with Bob Alessi and how he gets the jury right here. And I think that's what he's doing right now. And we're lucky because this didn't get cut off in the middle of his cross-examination yesterday. He had just started his cross-examination yesterday. So the jury is still fresh. He still has time to get the jury where he wants them and then put this guy in a position to where they're going to see that he is a fucking liar, where this guy is, in not so many words, is going to tell the jury, I'm a fucking liar. You're smashing tomatoes now? Wow. Tomatoes didn't even do nothing to you. That's why shit like Attack of the Killer Tomatoes fucking happens in the real world, bro. That's why we get invaded by killer tomatoes, because of the way people like you mistreat the tomatoes, okay? They have feelings. I don't know if Aiden's in court. I think he's in court. I'm pretty sure he's in court. No, he's not in court today? Okay. I think he has. Does somebody say he has court today? You see my girlfriend. Who's my girlfriend? Oh. 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 I got to do the Nurse Kim O. Oh.
Mayor, Your Honor.
You can approach.
Thanks.
All right. So he has court tomorrow in the big courtroom. Okay. I'll stream that.
Mr. Whiffin, I'm handing you.
Depending on what's going on
this-
here.
I'm handing you this document.
Thank you.
May I stand by the witness? Sure. Tell me when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at that.
I mean, we've established that John was in the house, that it's not at least impossible that John was in the house. We've established that there was the possibility that John went in the house and that the prosecution tried to cover it up.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffin, does that refresh your recollection with regard to an aperture report that discusses a trigger of 1162.2?
It does. Thank you.
Pardon me?
It does. Thank you.
And how does it refresh your recollection?
I remember seeing that several months ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Whiffin. If you, sir, could bring the mic, it's not your fault. If you could bring it and speak a little louder, I'd appreciate
Yeah,
it.
I recall seeing that as part of the report that I read 2 months ago.
See, these are all
And
little
you
lawyer
recall
games.
The time of 12:31:38 now, correct?
Correct.
Like he's fucking with his
Let's
head
go
right
back to
now.
your timeline.
Yeah, I need
82?
to hear you clearly, sir.
So you just spoke about a trigger 1162.2 associated with a time of 12:31:38, and we are now at the timeline of 12:31:56, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82, and you see up at the top where it says health 31:56. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after the trigger of 1162.2, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 12:32:03. You see that? That's Doppler.
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared.
Oh, I love this. I fucking
Is
love
the
this.
phone at that time in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point, it became unblocked.
So at this point, it became unblocked from a previous block status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 12:32:03 for that to happen?
Technically not. There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
12:32:04 is the next. It's a type unlock. Device unlock with Face ID. You see that, sir?
I do.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Typically, you must be paying attention to the phone.
I'm sorry, sir.
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that that setting's enabled.
So someone had to be looking at the phone.
Yes.
At 12:32:05, application focus. What does that mean?
That the messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 12:32:06. We discussed this. Excuse me. It says read message, pull behind me, and that is associated with a Jen McCabe. It's the Jen McCabe message of 31:47. Correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock, 12:32:09, end application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
Do you
You have to know what he's
understand what the
doing.
term fine motor skill means? Do you
Yes.
understand that? And would that
I love
person
this.
have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
Next entry, 12:32:16. End of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, again, 84 feet. That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, drink that water, buddy. Get ready. Get ready, my friend. Unless he's about to take you for a ride.
Do you need the light, Mr. Lessie?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you,
Could we
Your
have the
Honor.
lights, please, Jane?
I'm telling
Do you
you,
recall
like,
writing in your March 2025 report the following? The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 25.4 meters, again, that 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing that?
I do.
And you used in your report 36 steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
Do you know a trooper named Nicholas Garino?
oop,
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it, but further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
But isn't someone sending you files on a case you're working on, working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
Do you recall reading any reports of Nicholas Garino?
I don't recall reading a report by Nick.
Does that mean you didn't read it or you just don't recall reading it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case. I don't recall if one was by Nick.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have read it?
Please.
Thank you. Moment, Your Honor, please.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Show Mr. Brennan.
Yes. I just want to make sure I got the entire report. Mr. Whiffin?
Thank you.
And may I stand by the witness, Your Honor? Thank you. I am providing you with a document, and I would ask if that refreshes your recollection as to whether you've read a report of Mr. Garino.
A report or this report?
This report. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Love you, buddy. Good boy.
Don't recall ever seeing this report.
Now, the thing about Alessi that you guys got to understand, I met this guy, and everything that he does to perfection.
Have you ever had any
Everything.
conversation
And he does a lot.
with Trooper Nicholas Garino?
Very briefly.
But you had, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Did Trooper Garino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it was 72 feet? Did he ever tell you that? Object to the floor.
Sustain.
Did you ever have a conversation with Trooper Nick Garino about the distance from the flagpole to the front door of 34 Fairview?
Maybe.
Maybe. So is it maybe then you had a conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
So if we go back
I don't
to
know.
what we were discussing earlier about the steps and the distance covered, and this is in your report of March 2025, where we've talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Is this the correct slide?
No, it's not.
So let's take it
Yeah,
down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's
Now-
phone could be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Let's
during
not.
which 36 steps were recorded covering a distance.
You got to take note. That was Bev throwing Alessi a bone there. She did that. I don't want to overlook that.
84
Not
feet
saying she's
is
not dirty,
greater than 72 feet, correct?
Correct.
So if the distance from the flagpole to the front of the house is 72 feet, and your report notes steps, 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet, that would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
Let's continue on with the timeline.
Yeah, let's do that.
Deck 83. We now have Doppler 1233-14, and then Doppler pocket state. Do you recall in your report adding a word to this, that your report said pocket state detected? Do you recall writing that?
More than likely, yes.
Yes. But the detected word is not on that slide, is it?
It's not, no.
What does pocket state detected mean?
There was an active check by the Doppler function, and it detected that it was in a pocket state.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
To switch? Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you need this slide up there, Mr. Alessi?
I was just going to check that. I think the answer is going to be no, Your Honor. I would now like to change gears a bit and go to temperature with an iPhone. You recall that discussion in your direct testimony.
I do.
Thank you.
iPhone temperature.
Mr. Wilk, if we could please have the slide deck, but a different page, slide 60. And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the screen yet. iPhones don't record ambient or the environmental temperature where the phone may be at any given time, correct?
Correct.
But the iPhones, including the iPhone of John O'Keefe, log the temperature of the battery inside of it, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that function, examiners and folks like you can use the battery temperature of an iPhone to identify increases or decreases in temperature within the environment that the iPhone is physically located in. True?
I believe so, yes.
And that's right out of your report, right? Your March 2025 report makes that very statement, correct?
Is he? Yes, technically, yes. Every witness for the Commonwealth is full of shit.
The battery temperature of an iPhone generally matches the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, correct?
From my testing, yes.
And when an
My
iPhone is
testing.
in a lock state with little activity occurring on the device, the battery temperature is heavily affected by the ambient temperature in the environment, again, matching the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, right?
Correct.
And what I just read is right out of your March 2025 report, correct?
It sounds like it is, yes.
And you actually established this in various temperature testing and test scenarios in your March 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Let's discuss those two tests. You had an appendix to your report that discussed two test scenarios with regard to temperature, correct?
Correct.
Can
And
I
that
just
was
ask,
appended-
I'm sorry, Mr. Whiffin, do you have your report with you, sir?
I don't have a copy in front of me.
I'd be happy to provide him with a copy of his report so we can have him follow along.
I think that's great. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Would that be helpful, Mr. Whiffin?
Very, thank you.
Yeah, approach it.
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. And, Mr. Whiffen, feel free at any time to reference that report.
Thank you.
And if you could, turn to page 77.
Okay.
So, are you ready, sir?
I am, yes.
Thank you. So let's look at test scenario 1. Test scenario 1, you took an iPhone, if I'm remembering correctly, same model as John O'Keefe's?
I believe John Keith's was iPhone 11. I used an iPhone 10.
But sufficiently
Very similar.
similar for purposes of this experiment?
Correct.
Or this
It's the
test?
same iOS version.
Yes. So it's the same iOS version, the software inside the phone, just a different model.
Yes,
And it's the software that's important for this test, correct?
I believe so.
So you state that you placed the iPhone inside a freezer, correct?
Correct.
And now if we could, Mr. Wolf, if we can put that, do we have that in would be page 77? And if we could enlarge that chart, please. Enlarge it just a little bit more. We're not concerned with the text at this point. So we can just get the chart as large as possible. Thank you. Thank you. So what I'd like to do is focus on January 29th. Excuse me. This is your experiment. When did you do test scenario 1, approximately, the date?
This is a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry,
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
So what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a freezer.
It was freezing. Yes.
It was sort of your just
What?
regular freezer that
You didn't
No,
take the
regular
temperature.
nothing special.
You conducted an experiment and didn't take the temperature
Let's
of the
look
freezer.
at some of the,
Awesome.
the data
Real thorough.
that you have from this. Let's start at the 1710 time frame where it's placed in the freezer and you've got, and we're going to go with Fahrenheit, if that's okay with you.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees, correct?
Correct.
And then if you go all the way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is of the battery temperature in just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it drops 50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that if you do the math, that that's about a little over 3.5 degrees per minute? And if Your Honor, if he wants to use a calculator,
lot, man.
or just
That's a
accept
lot.
my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
However you can answer the question, Mr.
I'm happy to accept your answer. That's fine.
Let me just make sure. I have a moment, Your Honor.
So 3.5 degrees per minute.
.33. Would that sound fair, sir?
That sounds fair.
So it's about 3.3 degrees Fahrenheit per minute drop, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next page of your report, page 78, where test scenario 2. And in test scenario 2, you took the same phone with the same software and you placed it outside at a temperature of 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
And we could enlarge that, please, Mr. Wolf. And if you could just scroll up, well, if you just leave it there, it's fine. So if we take the time that we start out with a control temperature, and then we've got a battery temperature at 9:02, and this is the battery temperature of the iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And we've got 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to call that a baseline for purposes of what this chart is?
The device had already been outside for 2 minutes at that point, but yes.
Okay, so we'll just refer to 66.2. And then if we go from 9:02 down to 9:15, a period of 13 minutes, correct?
Correct.
So at 33.8 degrees and 13 minutes, what is the drop in temperature in degrees? What's the drop?
Sorry, between the 9:02 and the 9:15?
Right. So does it go from 66.2 to 35.6?
It does.
And sir, so I don't have to have you do a math on the fly. I've calculated it, that drop at 30.6. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So you got a drop of 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes at an outside temperature of 33.8, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, explain that shit.
We're going to come back to this, but what I'd like to do is to compare these two test scenarios. The one we just saw at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, where it dropped 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes, again at an outdoor temperature of 33.8, and then test scenario 1 in a freezer, where it dropped 61.2 degrees in just 15 minutes. Now let's go to the slide 60, which was in your slide presentation yesterday, of what you stated was the temperature change in the iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You with me, sir?
Yep.
Thank you. So if we start out at 12:13, we see a battery temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Then it drops a little bit to 77, a little bit to 72. And what I want to focus on is keeping the starting point for my questions here at the 12:37 time period on the morning of January 29th, and that's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So if you take the time period from 12:37 to 12:53, that's a 15-minute interval, correct?
Correct.
The phone only drops 11 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
If you then go to 12:37 and give it a little bit more time, down to 1:36 a.m., the temperature, and that's just about an hour, right?
Correct.
And the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22-degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you compare this chart in the drop in temperature, for example, 12:37, 12:53, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments, where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped $50 degrees in a 15-minute period. Is it correct to say that there was a much more dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario 1 than what actually occurred on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29th?
Yes.
And then with regard to even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees, that's the ambient, the outdoor temperature,
Correct.
right?
Whiffin doesn't
At
refrigerate
that
his eggs.
temperature, just above freezing, you've got a,
Sorry, it's below freezing.
I'm sorry,
It's below freezing.
what is freezing in Fahrenheit?
Don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius,
Right.
and it was -5 degrees Celsius at the time.
Right, but would you agree that, and I want to be fair to you because I know you use Celsius more
Yes.
than Americans who use Fahrenheit, but would you agree that 2 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
I honestly wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough.
Wow.
So, in any event, in your
Like-
experiment at 33.8
You
degrees
conducted this
Fahrenheit,
experiment. You don't even know what freezing level
you're
is.
getting a
You didn't even take the
drop in
temperature of the
your
freezer you used.
experiment in 13
Dude.
minutes of 30.6 degrees, right?
Correct.
Like, what basis are you conducting an experiment on, dude? Like,
But much less
these
drop
are
in
variables
temperature
that need to be
on
considered when
slide
conducting an
deck
experiment.
60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Wow.
Don't you think that
Wow.
would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So
No.
you didn't think it was
Wow,
important,
dude.
even though you issued a report discussing the temperature of the iPhone, and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above 33 degrees, and you didn't think it important to take the final step to see whether there was anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the device. I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket. So to me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show what data the device had recorded.
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the slide in your report, including battery. You want that, sir? I'll go back to the question. In digital forensics, you work with law enforcement often, correct?
Correct.
And you work in law enforcement in investigating cases, do you not?
Yes.
And so oftentimes, the law enforcement is using your digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist in determining where this phone could have been by the temperature? You never raised that with them?
I did not.
And do you know whether any law enforcement person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you create a report as part of this case.
Oh my God, bro.
And you deem the temperature important enough to do 2 test scenarios.
2.
Important enough to put it in a slide presentation to this juror. Yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions.
Not with law enforcement.
Oh, who
As
were
part of my preparations for trial.
Oh,
Oh.
tell me about who you
Yeah.
discussed this temperature information with.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
with
it
Hank?
with? Excuse me?
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney Brennan?
Yes.
You discussed temperature with Prosecutor Brennan?
It was in my report.
It was in your report, but you said you discussed. Which is it?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in a position to suggest that investigations take place and change based on my report findings.
Keep going.
Oh, sir, I'm not suggesting what you just stated. I'm just trying to get information about, you mentioned the verb discussed.
Right.
Didn't you, in your
Yes, I
answer
did.
moments ago?
Yes.
Isn't discussed a verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
It was discussed in preparation for trial, yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
with
so there
Hank.
was a discussion, a
Hank.
verbal discussion with
I
Attorney
talked with
Brennan
Hank
about
about it.
temperature in your preparation for trial.
Yes.
Was there any interest at all as to what this could actually mean for the potential location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone on these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building based upon the temperature rather than outside in a nor'easter on January 29th?
I'm sorry, what was the question there?
Yeah, the question is, was there any discussion about the investigative value of what you had done in determining where that phone could have been on key time periods on the morning of January 29th?
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
It wasn't part of the discussion. We went through, you may recall in my questioning, in your report, where you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the house of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct.
and you do a temperature experiment to track the very accurate temperature change of an iPhone, and it doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that with anybody. Okay.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you ever put together in any kind of form your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and the actual temperature chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two?
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir? A lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet, with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you didn't include in your slide presentation, and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
Let me see if I can ask it in a different
Please.
way. Nowhere in your slide presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature at all, your tests?
Not the tests, no.
Right, so you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located. You didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you yesterday in your presentation to the jury in any way discuss your battery test scenario 1 and 2 in your March 2025 report?
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
Right. So there was no detail given at all
No
about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that it occurred, but no detail in your discussion
Correct.
at all. And are you aware, with regard to the battery temperature, that battery temperature in investigations can be used to determine locations of phones at certain times? Are you aware of that?
No.
So you have never used battery temperature information in all your years in any way for any investigation of a case in determining location of a phone?
Again, I don't see how you can determine location of a device from a temperature reading, other than to say whether it was inside or outside.
So
Right.
battery
That's
temperature
the point.
and the chart that you gave that is up there, in your opinion, has no relevancy to the topic of where a phone might be to investigators in a case? Is that what you're saying?
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Whiffin?
I'm saying I can't take a temperature reading and make a determination about a GPS location based on the temperature reading.
That's
Not
not
what
my
he's
question,
saying.
though,
Okay.
sir, and I
Not what he's
appreciate
asking.
your answer, though. My question is, you work with law enforcement investigators regularly,
Yes.
correct?
Right.
Isn't this information of
Your buddy
potential relevance based upon your experience with investigations? Isn't this information at least potentially relevant in investigations?
I believe it could be. That's why I included it in my report.
Thank you. But you didn't include a discussion of it in your
Timeline.
testimony yesterday, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, your chart was
I just want
Smoke
to
and
be
mirrors.
clear on a final point on.
your
as
chart was
regards
just
to
smoke and
temperature.
mirrors.
Were
Thank
you
you, Jim Jerry
aware
Gunn.
of the temperature in Canton on January 29th, 2022?
You said no.
I know it was a blizzard, but I don't know what the temperature was.
May I have a moment to switch
Sure.
topics? Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Whiffin. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is just completely and totally not credible. He's a fucking the whole purpose of him being called up there was to distract and misdirect the jury. And basically, unless he is up here going, wait a second, no, jury, I want you to know why this guy was called up here. Basically for nothing. He wasted all of your time. Brennan wasted all of your time.
Your Honor, if I may, I have one last point to make with temperature. If we could put deck 60 back up, please. Mr. Whiffin, if you bear with me, I just have one final set of questions. If you look at this chart, and you, under January 29th at 12:13, battery temperature of 82 degrees, but you then go down, what I'd like to start with is 12:37 again. And this is a key time point, 12:37. You've got a temperature of 72 degrees. And then 8 minutes later, 8 minutes, the temperature only drops 6 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Again, using 12:37 is what I refer to as the baseline. You go all the way down, and you see to 12:53 a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you. That you can. Excuse me, Your Honor. One moment.
Okay.
The final data point on this slide, Mr. Whiffin, and thank you for bearing with me on this. At 1:36, there's a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Several hours later, at 6:06, 4.5 hours, the temperature drop is only 7 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Wow. Wow. Dude, if his phone dropped temperature drastically at 12:37 a.m., Karen connects back to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36. She couldn't have hit him. He was put out there.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have Exhibit 42, please?
What is Exhibit 42?
It's
Okay, thank you. We've got it. Thank you, Tori.
May I hand this to the witness?
Yes.
Mr.
Thank
Whiffin,
you.
I'm handing you Exhibit 42.
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 42 from your March 2025 report?
I do.
And sir, just take a fair time to familiarize yourself with the exhibit before I start asking you questions. They're going to be very brief. And I'm going to be, you look what you need to, but I'm going to be focusing on just under detailed analysis communications on paragraph 3, on page 43, the top 3 or 4 entries.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have 43, which is in evidence published?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, please. And if you could enlarge, you don't need the text, so if we can just go to detailed analysis, communication, call history, and now if you could just super enlarge the first few entries. Yes, that is great. So what I want to do is just cover the information here. Whose phone is the subject of the entries on this chart?
This is John's phone.
And if we start with the first entry, reading left to right, 12:14:36, end time 12:15:20, incoming call from Jen McCabe, duration 44 seconds. You see that, sir?
I do.
You see, and is that a call that is answered?
Yes.
If you go to the next entry, 1847, just 12:18:47 to 12:19:23, outgoing call duration 36 seconds to Jen McCabe, duration 36 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Is that a call that is answered?
Difficult to say. That could be a outgoing call that lasted 36 seconds of ringing, but I believe it was answered.
Well, how is it that you can tell the first one was answered but not the second one?
Because it's an incoming call.
Okay, fair enough. So if we go to the third entry, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call from Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt. Could I ask about the display?
Mr. Sidebottom.
No.
I'm told this seems like an appropriate time to take our morning recess, so why don't we take a 15 or 20-minute recess?
Please rise for the jury. The jurors right this way. Please leave your notebooks closed on your chairs, please.
I am sorry about that, folks. I had to grab Clubber some treats. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, little dude. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come on. Good boy. He's being a very good boy today. So fun shit, huh? Yeah. Ian Whiffin is getting his ass handed to him by Bob Alessi. He absolutely has no credibility. He's clearly not qualified to be conducting these investigations. And what Alessi's doing is genius. He's not only showing that he's not qualified, but he's also making the jury ask, why is this guy testifying and not law enforcement? Why isn't Trooper Guadino testifying as to these findings? And why isn't Trooper Guadino testifying as to these findings? And he is. It doesn't make sense. It comes off like the investigation was fucked, which is exactly what happened here. Because the fact is the defense is fully aware of the fact that Brennan is trying to avoid bringing MSP investigators onto the stand and testifying. He's damn sure not going to call Proctor to the stand. I don't see how he's going to do that. I mean, the defense will. The defense will, but they're not going to, he's not going to call, I mean, they're not going to call Guadino to the stand. Guadino's testimony, I mean, just remember the first trial, Guadino sits down and he goes, kill me. You know? Now Guadino he's testifying, but he's not being crossed yet. They're putting that off. He's gone up there a couple of times, testified, but they're touching it with kids' gloves, right? The prosecution's being very, 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 very careful with him. And unless he's doing a good job of letting the jury know that that's what the prosecution's doing, and he's doing a good job of making the jury ask, why? What is going on here? Why is this trooper just not straight up being questioned and not being cross-examined? What's going on here? What is the big deal with Guadino? So now they have this guy, Ian Whiffin, doing stuff and testifying to stuff that Guadino should be testifying to, and he's not. So, and he's also showing that Guadino is just, that Whiffin is just simply not qualified. And he made up this whole chart, unless he's like, dude, you made this whole chart to show this jury, but you didn't even verify any of these things with law enforcement. Yet you know the law enforcement forensics guy by his first name. You refer to him as Nick. You referred to Brennan as Hank. And you were prepared for your testimony here, but yet you didn't liaise with law enforcement. even though you testify all the time, supposedly, as somebody who liaises with law enforcement and comes to your conclusions by liaising and collaborating with law enforcement investigators, yet you didn't do that? Why? I mean, the thing is that we know that he did. There's no way that that jury is expected to believe that this guy and Nick were buddies this whole time and didn't discuss this case. So right now, the MSPs, through this guy's testimony, this guy destroyed not only his credibility, but the Massachusetts State Police's credibility as far as forensic analysis goes. So now they're both fucked. Alessi is brilliant. The only thing that matters is how a jury interprets what's being said. Doesn't matter what's being said. What matters is how the jury interprets it. And the way that Alessi lined his questioning was brilliant. It was just simply brilliant. Well, it's not, I wouldn't get that far. I mean, there's a long way to go. Prosecution has zero credibility with us, but to the jury, there's still some work to do. The jury doesn't know what we know. You got to keep that in mind, or at least assume that. The jury does not know what we know. They shouldn't know what we know. They're not supposed to know what we know. So, it's going to take some time for Karen Reed's defense team to set up those building blocks. But yes, they are on the way. I mean, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And the key witnesses will be the McAlberts. When the McAlberts are called up, Brennan will try to paint a picture that they are victims and that they are constantly under this scrutiny and harassment and blah, 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 blah. And then, you know, the defense is just going to simply go, hey, stop. Stay focused here. Let's stick to the facts. Why did you Google 2:27 a.m.? Why didn't you come out of the house? Why didn't you go into the house? Blah, blah, blah. All of these things are very relevant questions that are going to happen during cross-examination of the McAlberts. But in the meantime, right now, it's just tearing down the prosecution's case. The prosecution is, and it's easy to do this. This is what's really funny. This is where Hank Brennan doesn't realize what part of the chess game he's in right now. Like, the fact is that the defense has the advantage no matter what, because Brennan has done everything he can. He has focused his entire case on trying to cut the legs out from underneath Karen Reed and her defense. And he's failed at it mostly. He's absolutely failed at it mostly. But he's also trying to do that during the trial with his witnesses. And the defense seems to be like, great, stay on us. Keep trying to fuck us up. Because that shit was effective during pretrial. You pull that shit in front of a jury, the jury's going to see it. There's no way that the jury's not going to see a pattern here that they're not prosecuting a case. They're playing defense for the witnesses. And the defense is accusing these witnesses of nefarious behavior. So all that's going to do in turn is make the jury look at the witnesses. That's just what's going to happen. Like, the defense doesn't give a fuck. The defense is like, okay, in front of the jury, sure, try to cut off, focus on us. That's great. Because once I get a hold of your witness on cross-examination, I'm going to show why they're actually here. Which is to fuck us up. not to prove that she did anything. It's to keep us from disproving that she didn't do anything, or disproving that she did do anything. And I'm even confused saying it myself out loud because I've never seen any shit like this. In a court of law, the prosecution, the burden of proof is on the prosecution. The burden of proof to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen Reed absolutely hit John O'Keefe with her vehicle beyond a reasonable doubt. It happened, right? That's what they're trying to say. But the problem with that is there's no way to prove that she did this because she didn't do it. And they haven't settled on one solid theory yet. And so the defense has so much to work with on that. They could just simply point that out, but they can also point out why. They can also keep the focus on that question. Why is the prosecution so focused on sabotaging our defense and not on proving Karen Reed's guilt? Why is that a thing right now? Of course, I'm assuming that the Commonwealth isn't connected to another juror. Of course I am. I mean, I have faith in our justice system. Now, I'm not naive. I'm not so naive as I'm not considering that a possibility, but I'm not going to sit here and operate under that assumption.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me of? That the world is unfortunately very
Shut up, dude. If we're sticking to the facts, we're sticking to the facts. And the fact is that the prosecution has no case. Their only strategy here is to try to block Karen Reed's defense from being able to effectively defend her. That's it. That in and of itself is shady. That is what's going to inevitably happen, is the jury's going to be asking that question. Why? Why is that happening? And that will ultimately feed the defense's third-party culprit defense. Just wait till they start shining a light on Brian Higgins. That's going to be interesting. I can't wait for that shit. Now, Karen Reed's Wi-Fi connected to, or Karen Reed's phone connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m., January 29th, 2022, correct? Now, if that's the case, why the drastic change in battery temperature in John's phone at 12:37? How could that be possible? Wouldn't the drastic change take place 5-6 minutes prior to that? If she had hit him with her vehicle and left him to lay out there in the snow and he's lying on top of that drastic change, what happened? There was a blizzard. So how could she have hit him if the drastic temperature change didn't occur on John's phone until 12:37? And how could she have hit him if at 12:37 also what ends up taking place is the manual unlocking of the phone through facial recognition and then locking the phone manually by hitting the side button over here? How could that have happened after Karen Reed had gotten home or gotten back to John's? How could that have happened after Karen Reed had gotten back to John's and she had hit him 6 minutes ago and left him incapacitated? How could that have happened? When the brain doctor who testified in the last trial says that that injury to the back of his head would have left him incapacitated immediately. He would not have been able to have any motor functions at all. Somebody unlocked his phone. I don't think anybody else was put in there to where they could unlock his phone with their face. So they held it up to his face and unlocked it. That has to be what happened. I mean, it's very interesting that in Ian Whiffin's own report, this is another thing we're not looking at. In Ian Whiffin's own report, which he failed to put into his timeline, that not only does the GPS lock down to being partially inside of the house, part of that GPS that radius covers also inside the house. And John's phone recorded him taking the equivalent to 84 feet in steps west towards the house. And this was at like 12:31 or 12:32 or something like that. Yeah, 12:32. So here we have John's phone going west towards the house at 12:32. Karen's phone logs on automatically to John's Wi-Fi. It has to be within range. Logs on to his Wi-Fi at 12:36. No way. No fucking way that John didn't go into that house. There's no way that Karen hit him is the more important thing. I smell a microdots video coming on. I smell a microdots video coming on soon. If I know Richie, he's already all over this phone timeline. Like I could already hear it. According to Mr. Whiffin, the prosecution's own witness, John went walking west 84 feet, the equivalent to this many steps, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, he's totally going to do that. It's just a matter of time. I can't wait. Yeah, the McBolger family for sure. Yeah, so we are gonna go over the Dr. Wolf Voidier from yesterday, but we're gonna wait till lunch to do that because I really want to go over that. I'm gonna have to speed it up too, but yeah. So, hey, while we're waiting, why don't you guys do me a big favor? It would really mean a lot to me if you did this. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, go over to this channel, go over to Annie's channel real quick and give it a like, because I want to direct more people over there. Like, I want her algorithm to, do a thing, because she has a very large audience, and I would really love it if more people who watch Annie took more interest in this case and started watching. Like, I'd rather her have more viewers than me, honestly, just because I want as many eyes on this case as possible. Like, the public needs to know about this. And her, she even has a poll up, and I just voted on it, and like more than 70% of her chat thinks that Karen Reed is innocent. Very few think that she's guilty, and like 20% think that she accidentally hit him. But 70% think she's being framed. No, I don't think they were iffy at all. I think Annie's first videos on the case were that of someone who was very objective. Was never a free Karen Reed person. She was never that when she started covering those cases, but she was the only one. Yeah, she was the only one who made videos on them. She was the only one who did a video out of all the true crime creators. She was the only one who did a video on Sandra Birchmore before anybody was talking about it. She was the only one who did Sandra Birchmore. She was the only one who shared all of the available information in the case of Karen Reed in the first two videos that she did. But she didn't take a side. She just put out the information. Let you decide. That's all I ask anybody do. That's all I ask mainstream media to do. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, you think she's guilty, you think she's guilty. That's your problem if you're stupid. That's not my problem. You know what I mean? But at least put out all the information so that people with common sense can make their own minds up. Oh yeah, the vet visit was great. Everybody's great. Drago's still healing up, but once he's totally healed up, I think I'm gonna just let him see if he wants to be an outside cat. Yes, we're talking about Annie Elise. Yes. An online cat, right? Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, everyone knows Proctor has no credibility. Absolutely zero credibility. Guarino doesn't have any credibility either. They could tear his credibility apart. If they bring up the Sandra Birchmore thing, like, that's it. I mean, that's public record. Like, I don't see why they couldn't bring that up. Like, the fact that he missed like 3,000 something text messages. I mean,
oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat.
super chat. I think we got a super chat.
How dare you?
Thank you, Jen Kitty. I appreciate you. 30 to 32,000 text messages. Okay. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Because the cat doesn't exist. It's a lie. I'm lying about my cat. Oh, Annie's channel link here. I'll drop it again. Yeah, go give it a like while we're waiting for this shit to start. No, I mean, like, yeah, if you go to like the woods, but I live in it's a small town, but it's populated enough to where there's not going to be mountain lions and shit just running around, bro. Like, like I don't live like in a cave. You know what I mean? Like I live in Tennessee, but it's not like I Am Legend and shit where there's just fucking lions and bears and shit just running around mauling people. Fuck are you talking about? Like you could have an outside cat, it's totally okay. Oh, is Jeff Williams in here again? Yeah, Jeff Williams is just a retard. Don't pay him any mind. I don't have the heart to boot him. But he's just a retard. What's up, Steve? When's the verdict? No idea when the verdict is. No, Steve. Jen McCabe, I mean, I don't really even know how accurate it is. Like, I might have jumped the gun with the thumbnail and the title. But she's supposed to be up next. Like, the rumor is. Now, if I had to guess, like the rumor is that she's up next, but if I had to guess, she's up next because what's his face? Brennan is trying to build a foundation here, and having this guy up in testifying, and then having it makes sense that he would have
Your Honor, I have a replacement exhibit
Jen
42
McCabe next
redacted
after this guy.
Exhibit 42, and it's per stipulation with Mr. Brennan.
Yes, please. Vigils could be ID. See.
Thank you. See. May I present it to Mr. Whiffin?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Whiffin. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Mr. Wolf, if you could again, please enlarge, we're going to be focusing on the top entry of the chart again.
Yeah, see, Brendan's trying to shut down the 2:27 a.m. search. He's trying to do it systematically.
May I, Your Honor?
That's
Yes.
why he'll bring Jennifer McCabe up next.
Mr. Whiffin, we had started going through the top three entries.
Thank you, Amy
The
McCabe.
first one you had indicated was answered. The second one you, as I understand it, could not tell. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the third entry, which is reading left to right, 12:29:44, end time 12:29:51. Incoming call duration 8 seconds from Jen McCabe.
Correct.
That's the third one. So because it's an
So,
incoming.
Mr. Alessi, we need to enlarge this.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, can you enlarge that pursuant to the judge's order? Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
If you can make it as large as possible for the jurors, please, even if you have to do smaller segments.
If we have to, Mr. Wolf, knock off the
Make it
final
as
right-hand
large as
column,
possible,
that's
Mr.
insignificant.
Clare.
There you go.
All right, that's better.
Good citizen.
Okay,
Good to
that's
see
fine.
ya.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to now go to the last one for this Exhibit 42. It's reading from left to right, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call duration at seconds from Jen McCabe. Again, it restates duration 8 seconds.
Correct.
Given that it's an incoming call, you can conclude that that was answered, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we could go back down and focusing on just the first three by way of example, Mr. Wolf, do just as Her Honor has requested, enlarge it as large as possible. Those three, after the first three, yep, starting there, just take the first three by way of example. All right. Mr. Whiffin, you should feel free to look at the hard copy Exhibit 42 if that's more helpful to you. But what I want to do is to focus on start time 12:33:35, reading across activity, incoming call, unanswered, and then to the right, Karen Reed. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see the same types of entries for
What's up, Pennsylvania Dave?
3409 and 3438?
I do.
And those calls are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
So in contrast to the, and now Mr. Walker, we can go back to the chart, trying to capture 6 and enlarge those ones last time. Thank you. So in the first one at 14:36 and then skipping one to 29:44, those are answered, but then starting, excuse me, at 33:35 and 34:09, those are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf.
That's
Thank you.
interesting. That's because he was getting his ass kicked right then. That would be at the time he's getting his ass beat. 12:33, 12:34. That would be at the time he's getting murdered.
We have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics. Mr. Whiffin, when did you start working on this case?
Oh,
What
it's
was the
another
date,
Jeff?
approximate date
On this case or on this exhibit?
on this case?
approximately September 2023.
So over a year and a half.
Correct.
How many times have you been in Norfolk County?
This is my second time.
So you were here once previously.
Correct.
Do you recall yesterday discussing what you had done with an iPhone, driving around and then moving it with your hand?
Correct. Yes.
In the year and a half that you've been on this case, did you ever take an iPhone and do the same activity on the route that you were discussing yesterday between 34 Fairview
Please show the
and One
pictures.
Meadows?
I
Please
did
show
it
the
on Sunday night.
pictures
I'm sorry?
of
I
the
did
red
it 2
dot,
days ago on Sunday night.
And with regard to
the hills.
your time on this case, what was the results of that?
I object, Your Honor. I'll need to be heard briefly.
I'm sorry?
I object, I need to be heard briefly.
Okay. Come on over.
See, now Brendan's going to try to block them showing the jury the street where he claims there was hills, because like a fucking idiot, this guy marked on a map where these hills were that would detect John's Apple Health would detect stairs climbing or descending from. So, I mean, it's easily disproven. I mean, I showed it yesterday. I'll show you again right now. I mean, I could pull it up, but I'll just show you on my phone because it's easier to do that. Because I don't know how long this is going to be. This is where those red spots were supposedly at. Where these hills were so steep that John O'Keefe's Apple Health data detected stairs. After Karen Reed had driven away, by the way. Because the timeline itself doesn't even match up.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, I am now going to proceed to a different topic.
Okay.
Do you recall discussing the Google search, how long to die in the cold?
I do.
And you discussed that in your direct testimony, correct?
I did.
You were a police officer for years before getting into the data forensic analysis of cell phones, correct?
Correct.
You were a response officer of the South Yorkshire Police from 2004 to 2009.
Correct.
You continued policing with the Calgary Police, working patrol, correct?
Correct.
You work frequently with law enforcement.
I do.
Indeed, law enforcement is the predominance of your work, correct?
Probably about 80% of the work. Yes.
What percent?
Wow.
About 80%.
80?
80.
That's dangerous.
Your work is used in investigations for law enforcement, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
In your area of work, you use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted, that data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
And that data that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is, from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellbrite create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement.
On the cases I work, yes.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
Correct.
Such as cell phones, right?
Correct.
So, and there's something called an extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly?
It is, yes.
And that's so that the data that's extracted from a cell phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that the data is correct,
Correct.
and so that the data is reliable.
Correct.
And data forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with, correct?
Correct.
Because if an extraction file has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
One of the key ways to determine whether the data extracted from a cell phone is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And a synonym for a hash value.
Here comes
is a
the hash value
signature,
argument.
correct?
Correct.
And a hash value or hash signature, I'm just going to use hash value. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So a hash value is a unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is SHA, SHA 256, right?
Correct.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value can be thought of as fingerprint for a data file from a cell phone?
Yes.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like the seal on a milk container? In other words, if you open the milk container and the seal's broken.
Oh, that's the analogy I use.
The same analogy can be provided that if you don't have a valid hash value,
Bob is totally
then
using
there's
my
a question
analogy.
with regard to the contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about contents of a milk carton. Is that a fair general analogy?
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something has changed in the data.
So if the hash doesn't match or you can't determine a valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk container and that seal cap is off, correct?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Oops.
Thank you. Now, if a data file is altered in any way, the hash algorithm is going to produce a different letter in numeric string than the previous hash value for that same alleged data, correct?
Correct.
So that alpha numeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct?
Mount Fairview, I love it.
And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
It would depend, in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I'd like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value matching,
Yes.
correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data to try and make some sense of the data in a more user-friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall preparing a report for the iPhone belonging to Jen McCabe dated December 2024?
I do, yes.
And in that report, you discussed your views of a Google search of How Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was in question was 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And the question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared in the data, that timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., whether that belongs to the Google search, How Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report of December 2024, you discussed the hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yesterday, in your direct testimony, you didn't mention anything about the hash value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct? No. However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So you didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction as the PDF containing the extraction has its value, that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
So you couldn't determine whether or not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
I take a holistic view of the data and try to find anomalies and didn't see any that raised any flags.
That wasn't my question, sir.
Okay.
I'll try it a different way. You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct. They were always unsigned. Okay,
that-
apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct? Thank you. And you went on, did you not, in your report to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication, but can't be guaranteed 100% at all in your direct testimony yesterday?
I didn't know.
And again, hash values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
I don't know.
So you don't know the chain of custody of her iPhone. You have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
No.
The objection's overruled.
Not from the hash value, no.
Let's go back to the 22740
What's up,
timestamp.
kindergarten cop? Scott, my
And the
man.
question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search, house long to die in the cold. You understand there is a dispute as to whether that search was performed at 2:27:40 a.m. as the timestamp states, or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a dispute.
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense
Here comes the end of that
asserts
dispute,
that timestamp
by the way.
means what it says? The Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.
I'm going to allow it. Do you understand that?
I do.
I didn't hear your answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand that?
Yes.
So there are various data forensic tools, are there not, to evaluate what is called an artifact, this timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Celebrite tools, your company's tools.
Yes.
And some of those Celebrite tools are called Physical Analyzer.
Correct.
And then you have another tool, I believe, called Insights.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer.
Okay.
But yes,
So it's Insights, it's a
it's
suite.
essentially the same tool.
Essentially the same tool. So does Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
The two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different versions of the same tool.
Yes.
But there are other tools from other companies, are there not, sir?
There are.
And a competitor of Celebrite that can be used to analyze that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp and to potentially resolve that dispute of whether the Google search "House Long to Die in the Cold" occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. or later at 6:23 or so a.m. there's other companies and tools that can be used for that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't one of the companies that can be used a competitor of Celebrite called Magnet Forensics?
Correct.
And they have a tool called Axiom, AXIOM, that evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
And is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
They are.
Am I correct that yesterday you essentially said that as of today, no Celebrite tool, no Insight suite such as Physical Analyzer, today shows that 22740 AM timestamp?
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
But that's not always been the case
Correct.
with regard to Celebrite forensic tools, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified under oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Celebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 22740 AM timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 22740 AM, but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record.
Yes.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
Exactly. You changed it since then.
Yes.
Your company removed it
Yes.
after the first trial.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from one tool before the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other Physical Analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was released.
No, I'm talking about the time of trial when you were testifying.
I appreciate that. There's some complexities with how we released the software, which resulted in one being released several weeks later and one being released several weeks earlier.
At the time of trial,
Yes.
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Celebrite tools showed the timestamp of 22740 AM, correct?
Correct.
But that timestamp doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Celebrite removed it.
Yes.
Yeah, you removed it. You did.
Right,
You
could,
mentioned
could I see Counselor Sidebar for just
You
a minute,
did.
please?
You removed it after the first trial. We talked about this. Remember when we went over, because this is all coming back to me now. I went on this whole rant about this shit after reading Richard Green's affidavit, right? I read that. I went on this whole rant. I talked about how and I used the milk carton. I gotta gloat about that shit. I already gloated on X about it because Bob totally used my milk jug analogy to explain hash value. And I think even Olivia jumped on for this one because Olivia did an amazing X post in regards to hash value as well, I believe. So this was discussed, and then the fact that Celebrite after the trial, for some reason now, Celebrite, when you run Jennifer McCabe's phone records, the 227 AM search doesn't show up at all. They got rid of it. He got rid of it. This is massive right now. What we're watching right now could be a change in true crime
Thank you,
history
Your Honor. So with
because
regard to the
of how
first proceeding,
Celebrite is being perceived. Because think about how many cases use
There was
Celebrite to
one
convict
Celebrite
defendants.
forensic tool that still showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp,
Correct.
and it was shown in a deleted state.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Celebrite outright removed the timestamp from so none of its programs had, correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit about how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you
This
could just
guy is
respond
single-handedly
to my question.
destroying the
Is that
credibility of
correct?
Celebrite
The timestamp's
for
been
any
removed, yes.
case moving forward,
However,
including
the
Brian Walsh.
competitor of Celebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom,
Yes.
that program at the first proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensics Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Celebrite removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group.
But the issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding, correct?
In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Celebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change the
I
code.
didn't ask if I just asked whether
Yep,
they
we removed it.
But Magnet Forensic Axiom still shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they can
But they
do that.
still show
They do still show it.
Can you just finish the answer?
it. So,
Sorry. Just let him finish the answer. Is that what you said, Mr. Mayor?
yeah, my apologies, but I'm having trouble hearing, but I'll pause more just to make sure you're done. In that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search, House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case. In terms of your testimony under oath in that first proceeding, do you recall stating that it was your opinion as to whether that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp was associated or not with the Google search House Long to Die in the Cold?
I believe so.
Right, so you called it your opinion.
Yes, probably.
You didn't describe it as a fact, you described it as your opinion, correct?
Correct.
Because you realize that there are other fair interpretations of that timestamp and when the Google search occurred, correct?
Yes, dude.
I think even if I believe it's a fact, it's my opinion.
Right, so it's your opinion.
Yes.
So you also, do you recall stating that there's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40? You recall that?
Correct.
And you used the word evidence, correct?
Correct.
But that evidence on the Celebrate program is now gone, correct?
No,
It's not gone?
it's not gone.
So the 2:27:40 timestamp still exists in Celebrate programs?
So are we talking about the additional evidence that shows what
Well,
happened at 2:27:40?
No, I'm just asking whether
Okay.
I thought we had that clear, but I thought, is the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp show up on any Celebrate program as you sit here today?
The decoded value does not show a timestamp for
Thank you.
that artifact.
Sir, does your work include shaping how examiners will see the data when they open it?
Yes.
So you shape how the data is going to be, correct?
Yes, we have
Yes?
ways to create the data so it's usable. Yes.
So the answer is
shape it.
yes, you
Yes.
shape the data.
Yes.
You shape the data, huh? Isn't that another word for change? Yeah, this guy's so fucked. This guy is single-handedly destroying the
Various
credibility of
forensic
Celebrate.
tools. Celebrate, Insight Suite, including Physical Analyzer, magnet forensics Axiom. These are all tools, and we know that no one has access to the Apple source code on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
And the best source of information about what may be happening inside of an Apple iPhone would be if one could get the source code and look into the source codes to see what's actually happening, correct?
Correct.
So what happens is in data forensics, because Apple considers it proprietary and people can't access the source code, there's these various data forensic tools that in some ways try to serve as a surrogate, given the fact that there's no access to source code, correct?
Correct.
So the best information would come from the Apple source code, but nobody has access to that, or few people do. Therefore, these other forensic tools are used.
Correct.
So sometimes examiners have to give opinions like you give because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
So it's your opinion oftentimes with regard to ultimate conclusion.
Based on research and testing. But yes, it's an
Not
opinion.
100% absolute certainty because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
You have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Switching topics. I want to know more about this 2:27 a.m. search, bro. Stay on the 2:27 a.m. search.
Before I do switch topics, a couple points on the 2:27:40 timestamp,
Okay.
if I may, Mr. Whiffin.
Okay. Okay.
The Google search in question associated with that timestamp, the dispute over that, is house long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
Right. He's like, I'm about to let you off the hook.
Understand, sir, do you understand the significance if Jen McCabe made that Google search, house long to die in the cold, at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m.? Do you understand the significance of that?
Of course.
Sustained.
He said yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
I said sustained.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. I didn't hear that.
Jurors, strike any answer that may have come.
What do you understand to be the significance
so funny,
of
dude.
the dispute over 2:27:40 timestamp?
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffin, with regard to the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, have you looked at any forensic tools to answer that question other than Celebrate tools in your tool Ardex?
I've used Axiom as well.
So you used Axiom, and so did you therefore see that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appeared?
Yes.
Did you discuss that with the jury yesterday, that you analyzed the Axiom program and that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appears?
Ooh.
No,
You did not.
I did not.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Dude, you're so fucked.
Could we please, with the court's permission, put the PowerPoint presentation back up and go to deck 26? Mr. Whiffin, does an iPhone discriminate between whether it's in a car, a bus, a bicycle, or walking?
No.
It can, but I don't have the research on that.
Right.
I mean,
So
I
as
guess
you
by the
sit here
movement.
today,
Yeah, that makes sense.
you can't say that an iPhone can tell the difference between a car, bus, bicycle, or walking, correct?
The iPhone can, but I haven't researched that data fully enough to understand it forensically.
So you as you
I
sit here,
can't, but
you
the phone can.
Does an iPhone merely register movement?
What?
Let me rephrase that. Does an
Yeah,
iPhone
please.
register movement?
It does.
Do you recall yesterday discussing movement at a speed of about 1.4 miles per hour at 12:24:37 a.m. on
Yes.
January 29th, 2022?
I do.
A person walking at a normal to even a slow pace can walk at approximately 1.4 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It sounds reasonable.
And does it sound reasonable that a normal speed of walking is between 2 and 4 miles per hour?
Reasonable.
Switching topics, Your Honor, if I could have a moment. You can take that. Okay, thank you.
Now, basically, unless you just shut this guy down, because why did he leave out these things from his findings yesterday during direct examination? Why are they keeping information from the jury? That's what Alessi is, the picture that he's painting for the jury right now. Why are they keeping all of these very important facts from you? Why didn't they cover this yesterday? Why do I have to stand up here and point these things out to the jury? We're the defense.
When you were examining Jennifer McCabe's phone, you used an operating system called iOS 14, correct?
That's one of the versions of iOS I used, yes.
But
That was one of
Jen
the
has an
versions.
iOS 15.
Do you understand that Jen McCabe's phone was actually using
iOS 15.
version 15?
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2.
2.1.
Yeah, we
Thank
know
you.
you know, motherfucker.
And do you recall saying, with regard to iOS 15.1, etc., that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
Jen McCabe is dirty.
Now, with regard to, we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to 2740, the issue of deletions. You stated yesterday that that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
And you gave 3 possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them was deleted by user, correct?
Correct.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record
Right,
necessarily.
Right. And then you you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't prove it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it. So my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts
Yes.
about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable
Yes.
under the circumstances?
Yes.
Yeah, this guy's trying to say that deletions just happen, but okay, they just happen. But that's the only, that particular one was the only one that got deleted. Okay,
Your Honor, that is the extent of my questions of the witness at this time.
Mr. Brennan?
Thank you.
well done, Alessi. Well done, my friend. And then this fucking guy.
You suck.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a forensic analyst, do you study data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
Are you a criminal investigator like a police officer in your present role?
Not anymore.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not, no.
At some point,
Bullshit.
you and I spoke about reviewing phones.
We did.
You had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data
You're lying.
analysis?
No.
And you're a piece of shit.
Would it be inappropriate or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case?
Objection, Your Honor.
100%
Of course you're
it
gonna
would
allow
be,
it.
problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion whatsoever that I cared, one way or another, what your results would find?
No.
Did I ever attempt to shape or influence your process by offering you information that had nothing to do with your assessment
It's
of data?
interesting how defensive he is. He's very defensive
And so as a
But he was never
scientist,
accused
what
in
a
cross-examination of any of this.
legal investigator or an advocate for either side thinks.
He's
is that
digging his own
relevant to you?
grave right now.
The
He's shooting
data is
himself
the
in the
data.
foot.
The data is the data. I can explain my opinions on the data.
The science is the science.
The science is the science.
The jury sees that.
That's sustained. Watch the form.
Now, counsel showed you some parts of your report regarding John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
He sure did,
Yes.
didn't he,
You
man?
saw select pages
sure
from that
did.
report.
Correct.
Why
A
is he
few
defensive?
pages you were asked about,
Yes,
but you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
And
Oh,
would you,
man, unless
do
he's
you
in
think
Brennan's
that your
head, boy.
entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you were shown.
Definitely, yes.
Your Honor, I move to introduce Mr. Whiffin's entire report.
May we approach your Honor?
Okay.
Oh, my goodness. Dude, that's very, very interesting. Again, you got to read between the lines, folks, and always, always, always look at things from the perspective of how a jury is going to interpret them, right? What just happened? At no point did Alessi even infer that there was improper communications between Brennan and Ian Whiffin. At no point did he even infer that that he wanted him to say anything, that he led him to say anything. Yet, for some reason, Brennan felt the need to defend himself against allegations that never took place. Why is that? Why did that just happen? Now, if we see it, that means the jury sees it. And this is very, 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 and right now it's very clear that Bob Alessi is dancing inside Hank Brennan's head. He is freaking the fuck out. Brennan right now just panicked in front of that jury. Make no mistake about it. And as Laferio just said, Nan said in the chat just now, he also just opened the door for that line of questioning. Coming from Recross. So, I mean, that's going to happen. Well, it may not. It just all depends on whether or not Alessi chooses to do so. But he absolutely opened the door for it. There was no reason for him to get defensive about it unless he's guilty of something.
Do you still have your report with you, Mr. Whiffin?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Let's start with questions that counsel asked you about the battery. When you were trying to determine how the battery worked, you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the battery temperature sensor would be affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being outside, being brought back indoors, and to make sure that the fall and rise of the temperature sensor, at least the pattern would match the expected pattern and would match the thermometer that was alongside it.
When you put the batteries or the phone in the freezers, did it matter what the temperature of the freezer was when you put it in it?
I didn't believe it did.
What was the purpose again of putting it in the freezer?
Just to remove the device from the warm environment, which was outside of the freezer, placing it inside the cold environment of the freezer and just seeing how the temperature dropped.
As you mentioned, you look at data through science, correct?
Correct.
And so did anybody ever share with you the important points of the decrease in temperature of the cell phone battery to try to influence your results?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to.
I'm sorry, could you
Did
rephrase?
anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th, 2022 in an attempt to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you followed the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
You were looking at the healthcare data. Were you looking at it independently?
I was.
Now, it's not your opinion, or you're not taking the position what the meaning of that data matching up is, are you?
No.
No one's asked you to give an opinion about the coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion.
Objection, Your Honor.
I sustain it as
You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder environment, like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It does.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do. 2 seconds.
If you could go back one to where it's just the chart, please. And if you could enlarge it, we'll start near the top.
2 seconds.
Okay. At 12:20:43 on January 28, 2023, the battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
all right?
8:43 p.m.?
Yes, the first
Brennan's
record.
so trying to
77
confuse
degrees?
this jury.
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023,
Yes.
so at 23:28, that's 12:23:28?
Objection, Your Honor. When you approach, please.
okay.
This is wild, bro. This is wild. So this is all what now, right now, what Brennan is trying to do is just trying to solidify his efforts in direct, which was to confuse the jury, to just put shit up there and confuse them. He's trying to make them forget about what they just heard in cross. And right now, Alessi and the rest of Karen's team right now are basically saying and arguing that bullshit. No. This is all he's trying to do. What he's doing is bullshit. They already went over this, and now he's just trying to confuse the jury. And Alessi is trying to control that right now. And it's very telling that you look at Alessi's line of questioning versus Brennan's line of questioning. And Alessi's line of questioning was all very, very direct and to the point. All fact-based.
I'm going to ask them. Mr. Whiffin, I'm going to ask you to start at 12:13 on January 29th, 2022. Battery temperature 82 degrees.
Yes.
And now you are also tracking healthcare data, weren't you?
Correct.
You are also tracking location information.
Correct.
At 12:22, the battery temperature is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
And during that time, 12:22, that is the time with the location data where we see Mr. O'Keefe's car traveling near Cedarbrook, isn't it?
Your Honor.
The form sustained.
And
He's
at
totally leading.
12:22, on January 29, 2022, where does the location data show Mr. O'Keefe's phone in progress?
It's around Oakdale Road, I believe.
And the travel that you're noting, is that consistent given the speed of being within a car?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not that car had heat on?
I've got no idea.
Bro,
You have healthcare data that the
are you fucking
phone
serious right now with this shit?
moves for a 20-second period, right?
I believe so,
And that-
yes.
That is after the Waze information stops.
Correct.
Your Honor.
So you have to watch the form. I know it's hard to orient, but you have to watch.
In your PowerPoint presentation, you are tracking the Waze information, aren't you?
I am, yes.
And at some point, that switches to more local location data?
Again, Waze is not recording the location data. Waze is requesting location data from Apple's location services, and location services is doing the recording of the location data.
So if we're following the phone through Waze, at 12:24:25, is it in the car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
And at 12:24:26, according to the data, is it still in a car moving at 17 miles per hour?
Stained is two forms.
Can you pull up your PowerPoint, and we'll start at 12:24:25. We can show the jury the progress of that phone.
Okay.
And at 12:24:25, how fast is Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone moving?
The data on the device says that it was moving at around 16.6 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:26.
17 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:27.
15.9 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:28.
14.5 miles per hour.
24:29.
12.1 miles per hour.
24:30.
11.5 miles per hour.
24:31.
10.4 miles per hour.
24:32.
8.9 miles per hour.
24:33.
7 miles per hour.
24:34.
5.2 miles per hour.
24:35.
3.5 miles per hour.
24:36.
He's walking.
3.2 miles per hour.
24:37.
1.4 miles per hour.
And 24:38.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And at 24:38, that phone is stopped near the flagpole.
Oh, no, he's
I
not
would say
walking.
so,
My
yes.
bad. Sorry. I heard 34, not 24.
Then the location data gets more broad.
It does.
There is no movement at that time after the car stops. Is there any movement when the car stops at 24:38, between 24:38 and 24:30? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
At 12:31:57, does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my report,
course,
just
please.
to recall. What time was that, sorry?
12:31:57.
Yes, around 12:31, 56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
Right. So he
How
couldn't have
long? How
been
many
in the
seconds
car
does
going
that
up and down a
phone
hill.
move
Could he
for?
have been? Because he already got out of the
20
car.
seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Correct.
And is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time?
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Yes.
And when that phone moves, you can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle.
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing back and forth.
Oh,
Sustained is to form.
dude.
Can you tell
like
how
he's walking
far
west.
a phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps?
No, iOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters value.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving, do you know the next time it moves again?
I'm going to allow it.
It's approximately 6:15.
Now, less than 5 minutes later, 12:37, that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about, what, 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving? What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes.
Oh, 61 Fahrenheit.
61 degrees?
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning,
It's down to 50 degrees.
and this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. Does
Correct.
this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved since
There's
12:32:16?
no more steps were recorded.
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in a freezer.
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in anything?
I didn't know.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process of the temperature dropping?
No.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. If a person, a human, was lying prone on a cell phone outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone, in your opinion, could that slow the process of the temperature decreasing as compared to just simply putting a phone in a freezer?
Sustained.
Come on, bro. Knock that shit off.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in any warmth?
No.
Any clothing?
Nothing at all.
So you didn't really conduct an experiment. You also didn't take the temperature of the freezer. You
Now,
also
you
don't know
the
what
temperature, but you said there was a
you don't know
blizzard
the
outside.
temperature of
That's my
Canton
understanding.
that night.
At 6:06 a.m., is there a change in the battery temperature of John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Were you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Were you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard around that time is when John was found.
So could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Brennan asked you? Did you have
Did anybody share information with you about that, sir?
Nobody shared it with me, no.
Bullshit.
If the phone was in an environment and it was exposed to further colder air or drop in temperature, could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Sure. Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06. 6:14, is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't know.
Sorry, buddy.
Do you know if that phone at 6:15:01 was then placed in a warmer environment like a pocket or a car? Do you
I
know?
have no idea.
But your data shows at 6:35, there's an increase in temperature,
Correct.
doesn't it?
It does.
So at 6:14, you don't know if there's been any increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature, it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
It went into Kerry Roberts' pocket.
Now, if you look at the battery temperature at 6:06 a.m., it's 43 degrees.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Looking at your healthcare data, is there something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11?
Today's not a half day. I don't think so.
There is. That is 432 steps were recorded at that time.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Again, potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
Now at 6:14, the temperature is 37 degrees, and you just offered us that by 6:35, over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't.
I'll allow it. Do you know?
I don't know. No.
Next question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data at 6:15:14,
Correct.
and that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14, it was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
And after that starts moving wherever the phone may go, it starts getting warmer temperature.
Correct.
Because it's in somebody's pocket.
Now, you shared with us location data, and you explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data. I had asked you an opinion about where the phone was located based just on location data, nothing else. And when I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent
Yes.
with being near the flagpole the entire night.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Based on location data.
I love
alone,
Alessi, bro. He's like, objection, Your Honor.
are you offering an
Like,
opinion? to
why
a
are you
reasonable
letting
degree of
this go? What the
scientific
fuck?
certainty
Why
where
do I
that
have
phone
to
was?
object to this?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location data.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffin. Could we turn the AC off, please? Thank you.
No, it's difficult to give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the sporadic nature of the records that night.
Based on the data you have just on location data alone, is that location data consistent with that phone being near the flagpole area from midnight until 6:15 the next morning?
It is, yes.
There's also information because the broadness that it could have been somewhere else.
Correct.
Yet it is consistent.
It is.
It's
You
also
didn't just
consistent
rely
with
on
being in the
location data
house.
for your opinion,
You
though.
dumb
I did
shit.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Did you rely just on location data for your opinion?
No, I did not.
Did you also consider the health data?
I did.
And did you also consider the battery temperature?
Sustained.
In addition to location data, what are the other things you considered, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that that phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12:30
Bro.
until 6 the next morning?
I'm going to allow that.
It was based on the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and how far, based on the battery temperature information, and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that that health data, well, the phone was it your
You're a
opinion
little
the phone was in the
cunt.
car until it stopped at the flagpole?
Sustained.
At 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
At what time, sorry?
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
I'm sorry, the rest of the question was?
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
Today, Junior!
Yes, it did.
You shared that you can't tell the direction or the distance of steps. If, no, please.
Hank got you there.
If that phone moved
I'm sorry, please.
from the flagpole
Continue to make a fool of yourself.
in a straight line away from the flagpole, like, for example, towards the house, wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
I would presume so.
All right, you asking me to strike that, Mr.
Yes, Your
Leslie?
Honor.
I'm going to strike it.
Does health data register when a phone moves?
It does.
I'll ask you some more detailed questions about your research into a phone that's been attributed to Jennifer McCabe.
Man, this is some bullshit!
You looked at one piece of your report on the screen, and that was a phone call register.
Yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
Oh my God, bro.
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change it to the phone call register if possible.
No offense, but you are a stupid asshole.
I believe it's Exhibit 42. Do you have the report that you could put on the screen regarding
I
the
don't
phone call
have.
register?
I don't have this one that was shared as
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
I'm retarded?
This is now marked as Exhibit 42. In the phone call register, you noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it? Is that you?
This is not me. No.
Oh,
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
thank you, Ms. Gilman. Could you enlarge
Trace
that,
the
please?
signal.
Which portion of it?
Up the top part. The first 4 or 5 calls. Thank you.
And we need it larger, Ms. Gilman, please.
Gay!
We need it larger. Miss Gilman, we need it larger.
All right, that's
Thank you.
better. Thank you.
On examination, you read that at 12:14:36, there was a phone call incoming
Yes.
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
At 12:14:36, the location information is the John O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview by that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
Get the
no.
fuck out of here.
And then at 12:18:47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
That's an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
12:18:47, the location information, does that place Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview?
No, it does not.
Then at 12:29:44, there's an 8-second call that you said you believe is answered. Do you know if there was any conversation in that call?
No way to know if there's any conversation.
And at 12:29:44, does the location information place John O'Keefe's cell phone somewhere
It does at Fairview Road.
at the flagpole?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll strike that.
We don't
Now,
make mistakes. We have
There is
happy
not
accidents.
A call the next call. What time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight.
And who's that call from?
From Karen Reed.
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
After.
At 12:37, you offered us that the cell phone battery's temperature is decreasing.
Right?
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery starts dropping in temperature?
7.
Thank you, Carla.
I want to turn now to some questions about your analysis of Mr.
So
McCabe's phone.
while Karen's driving home, John's being murdered.
You were asked
They
about
throw his phone outside,
hash values, a way of trying to confirm the integrity
and then they wait till
of the
later to put
data
his body
on
out there.
Extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones, do you sometimes get to actually see the phone?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have to use an extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
Is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes.
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you have shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes.
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
There is.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In this case, there was a hash value, wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand simply, how is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
Yeah. At the end of the extraction, an algorithm is run on every piece of, every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored, then that value will change at the end.
There you go.
You mentioned Gray Key.
So
Is that
why
the
did the
software,
hash
hardware
value
that
change?
makes the copy of the phone?
It's a piece of hardware and includes software.
How commonly is Gray Key used in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with Gray Key, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to fall.
Does Gray Key authenticate the hash value?
The hash value is placed inside a PDF, which is not signed.
And is that common or typical in the industry?
That is the way that Gray Key do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No.
Did the hash value from the Gray Key extraction match the hash value?
It did.
Anything irregular whatsoever about it?
No, not that I could see.
Now, you don't just read software programs when they spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the leaders of Celebrite, do you have a history of being a researcher?
Yes, I do.
A history of study?
Yes.
Have you written reports and papers for people to learn?
I've written multiple blogs, done multiple presentations, webinars. Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
But never.
Is
in
it
his
sufficient to
research
simply look
bothered
at a
to take
report that
temperature
is generated by Celebrite
when
or
conducting
Axiom or any other service and
experiment
make
about
conclusions
temperature?
just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to answer.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself can't give.
And when you were considering the hash value and determining whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data, aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do I do
How
what?
do you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
Okay. So
by checking the hash
value, I'd be looking for
if the hash
issues with the
value is
data
different, then it's been
that
tampered
don't
with.
make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else. And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the part of the report that wasn't read to you on examination?
I did.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed?
I don't believe there was any.
Of course you don't.
It was characterized on examination. There was a dispute about the time origin of the search, how long to die in cold. Do you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Have you, in your studies and in your position, is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
Now, you got involved in this case because you received a complaint from a consumer.
I received a question from a consumer, yes.
And you attempted to resolve that?
Correct.
Sustained is to fall.
Other than that source, have you received any information, feedback, opinions that would make this issue in any way a dispute?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of? Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from an examiner in Europe. Fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
And since then, has in your world, academic and research world, forensic data science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has there been any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when the search actually happened?
No. If anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research that I did.
Do you know Jessica Hyde?
I do.
Is she well known in the forensic community?
She is.
You were asked questions about your law enforcement background and the fact that Celebrite is used as a forensic tool, oftentimes by law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you go into your company's software and change it to accommodate law enforcement?
No, definitely not.
Would you ever do such a thing?
No.
Why wouldn't you do something like that?
Aside from being unethical to change the data in that way, this is an artifact that is easily validated by any examiner. And if I was to tamper it for the purposes of changing the outcome of a case, it would be detected by all of our customers immediately and would destroy the reputation of Cellbrite, which I've got no intention of doing.
Which you've already done.
Before a prior proceeding, the printout from the software, when it was showing the timestamp of the Safari search, was it labeled something in particular before?
The Cellbrite search
Yes.
was labeled last visited time.
Last what?
Last visited time.
And when it was labeled last visited time, did it show 227 on the report?
It did.
Cellbrite, after research and consideration, removed that label?
We removed the timestamp when we determined that it was not relevant to the last time that that page was visited.
Why was it important to remove that timestamp from the program and the software?
It was clearly causing confusion.
Does the company have concerns when consumers are confused about information?
Of course, yes.
Do companies have concerns if a consumer tries to manipulate the use of that information?
Of course.
Are companies concerned that a label could be misleading for somebody who may not have a higher level of experience?
Yes.
When that decision was made to change that for clarification, do you make that solely by yourself?
No, I did not.
Who do you consult with and who's part of that decision process?
So again, after my research, I passed the results of my research to the Forensic Research Group. This is a team based at Cellbrite whose sole job is to do the research, do the coding to make sure that what we're giving to customers is correct. They spent some time validating the research that I did, verifying that my research was correct, and then they were responsible for making the change based on the updated research.
It was suggested that a separate software program, not the company you work for, Cellbrite, but Axiom, reflects this search as deleted. That's not entirely accurate, is it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect this search as deleted?
Yes, and it is a deleted search.
Does it have a label on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom Artifact Reference Guide when it talks about the dangers of relying on the timestamp?
I'm not familiar with it referencing dangers, but I'm aware of the document.
Are you aware of the reference guide when it talks about Safari suspended state tabs?
Yes.
And offers that since these are local tab states, results from this artifact may contain an earlier date and time compared to the results in the Safari history artifact if iCloud Safari synchronization?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you aware of the reference guide?
I am.
Are you aware that it cautions that a timestamp can be misinterpreted?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sir, when you came to your opinion that the search for how long to die in the cold at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning of January 29, 2022, was the time that they were actually inputted, not 2:27. In forming your opinion, did you consider both Cellbrite and Axiom software?
I did.
Did you consider other tools as well?
Yes, my own.
and tell us a little bit about your own tool?
Again, this is a tool I've been writing for approximately 5 or 6 years now. Partially for fun, partially for research purposes. And it's a tool I make available to other examiners globally.
Oh.
And sir, when you were trying to
Tell us
examine
a little bit more
these
about your
searches
tool.
that in your opinion were 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., did you ever try to test it yourself and actually take a phone so you could either prove or disprove to yourself that that earlier timestamp didn't mean it was the time that it was searched?
Oh, definitely. Yes, that's the kind of thing that I do all the time when verifying artifacts.
And in your opinion, is that helpful in understanding how a timestamp earlier could relate to a later search?
Exactly, very helpful.
Would you be willing to do a live demonstration for us on the screen and show us how that works?
Yes.
Okay. How long would that take?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Oh my God.
Could you show us?
Of course.
Fuck, man.
No. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No. 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 Hell no. 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 I refuse. No. No, 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 no. Wait, 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 wait. Wait, 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 wait.
Of course, it's going to take all day. Of course, it's definitely going to take all day. Wapner, 4:30. Definitely Judge Wapner, 4:30. Going to miss Wapner. The People's Court. Da-da-da. The People's Court. Da-da-da. The People's Court. Da-da-da. 97X. Bang. The future of rock and roll. 97X. Bang. The future of rock and roll. 97X. Bang. The future of rock and roll. Jesus Christ, dude. Dude, I fucking hate Hank Brennan so fucking much, dude. Like, he's such a little fucking weasel. This is such a fucking waste of time. This whole trial is a waste of time, much less this guy's fucking bullshit testimony. It's unreal. It is unbelievable that like he's putting the Massachusetts taxpayer through this shit. That Morrissey is putting the Massachusetts taxpayer through this. This is crazy. Like, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is burying their own credibility in their own state right now. Like, they just are. The world is watching this and going, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is going on in Norfolk County? It's unreal. It's the craziest shit in the world. You think I the man to do, been out on my days too, but I can love you like nobody else. Even better. Be-do, be-do, be-do. I don't know why that song's been stuck in my head. Y'all don't even know. That's the kind of shit I listen to when I'm like at the gym. It's fucking weird. I know it's weird as fuck.
Seems like a good place to take our lunch and recess. 45 minutes.
Absolutely, Sylvia,
So
bro.
if I'm going to ask you to review the report, okay? The rest of us are in recess.
Please rise for the jury.
Yeah, Whiffin's gonna take all fucking day.
Cheers. Thank you.
All right. It's lunch, folks. All right, let's see what we got here. Let me see what we got here. Okay, we're gonna find let's try our friends the trial channel. See if they've got the because I actually want to hear the direct from the void deer from sweet. Okay, sweet. Dude, make sure, guys, stop what you're doing right now. Stop what you're doing right now. Go give this video a like. The trial channel is nice enough to clip these very important testimonies from, and condense them just to their testimonies so we don't see all the bullshit. And they're pretty awesome, and I like them a lot, and I find their channel to be quite convenient and quite the service. So thank you, trial channel. But we are going to watch the voir dire of Dr. Wolf from yesterday. But I'm going to speed it up, so we're going to watch it fast because I'm going to be stopping it from time to time.
Aaron Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present.
All right, thank you. All right, so we know that the Commonwealth has filed a few anyway, or repeated motions trying to get the defense to comply with reciprocal discovery regarding the ARCA witnesses. Previously, about a month or so ago, maybe longer, I found that there was a violation of the defendant's obligations for reciprocal discovery, and I found that it was deliberate. The Commonwealth filed additional motion, a motion to compel reciprocal discovery of the ARCA witnesses or to exclude their testimonies. Upon that, I believe, I issued an order last week for certain discovery to be provided and to be provided by ARCA. On the day of opening statements, it was clear to me that there was another violation of the defendant's rules, defendant's obligations under our rules of criminal procedure.
Wow.
And based on that, especially given what the defense has failed to deliver.
Now, all this is real fascinating, seeing as the prosecution in this case for the last 3 years has failed to provide discovery and has violated discovery obligations time after time after time again, and has done so clearly, deliberately, and yet Bev has never called them out for it. I find that really interesting.
I would not permit the defense from mentioning ARCA in their opening. So today we're going to have an evidentiary hearing on your motion, Mr. Brennan. So I expect that we will get through both witnesses by the end of today. If not, we'll have to have them back, but I expect we can get through them. So Mr. Brennan, who are we going with first? Dr. Wolf?
Please.
Okay.
Solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter
Dr. Wolf, y'all.
All right, right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Did you become aware there was an order from this court to produce records?
Yes.
Did you receive a copy of that order?
Yes.
Who did you receive a copy of
So
that?
we need Dr. Wolf to identify himself.
Please identify yourself for the record. Spell your last name.
Daniel Wolf, last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
Who did you receive that order from?
I believe it was in an email forwarded from Miss Little.
Did you read it?
Yes.
Did you understand that there was a request for certain communications?
Yes.
Did you understand that you were supposed to turn those records over to the Superior Court?
Yes.
Did you turn records over to the Superior Court?
I provided a copy of that production notice to Miss Little.
Did you provide the records to the Superior Court?
I didn't directly email that to the court, no.
Did you indirectly email it to the court?
It was my understanding that it would be passed along to the court.
So you did not, pursuant to the order, provide the records to the Superior Court, did you?
See, he's already attacking this guy, and Brennan doesn't give a fuck. See, this is us seeing Brennan's true colors, because Brennan doesn't give a fuck. He has no reason to give a fuck in front of Judge Bev. Judge Bev is already under the impression that this guy is involved in some shady shit with the defense. So he doesn't have to impress Judge Bev and be all nice and touch this tippy toe around the tulips with this guy because there's no jury. So he could just outright attack this motherfucker right now because the jury's not seeing him be completely and totally shitty. But when there's a jury present, he's going to be, oh, hi. Thank you for joining, Mr. Wolf. It's great to see you again. I hope you had a lovely flight in. Blah, 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 blah.
Not directly to the court, no.
When you read the order, you understood what the order was requiring you to provide, correct?
Correct.
It was requiring you to provide all text messages.
Yes.
Did you provide all text messages?
I don't have any in my possession.
Did you look for any text messages that are not in your possession about this case?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any?
No, sir.
What did
do to look?
So I went through the phone that I presently have, and as I informed Ms. Little, last year I was under T-Mobile as my carrier. Subsequent to that, I then switched to Verizon in, I believe it was November. So I made an effort to contact T-Mobile as well as get access to my T-Mobile account hub. Unfortunately, I was unable to get access to it or get any records prior to, or at least from my T-Mobile carrier. And then I went through my Verizon records that I have from 2025. I could only go back 3 months, and I provided those records.
How about emails? You didn't change email carriers, did you?
No, sir.
Did you provide all your emails from when you first were contacted by the defense?
Yes, sir.
You provided every one of those emails to who?
It would have been in the file that I put together for the production.
How many emails did you find between you and the defense?
I'd have to look at the order, but it was probably 6 to. Are you talking about present day or just from last year?
Anytime.
It was probably around a dozen or so.
Who did you correspond with by email on the defense?
Again, can you specify a time frame?
At any time. Who did you correspond with by email on the defense?
It would have been Mr. Jackson. Miss Little might have been on one of those emails. There might have been a couple other members. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Well, how about Ms. Reed?
I don't believe she was on any of those emails.
You've never emailed or been on a correspondence with her by email?
No, sir.
And how about Mr. Yannetti?
He may have been on one of the emails. I don't know as I sit here today.
You communicated by phone with the defense, didn't you?
Yes.
And that began as far back as March 2024?
After our report was issued, yes, in March.
Back in March of 2024, you spoke on the phone to Mr. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
A number of times?
Yes, sir.
And as you spoke, you began to become familiar with him and his role in this case, didn't you?
We corresponded about, again, our expected testimony here at trial, yes.
I'll ask it again. Did you become familiar with him and his role in this case when you spoke to him?
I understood him to be the defense attorney on the case, yes.
Did you speak to Ms. Little by phone?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you speak to anybody?
Hold on 1 second, please. Thank you.
Did you speak, pardon me, did you speak to anybody other than Mr. Jackson about this case before the first trial?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you speak to anybody since then on
Yes.
the defense team? Who?
I believe Miss Little and Mr. Alessi.
Okay, and how about Ms. Reed?
No, sir.
Did you ever have any conversations that weren't on a regular telephone? You have a Zoom?
Yes, we have had, I believe it was a Zoom or a Teams meeting. We've had a couple.
When was that?
That would have been more recently to go over some of the testing that we've done.
Did you ever have any Zoom meetings before the first trial?
No, sir.
Did you have any group conferences before the first trial?
I don't believe so, no.
Were you ever on the phone before the first trial in a conversation where you and Dr. Rentschler both were on the call?
There may have been an instance of that. I just don't recall.
Well, think back.
I don't recall.
At some point, you were contacted by Mr. Jackson and you decided or you learned that you may be part of this case as far as a witness?
Yes, sir.
When you learned you were part of this case, did you have contact with Mr. Jackson before you testified at the voir dire?
Did I have communications with him?
Yes.
Yes.
And in those communications, you spoke about your role?
Yeah, dude.
I think we spoke about logistics and coordinating my arrival here for the voir dire and certainly the trial.
Well, when you spoke on March 20th, 2024, didn't you talk about more than coordination of logistics?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 20th, 2024?
So I believe that would have been the very first phone call that I had with Mr. Jackson.
Was that more than about logistics?
Well, I think we were trying to figure out what should we do. I will note that this was a very abnormal situation for me, being involved in a federal investigation and then ultimately being called as a witness. Well, I'm trying to answer your question.
But you're not. Did you talk about more than logistics?
Wow, dude. Wow, dude.
Are you still answering?
I was still trying to answer.
Go ahead, finish.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, again, the situation was abnormal. I didn't know if we could get involved. I didn't think Mr. Jackson knew we could get involved. In terms of the path forward, would we be able to do more work? Could we review additional material? How could we work together moving forward? There was a lot of unknowns, so there was a lot of uncertainty.
You done?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk about more than just logistics?
No, sir.
Did you talk about fees or structures?
I described to him our typical procedure when we intake a criminal defense case, right? There's typically a contract and retainer associated with that. So I described our normal procedure that takes place, yes.
So you talked about fees and scheduling and costs, what you charge.
I did talk about, yes, the contract and the retention letter.
When you talked about that contract, there was a discussion, wasn't there, about them hiring you, paying you, or retaining you?
Potentially, again, I prescribed our standard procedure.
Why was it you were talking about fees and schedules if you didn't think that you were potentially going to get hired?
Again, I prescribed our normal operating procedure. I had no idea how it was going to work moving forward, which is why ultimately, immediately after that phone call, I contacted the Department of Justice to get clarification on that.
We'll get to that, but I'm asking you specifically, why were you talking about fees and scheduling and being paid at that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow
It's fucking standard,
Again,
dude.
because
He's
Mr.
a
Jackson
fucking expert.
was interested, I believe, in calling us to testify at trial. So I explained to us the normal process. When a client reaches out and wants to engage us for trial testimony, that's typically, again, the procedure that we prescribe at ARCA. So that's why I had that explanation to him.
So you were talking to him about details about potentially being hired. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't know about being hired. I think, again, him utilizing us in the trial as expert witnesses.
Well, what's the difference between him utilizing you and paying you for that utilization and him actually hiring you? What's the difference in your mind?
Well, I think there is a difference because ultimately, after I got clarification from the Department of Justice, they indicated that they could not, the defense had signed any type of contract. There could not be any type of agreement or retainer.
I'm not asking what you determined later. I'm talking about the conversation you had on March 20th, 2022, when you were speaking to Attorney Jackson. That's what I'm talking about, okay? Understand?
I don't know that I understand the question.
Wow. When you had a conversation on March 20th, 2022 with Attorney Jackson, you discussed potentially being hired, paid, compensated by Attorney Jackson or the defense of this case, didn't you?
We did, like I said, I did explain to him our typical operating procedure when a client reaches out for trial testimony. I went over that with him. Yes.
I'm not talking about a client. I'm talking about this client. Did you talk about them potentially hiring or retaining you for work in this case? That's the question I'm asking you. On March 20th, 2022, not the 22nd, not the 24th, March 20th, 2024, did you speak to Attorney Jackson about them potentially retaining or hiring you for this case?
I spoke to him like I speak to any other client that would be interested in calling us as a witness.
Right. Any other client.
And so after you spoke to them, you spoke to representatives of the United States Attorney's Office, and you wrote an email back saying that you're going to put the conversation on hold. Is that fair to say?
Correct, until I got clarification from them.
At some point, it was on hold, right? At some point, it resumed.
Yes.
When was that?
That would have been towards, I believe, the end of April.
The end of April. How was this relationship resumed? What was the conversation between you and anybody on the defense that resumed that relationship?
I think that I reached out to Mr. Jackson. Like I said, I think it looks like about a month had passed, and I had let him know that I had spoken to the DOJ and got clarification on moving forward.
So in April of 2024, you reached out to the defense and said that you had permission or a green light to move forward in the relationship with the defense in this case.
I had clarification from the Department of Justice, yes.
And that clarification allowed you then to work with the defense on this case.
Not work with, we could be called on the defense's behalf to testify. And for that matter, the Commonwealth could have also contacted us and utilized us at trial as well, if they should, please.
So when did you become an advocate for the defense?
Interesting.
Do you feel like you're an advocate for the defense?
No, sir.
You sure about that?
Sir, I'm on the science and the analysis that I've done. That's the side that I'm on.
You sure are. Because after that 424 call, letting them know that the United States Attorney's Office gave permission for you to be called as a witness, you called them again that day, didn't you? Or they called you on the main line?
We may have exchanged a couple calls that day, yes.
Well, you did exchange a couple calls that day because we have at least some records. And when you called later that day, after telling them that you had permission, they could use you as witnesses, what did you talk about?
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you? Tommy Mach 1. I just Googled the carved timestamps in the software Celebrite, and it says it can be misleading to defense or prosecution, but definitely says it's misleading information. Okay. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
I have the records I could take a look at just so I could see what you're referring
Do you
to.
remember having calls after you called Attorney Jackson and said you had the green light from the U.S. Attorney's Office? Do you remember having further calls that day?
I think we had a couple brief conversations, yes.
Okay. When you think about it, do you remember them, or are you just saying you think but you don't know?
I don't remember. I remember that there was one conversation, I believe in early May, that I had with Mr. Jackson, in which we engaged in a conversation where I gave him more information about my background, who ARCA was as a whole. I think we even got stuck a little bit about my family, my 4 kids and things of that nature, but it was a call about background and qualifications.
We're still back in April. You're moving ahead to May when you first started going. I want to talk about back in April. Do you remember having conversations on April 24th with Mr. Jackson? Do you remember that?
I'm going to allow that.
I remember that there were conversations, yes. Specifically what they were too. I remember, I think they were brief, but I don't remember the specifics.
The brief conversation. What do you briefly remember about that brief conversation, Doctor?
Well, as I mentioned, I think I had finally received clarification from the DOJ, so I think I was letting him know that I had received that clarification.
Sir, you said that was the first call. There were more than one call. There was then 2 calls to the main line. What did you discuss with him during those calls?
Well, to be honest with you, the call to the ARCA main line, I don't even know if I spoke with him. That's just to the main line, not to me directly. So he could have spoken to a receptionist who then tried to get a hold of me, right? So I don't know if that specific call to the main line was to me or someone else at ARCA.
Well, this is a new relationship, right? You're working on a contract with the federal government. You have only spoken to Mr. Jackson, according to you, twice. You don't remember the early conversations with them and what they were about?
I'm sorry, are we talking about now at the end of April
Yeah, we're still talking in April. April 24, 2024.
Yeah, as I just discussed with you, from what I recall, it was relaying to him the clarification that I got from the Department of Justice.
Right, but that doesn't take more than one call, does it?
I don't know. He may have been in court. There might have been some phone tag. I don't know, sir.
Well, there was a 9-minute call on April 24th, and then there's 2 calls to the ARCA main line, 3 minutes and 2 minutes. Do you remember any of those calls?
Again, when you say 3 minutes and 2 minutes, that makes it sound like in all likelihood.
Like at this point, Dr. Wolf is just sitting up here going, why the fuck is this guy trying to make me out to be a goddamn liar? Like what are the reasons why I am terrible at fighting? Okay. This is why I've lost almost every fist fight that I've gotten into in bars, wherever the fuck, right? Got a hot head and shit. But at the same time, like what happens a lot is I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Like I'm getting fucking punched in the face and I'm trying to understand, like, wait a minute, how did this happen? Why is this happening? Instead of like instinctively fucking throwing punches back. You know what I'm saying? Whereas like Dr. Wolf is sitting here wondering why the fuck is this guy who supposedly works for the Commonwealth sitting up here and grilling me like I'm on trial. I've never seen any shit like I've never experienced this. I'm a fucking PhD and an expert, and I testify in trials all the fucking time, and I didn't do anything that isn't standard, and all of a sudden this guy's trying to paint me out to be some sort of fucking villain here. Farty Marty, thank you so much. Can you talk about Aiden's tweet about John O'Keefe's face unlock? I'm a little lost on that. Not shocked though. Thank you for everything, Clara. If I can remember, I will, but I really want to go over as much of this testimony as I can. But like, yeah, like, I mean, this guy's just trying to understand what the fuck is happening. Did I do something? Why am I on trial here? This doesn't add up. All I did was my fucking job.
He contacted the ARCA main line, got a hold of a receptionist or my project manager, and couldn't get a hold of me.
Are you just making that up, or that's what happened?
Sir, that is my best guess. I don't recall from a year ago.
We're not asking you to guess. I'm asking for your testimony.
That's what I recall, sir.
You recall him calling a secretary on the main line? That's what you recall?
He very well could have. I just don't know, sir.
But you're making a representation that you recall him using a secretary on the main line. I'm asking what you actually did and actually said. Do you remember speaking to Mr. Jackson, Mr. Jackson or anybody on the defense team after that initial call back on April 24, 2024? Do you remember those two phone calls?
So let's get an answer.
All right.
I don't remember those phone calls specifically. No, sir.
Look, merch is a little wonky right now. I'm not happy with the distributor. Cherry and I are not happy with the distributor. Cherry's the one who handles the merch. But it's in no way her fault. We're just not happy with the merch distributor that we're using. But we're still using it just in case you feel like you want to fucking deal with the shitty service. But right now what we're waiting for is a verification from the new distributor. So it takes a couple of days or a few days supposedly. And once that's, I mean, it's already up and it's live. It's just not verified yet. So she could share it, but we're just not even sure about this distributor yet. But it's got a lot of good reviews, and so that's why we went with it. But apparently Teespring is a problem, and so a lot of people got their merch, but a couple of people have gotten upset because they're saying that it's taking too long. I ordered mine through Teespring. I don't have like a warehouse or something that I have access to. I ordered mine just like a regular customer would, and I got it within like a week or so. So I mean, I don't know. But yeah, the merch is available, but we're trying to work out the kinks with distributors right now. We're kind of in between them right now. So
no, sir.
Next
Do you
question.
remember the phone call on April 30th, 2024? Do you remember that one?
I don't remember that call, sir.
Do you remember the call on May 1st, 2024?
you have to
I don't have the records in front of me, but was that a longer call by any chance?
40 minutes long.
Okay. So then, yes, as I just described earlier, that would have been the call in which I went over with Mr. Jackson a little bit more about ARCA, my background, my education, qualification, the kind of casework that I do, things of that nature.
And did you discuss issues regarding this case?
No, sir.
So during the 40 minutes you spoke, you never discussed any of your findings that had already been made?
No, sir.
You've never discussed any of your testing in this case during that 40-minute conversation?
No, sir. And it was all laid out in the report that was issued in
I
February.
understand the report. I'm asking you, did you have any conversations about it with the defense?
No, sir.
So in that 40-minute conversation, you talked about your family, your pastimes, ARCA, but never ever talked about this case.
I'm going to allow it.
Correct.
You billed for that time, didn't you?
I believe that I kept track of that time, yes.
Okay. When you kept track of the time, did you submit that time and ultimately get money for that time?
Again, I routinely keep track of my time when I'm working on a project. So yes, that time was kept track.
That's not what I'm asking you. Ultimately, that time that you
see, Brennan is trying to make something that's incredibly standard into something nefarious. This guy works for a company. That company is called ARCA. He has to log the time that he has spent on his research and log whatever materials they use, whatever money is spent for other materials that they need to use. All of this stuff has to be kept record so that the person at ARCA or people at ARCA who are in charge of billing are aware of what to bill. This guy has nothing to do with that shit. All his job is just to, this is the work I'm doing. Okay, I'm hired to do a job. This is what I'm doing. Billing department gets it. Billing department knows what to bill the client. That's it. There's a middleman that he has nothing to do with except turning over what he spent money on and how much time he worked. He doesn't deal with pricing, any of that shit.
That you kept track of, did you then submit it and get paid and compensated for that time? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, first off, I'm a salaried employee, so I don't get direct compensation when an invoice goes out. That invoice, when it's sent, ultimately comes back to ARCA. That doesn't come back to Dan Wolf.
Okay. So in order to get paid for that, you would have had to submit that time through ARCA to then forward it, wouldn't you?
We're going to allow it. Is that true?
Yes, I keep track of my time so that my boss knows what I'm doing. Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Who asked me that?
Dude, anybody who's ever had a fucking job, dude. Anybody who's ever had a fucking job knows that that's how it works.
Doctor, again, to focus you, we're on May 1st, 2024. May 1st, 2024, you had a conversation with Attorney Jackson.
Correct.
And at some point, did you submit the time you spent and forward it so that that could be billed?
Yes, and I will note that all of that time was actually tracked under the same project number that the work that was done for the Department of Justice was under.
So at the time you had that conversation, you were keeping track of hours, correct?
Something I routinely do, yes.
And do you know who ultimately paid that bill for that day, May 1st, 2024?
I know now that it was the defense, yeah.
Dude, the fact that he's already stated that he's a salaried employee and does not actually bill anybody himself makes 85 to 90% of Brennan's line of questioning, and I'm being generous, by the way, 85 to 90% of Brennan's line of questioning here totally fucking irrelevant. Total bullshit. Absolute waste of time. Because if he's a salaried employee of ARCA, he doesn't have any fucking thing to do with any of that, dude. He clocks in, he does his job, he says, this is what I did. He logs his work. Billing department handles the rest. Simple. It's ARCA, dude. They have a billing department. This guy's not sitting there with a fucking box sign in the parking lot that says ARCA while he's sitting at a fucking desk with a fucking bell that you ring for service and then says, well, I charge by this and I charge by that, bro. Like, that's not how this is ARCA, dude. It's a fucking corporation, for fuck's sake, dude. They have a billing department. He probably doesn't even work in the same fucking building as the billing department.
Yes.
Now, when you billed, did you bill for the entire conversation?
I don't know.
You said most of the conversation was background, talking about ARCA, talking about your families?
Yes.
Do you typically bill clients when you're spending time talking about families?
Again, that wasn't the entirety of the conversation. I think you just briefly asked me about my family.
Oh, no, it's brief. Okay.
No comments, please.
Do you typically charge when you're talking about non-related work matters in your billing?
Sir, I think the majority of that phone call was related to, again, work-related topics.
Work-related, it took that much time to talk about ARCA?
And
fucking genius, dude. Yeah, his job is to log billable hours. Yeah, no shit. Exactly. His job is to log billable hours. That's part of his job. That's part of his job. Sure. That's anybody, dude. Dude, if a doctor works in a fucking hospital, bro, I'm not even sure if that's how it works. But if a doctor is an employee of a hospital, then they've got to log all their work, right? They got to log the medications that they distribute. They've got to log all that shit. That's part of the job. But the doctor doesn't fucking sit there and go, hey, this is how much it's going to cost you. The doctor just goes, hey, here's what I see. Here's what you need. Here's what I'm going to do. How much is this going to cost? Oh, you'll have to talk to our billing department about that. I don't handle that sort of thing. I'm just here to get you better. That's what a doctor does. This guy's job is really no different. Fundamentally, it's really no different. He's basically saying, dude, yeah, I got to do research. I need certain materials. I got to work a certain amount of hours to do it. So the company who compensates me has to pay me for that shit. He's not worried about whether or not Alan Jackson pays his bill or not. That's the most important thing to take away from all of this. This guy doesn't give a fuck if Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, Karen Reed, anybody on that team pays him or not. He's getting paid anyway because it's up to ARCA to fucking pay him. That's why he's sitting there going, I don't even know why the fuck you're asking me all this shit, dude. He's not the one who fucking tells them, this is how much you got to pay me, dude. He doesn't do that. That's what it boils down to. This guy's getting paid either way. He's like, fuck you, I worked those hours. Dude, if I work at fucking McDonald's, right? And I'm working the cash register, and I got to go back and I got to flip burgers. I got to do whatever I got to fucking do. I'm on the clock, right? And then a customer decides to grab a bag of burgers and fries and run out the door. I still made those burgers and fries and I rang it up. Motherfucker, I'm getting paid. I'm on the clock. I'm getting paid, motherfucker. Right? No, it's exactly the same thing, Jeff. You're retarded. It's exactly the same thing. It is the same thing. This guy does not, he's getting paid no matter what. ARCA is who pays him the money. They sent the DOJ a bill because the DOJ hired him. Then the DOJ sent that bill to Karen. That's all that happened. DOJ was like, yeah, well, I mean, it was your trial that they testified at. So.
And my background, certainly.
Okay. And how much was the majority?
So I don't know that I can parse it out in individual segments or minutes for you.
And so after that May 1st conversation, did you communicate with the defense before June 9, 2024?
I don't believe so. I think from what I recall, next up was, I think, the voir dire. I think Alan contacted me letting me know that the court wanted to do a voir dire of myself and Dr. Rentschler.
And you mean Alan, you mean Attorney Jackson?
Yes, sir.
So you became friendly.
I guess first name basis, is that what you're referring
No,
to?
I'm saying, did you become friendly?
No, I wouldn't say that we were friends.
I didn't ask if you're friends. I said, did you become friendly?
I talked to him like I talked to all of the attorneys that I work with, sir.
What would you call me if you were going to address me?
Probably Mr. Brennan.
So, do you remember the next time you spoke to Alan?
As I mentioned, it probably would have been sometime in early or mid-June.
Going into June, you were keeping track of all your communications with Attorney Jackson or anybody from the defense.
That's fascinating.
I don't know if you mean
because apparently to Spanky, it matters whether or not he refers to Mr. Jackson as Alan or not, even though dickhead Whiffin was on the stand just now, referred to him as Hank. Yeah, referred to Brennan as Hank and referred to Nick Guadino as Nick. Trooper Guadino referred to him as Nick. But for some reason, this is nefarious behavior, according to Brennan here, just the day before this happened.
What do you mean by keeping track?
Well, do you have a folder where you make notes when you have communications with an attorney and discuss issues?
No, sir.
You don't make notes?
Not for brief phone calls, no.
For your billing, do you save phone records or text messages so you have some collateral evidence about the billing?
No, not when it's things about, again, logistics and traveling and scheduling. No, sir.
And by the way, when you put together your phone records and text messages that you sent to the court in response to the court order, did you have actual records?
What do you mean in terms of actual records?
Well, I see like a summary chart that was developed. Who developed that summary chart?
So that was, again, as I mentioned earlier, I was unfortunately unable to pull anything from T-Mobile. I just could not get access. Then what I did is I logged into my personal Verizon phone records, and I was able to go back for 3 months. I couldn't get back to December, and then I downloaded the spreadsheets and I extracted those rows and provided that.
Did you provide the actual records or just the spreadsheet?
Well, I provided the spreadsheet, which was pulled from the records. I would have had to redact a lot of phone numbers if I was to put in the full extraction, if you will.
So you didn't provide the full extraction?
I provided the full extraction as it relates to all the contact between myself and Mr. Jackson and Miss Little.
Did you ever delete texts?
From last year?
Yes.
Yes.
After you had text messages with the defense, did you delete those texts?
Yeah, after the trial concluded, I mean, that's something I routinely do. I'm not going to keep texts from Mr. Jackson, especially now that we're past a year. I would have no reason to keep those, sir.
I'm asking.
Bro, iCloud storage costs fucking money, dude. Okay? And if this guy works the kind of job that I expect he works, he's got to save fucking space, bro. Like, this guy is an organized guy. Like, my shit is a mess, dude. My email is a fucking mess. Like, I remember I posted about it. I posted like a screenshot of my home screen that had the number of emails that I had unopened. And it was an insane amount of number in the tens of thousands. And then Aiden fucking like commented on it, was like child's play, and had like fucking 3 times the amount. It was ridiculous. Like, just bragging jokingly about how disorganized we are. You know what I'm saying? Like, this guy is on top of his shit. It's not nefarious that he's deleting messages from clients. He's saving space. He's being he's being organized. I mean, the chances, there's a good chance that this guy has fucking 4 Alan Jacksons in his goddamn contacts. You know what I'm saying? It's a pretty common name, and this guy most likely deals with a lot of people. So this is not, yeah, this guy's like, yeah, from last year, yeah, I fucking deleted that shit. The fuck do I need that for?
Asking for the excuse. I'm asking if you did it. Did you delete texts?
Again, it's something that I typically do. I communicate with attorneys all the time, whether it's for trial or inspections. I don't have a habit of keeping a text chain about scheduling or meeting, or, hey, can we meet at this time, or show up here. I just don't have a habit of keeping that type of text. So he's not my friend, sir.
So you didn't delete texts?
I think I just told you that, yes, I did delete the text.
Oh, you didn't tell me, but you just did now. Thank you.
So next question, no
Okay.
comment.
No, he just fucking told you, bro.
I'm not going to keep text and Miss Little.
So you didn't provide the full extraction?
To redact a lot of phone numbers if I was to put in the full extraction, if you will.
So you didn't provide the full extraction?
I provided the full extraction as it relates to all the contact between myself and Mr. Jackson and Miss Little.
Did you ever delete texts?
From last year?
Yes.
Yes. Myself and Mr. Jackson and Miss Little.
Did you ever delete texts?
From last year?
Yes.
Yes. After Mr. Jackson and Miss Little.
Did you ever delete texts?
From last year?
Yes.
Yes. Team this time, or show up. I just told you that, yes, I did delete the text.
Oh, you didn't tell me, but you just did now. Thank you.
So next question, no comment.
How many texts did you delete?
Bro.
In communications with the defense?
I don't know the number, sir.
You don't know the number?
I don't have the text. So you're asking me over a year ago almost about text messages. I don't recall how many there were.
All right. Was it 10, 100, 1,000? How many were there?
Of ones that I sent?
No, not just what you sent. Either way, back and forth.
Probably, I don't know, maybe around 100 or so.
And when did you delete those over 100 texts between you and the defense?
As I mentioned, I think the last text that I remember was Mr. Jackson texting me, just thanking me for my time coming up here after the trial. And then I was at the end of June. And then I didn't hear from him. And at some point, I don't know specifically when, it would have been last year, but I deleted those texts. So there's no reason for me to keep them, sir.
Do you remember about when you made the affirmative intentional effort to delete?
See, here's the real fun part that people seem to be overlooking. Why in the fuck would Alan Jackson, of all people, easily one of the smartest people that I've ever met, why in the fuck would Alan Jackson, of all people, even state anything in text that could be viewed as nefarious? Why would he do that when at the time, he's doing his damnedest to try to get phone records from people who were doing nefarious shit with their phones. At that very time, they tried to get Karen Reed's phones and communications between her and Aiden and failed. You don't think Alan Jackson is going to be like careful of that shit? Like they might fucking, these people are fucking capable of anything. They might fucking try to take my phone. Alan Jackson is going to be stupid enough, even if he was nefarious, he's going to be stupid enough to do it in text message. He's not going to say, hey, switch to Signal. Like, come on, man.
Around 100 text messages between you and the defense.
It would have been sometime after the trial, probably before I got my new phone in November, but it would have been probably in the month or two after the trial.
Where were you when you were deleting this text? Were you at your office, at home? Do you remember sitting down and deciding intentionally you were going to delete over 100 texts? Where did that decision happen?
I have no idea, sir.
You can't remember deleting over 100 texts?
Sir, I just said I delete texts routinely. You're asking me to specifically give you a location at a time when I deleted those? I don't recall that.
You said it was after the trial?
Yes.
And out of the...
This guy is clearly just in the habit of, okay, this wasn't important, delete. To save space. To keep his shit organized. So he doesn't have to sift through thousands and thousands of texts to get to something that actually matters. That he's going to need later. That's not nefarious at all. It's just being organized. This guy's going, you deleted over 100 texts. You deleted over 100 texts, and you can't tell me why you deleted each one of the texts. No, I can't tell you because I routinely delete texts, dude. That means like as soon as they come in and then we have this conversation, I go, okay, delete. No need. Don't need it anymore. It's not a burn after reading kind of thing. Fucking stupid.
So 100 texts or so. Who were you texting on the defense team?
I believe it would have just been Mr. Jackson on that.
Did you ever communicate by any other means, like Signal or an application?
During the time of the trial?
Anytime.
Yes, sir.
With the defense?
Yes.
Is it typical for a biomechanical engineer to use an application like Signal to talk to an attorney on a case?
Sure.
You know the benefit of Signal, don't you?
I mean, it's a messaging platform, yes.
Well, encrypted app, isn't it?
What's that?
Encrypted?
I don't know, sir.
It keeps no record of the communication when you use an application like Signal, does it?
I don't know, sir.
Well, you used it. Did you have it on your phone that you were using it with other people?
No, I don't believe so.
So the only time that you use Signal in your career is when you were dealing with this defense team?
Yes, it was earlier this year. Mr. Jackson had communicated with me, indicated that it was his preferred method of communication. So yes, we did exchange some messages on Signal. But this was at no point in time during the first trial.
Using the Signal app, was that your suggestion?
No, again, I think it was Mr. Jackson that said it was his preferred method.
Is that standard in your industry to use Signal when you're talking to clients?
I don't know that there's a standard out there, sir.
I'm asking about your standard. Is it your standard to use an encrypted app when you're talking to attorneys?
If the client has that preference, I don't have a problem with it, sir.
How many times have you done it other than this defense team?
Right. Like, who cares? Dude, I use Signal to communicate with multiple different people currently. Right? So, I can tell you this. Even with that shit, I don't say anything incriminating. Like, just as a fucking YouTube creator, I'm careful about what I type. Just as a YouTuber, when I DM with people behind the scenes, I assume everything's getting screenshot. I come from I've done this for too long. I've watched drama unfold on YouTube so many fucking times. And so many fucking times I've seen screenshots of text messages and DMs. Dude, like, trust me, dude. I'm not typing fucking anything, bro. So even if, I guarantee you that even if there was anything nefarious going on, they wouldn't have even typed it in Signal. I mean,
Again, as I just mentioned, it was the first time.
How many conversations do you think you had with the defense team by signal?
Again, it would have been just Mr. Jackson. And like I said, it was really, I think, just in the month of March of this year, but it was brief. I know that I think we exchanged a couple phone calls, and I remember the call quality was terrible. So we really didn't use it that much.
Okay, you're saying a lot of things. You're saying you think. I want to know your best memory. I don't want you to think. If you don't know, you don't know. How many times did you use signal with the defense to talk about this case?
Going to allow it.
From what I recall, was probably a handful of times.
When you say if what you recall, are you purposely being vague in case there's records, or do you not remember?
I don't remember, sir. As you mentioned, it doesn't keep a log of it, so I just don't recall.
You don't have to rely on a log. You can rely on your actual memory.
Right. I'm telling you that I didn't keep track of it, so I don't know the specific number.
How many times do you think you talked by signal?
As I just mentioned, I think it was a handful of times.
I don't know what a handful means.
Probably 4 to 5.
Well, was it 4 or was it 5?
It was probably 4 to 5. It's the best estimate I can give you.
How long were the conversations on signal? 4 to 5 times.
I think they were pretty brief. I'd say probably around 5 minutes or so.
You think each one was 5 minutes?
Probably 5 minutes,
Are
yes.
you putting it on a timer? Each one had to be a maximum of 5 minutes?
No, I'm just giving you my best estimate, sir.
How certain are you that the signal calls were 4 to 5 minutes?
Again, I just told you I'm providing my best estimate.
How confident are you the times are between 4 and 5 minutes?
That's the best answer I can give you, sir. I'm giving you my best estimate.
I'm asking you how confident you are.
You answer that. How confident are you, Dr. Watt?
I can't answer that anymore.
Okay. When you were required by court order to provide all of the records to Your Honor, you knew that one of the important things you need to respond to were communications between you and the defense for Her Honor to consider, right?
Yes.
And signal is a communication, isn't it?
Certainly.
If you look at all your records and knew it, let's do the text messages and the phone calls, you knew that, right?
Yes.
You knew that was going to be a representation that you were making to the court about your communications with the defense. You understood that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you wouldn't want to mislead the court, would you?
No, which is why I told you.
I asked. You didn't put anywhere in your response to the court order that there were communications beyond text messages and phone calls. You never, ever alerted the court or anybody to that, did you?
Again, because I have no record of it. I have no way of being able to tell when those took place or how many there were.
The question I asked you is when you responded to the court order to provide all communications, and you responded by offering text messages and you responded by listing phone calls, you knew that your signal calls were communications, didn't you?
I provide everything that I had in my possession, sir.
That's not what I'm asking you. You knew the signal calls were communications, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And you never informed in your response that there were phone calls through signal as part of your communications, did you?
Again, because I didn't have any record like I do with the Verizon entries as well as the emails. I could not. There's nothing I had in my possession, sir.
You've read this court order, haven't you?
Yes.
Did you understand when the court was looking for all communications, it meant all communications?
And I've provided everything that I have in my possession, sir.
During those 4 to 5 signal communications, did any of these occur before the end of the last trial?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did any of these signal communications happen before the end of the last trial?
No, like I said, they were all this year.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did the defense send you a retainer agreement?
For this year?
Nope. Prior to the end of the last trial, did you ever get a retainer agreement?
No, there was no contract and retainer for the first.
There wasn't a contract. Did you ever receive a retainer agreement?
No, I don't believe so.
When you came out to the last voir dire and the last trial, did you have an agreement with any entity that was going to pay for your costs?
No, sir.
So you had no agreement that you were going to be refunded or compensated for your costs?
No.
Did you have any agreement that you were going to be compensated for your time?
No.
So when you were asked to come out and testify in this case, tell me, did you think that the defense was going to compensate you for the cost of you coming out here?
I had no idea who was ultimately going to pay the invoice, if an invoice was even sent.
Did you think that you were coming out here to testify for free?
Again, I don't know who was going to pay the bill. I'm not.
This guy didn't even know that there was an invoice, much less who's going to get the invoice, when they're going to get an invoice. He doesn't know shit about. He's like, dude, I clocked into work and I did my shit. That's it.
That's not what I'm asking you. I want to know, after having these conversations with the defense, and they asked you to come out here, did you expect to be compensated for your time?
Again, I'm a salaried employee, so it doesn't matter to me. I'm sure my boss would like us to get paid, but no, I did not know ultimately who would pay an invoice if an invoice was sent after the trial.
Well, you were keeping track of your billing, weren't you?
I was keeping track of my time, yes.
And you kept track of your costs, didn't you?
The company does that, yes.
Did you?
Again, I enter my time so that the company can keep track of my time, yes.
When you came out here and made travel arrangements, did you have any conversations with anybody from the defense?
About the travel arrangements?
Yeah.
Right. Like, I'm sure that the company has materials that are inventoried. A large corporation like that does not keep track of their inventory, does not keep track of their inventory. So he doesn't worry about that shit. He logs his time. The materials, somebody else's fucking job is to inventory it, order more if you run short, whatever the fuck. This guy built a cannon. probably had a company credit card or something to that effect, or somebody, or he has there's a department that he writes an invoice for and says, hey, I need this, and I need this, and then sends it to that department. And then that department makes sure that he gets the things that he orders. Kind of like an in-company Amazon, which is a very common thing. Let the materials department know what you need, and they will accommodate you for whatever research you're doing. I need to build a cannon. Okay, what do I need to build a cannon? All right. I need this. I need a 1/4 inch this. I need that. I need this thing. Blah, blah, blah. PVC pipe. Give it to the fucking... to the materials department or whatever. They make it so. He doesn't know how much it costs. He doesn't know how much it's going to cost. He's not paid to give a fuck how much it costs. And if he is, to some degree, somebody comes around asking him for a fucking TPS report and starts going, ooh, yeah, Dr. Wolf, we need to talk about your spending. Yeah, I'm going to need you to come in on Sunday so we can discuss why you needed 30 feet of PVC pipe. Now, could you walk me through exactly what your research is? Well, that's not, you're the expert. I'm just curious as to how much spending is absolutely necessary from your department. Okay. That's exactly the kind of shit he deals with. Guaranteed. Because he works for a big fucking corporation, bro. It's somebody's job to give this guy shit. And it's somebody's job to give the guy who's giving him shit. That's how it works. All he does is hear the shit every 6 months when there's a quarterly. When they go over the P&Ls, somebody above him who's above them goes over the P&Ls and goes, why is there so much money spent on, why did we spend fucking $5,000 on PVC pipe and washers? You know what I mean? And then some asshole, the shit rolls downhill, and some guy wearing fucking khakis and a fucking plaid shirt and a tie comes up to him and starts talking to him about spending. Because somebody above him told him to do it.
Yes. And as far as the travel arrangements, who on the defense was trying to help you with travel arrangements?
I believe it was Mr. Jackson.
Was there other people, associates, colleagues that were helping you as well?
None that I had direct communication with. I don't know if he communicated with others after that.
Was there a person named Kat? You ever hear that name before?
I believe that, yeah, she may have escorted me into the courtroom, I think.
Well, you don't believe, because that's a pretty particular name. So when you use words like you believe.
Yeah. I sat next to Kat the first time I went to the trial, the last trial. Kat was the one that I was in communication with as far as having a seat in the courtroom. And
You believe, you know. So did you meet a person by the name of Kat?
I'll allow it.
I think when I arrived here, yes.
Without qualification, the simple question is,
that's literally all I know about her. Like, her name was Kat.
Kat, haven't you?
I think I met her. It was either at the voir dire day or the trial day, yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, does Kat work for the defense?
I have no idea who she is.
Well, how did you know who she was? How was the introduction? How did that go down?
I just mentioned, I think she escorted me here to the courtroom.
Escorted you from where?
I think I drove here and I arrived, I believe, in the church parking lot across the street. And I think she walked me over. And then ultimately when I was done, I think she walked me back to the lot.
Did you have a conversation with anybody from the defense about how you get here and why it is in particular?
My conversation with Kat that day. We're parking at the church parking lot. Meet us there. And then you'll walk in with us. That's it. That's how my conversation with Kat went.
We park at the church parking lot?
Because I had no idea where to go.
But who told you where to go?
Like I mentioned, I communicated with Mr. Jackson, who provided that information to me.
And did it have any significance about the church parking lot? Did that mean anything to you?
No, he had just indicated, I think, that they had reserved it and it was a spot that I could park my vehicle.
Okay. And when you got there, did you meet with anybody from the defense?
I can't recall if they were standing out there and we walked in together. I don't
fucking
recall.
wish he would.
Not whether you walked in.
I fucking wish he would call me and ask me about my fucking expenses, dude. I would love to fucking tell people about my fucking expenses. I'd love an excuse to complain about money, which I never do. But I would love the excuse to do it at Hank sitting on that stand. I would adore that opportunity. Please.
Walked in together. I'll ask it again. When you arrived after these plans were made, did you meet with the defense before you came into court?
On the voir dire day, I can't recall if the defense was out there. I think on the day of trial, I think I met Mr. Jackson and maybe a couple other members of the defense team.
Well, when you say you think, this is a pretty remarkable event coming to this trial, wasn't it? Pretty remarkable event, this trial, wasn't it?
It's unique, yes.
Yeah, it's unique. And so when you came here, having had all these conversations with Attorney Jackson, you don't remember if you met him before you came in for voir dire or came in for trial? You don't remember if you met him?
Well, like I said, I think for the voir dire, I think he was already, I believe, in the courthouse. So I think the first time I actually shook his hand and met him was the day of the trial, if I'm not mistaken.
And tell me, is that near the church parking lot that you met with them?
I'm sorry, which question?
Was it near the church parking lot where you met with them?
Yes.
Okay. You shook his hand. This is meeting face to face?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation about the case?
I don't believe so, no.
When you say you don't believe so, do you think you had a conversation about the case?
At that point in time, no. I was getting ready to take the stand, so I don't think we had a conversation about it.
You were speaking to the defense or Attorney Jackson on June 10th, 2024. That was before your voir dire testimony, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And do you remember what those conversations were about?
I presume it was about the logistics of when we were needed. And then I know that ultimately I served as kind of the primary point of contact where I think Alan would reach out to me. He would give me some information about the scheduling and kind of when we would need it. And I would check in with Dr. Rentschler and then I would get back to Mr. Jackson. So there's kind of that channel of communication to try to figure out when we were to arrive and where we're supposed to go.
You're not saying that all your conversations with Alan were just logistics, were you?
I believe for the most part, yes.
So it took hundreds of texts, hundreds of
Jackson
for logistics?
Absolutely. And I can certainly go into the day before my trial testimony, which was a very extensive travel day where I don't think I left the Philadelphia airport.
We're going to get there. We're going to get there, but there's a lot more communications before we get even close to that. Okay. Do you remember on June 10th having conversations with Attorney Jackson?
I do remember that there was conversations,
Okay.
yes.
Now, June 10th is 8 days before your testimony. Did you ever talk about an outline of your testimony or what your testimony would be?
No, sir.
Okay. You ultimately have more conversations on June 16th. Do you remember those conversations on June 16th?
Not specifically, no.
You don't remember them specifically? Do you remember whether or not you talked about the case with Attorney Jackson on June 16th?
We did not talk about the case, no.
Did you ever email with Attorney Jackson around that time?
In June 10th?
Before your voir dire?
I don't believe so, no.
So everything from your mind was just logistics at that point?
Yes, sir.
And then you came in for June 17th?
I believe the voir dire was the 18th.
Okay. Do you remember having phone calls on the 18th with Attorney Jackson?
The day of the voir dire?
Yes.
I could have to let him know that I arrived.
Were you checking with the client, telling them they're on their way, even though you're not going to meet them?
To let them know that I'm coming to court?
Okay. And so when you testified in the voir dire, then did you have further conversations with Attorney Jackson?
After the voir dire?
Yeah.
Yes.
And did you talk about the case?
No, sir.
You had to testify, or you came and you testified on the 24th?
That sounds right.
You had a number of phone calls before the 24th. You had a series of phone calls on the 17th, 2 on the 18th, 2 on the 19th. Do you know what any of those were about?
I think it was about the logistics of arriving here because I know that I was going to, as opposed to driving, I was going to fly in this time.
Okay, how about the 21st and 23rd? There's a call on the 21st and 2 on the 23rd. Did you talk about the case?
No.
And so when you came into trial to testify, you were just relying on the opinions you had already provided in the past?
That were written in the February 12th report of 2024?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you had not talked about the case with Attorney Jackson or any member of the team?
No, it was all in the report, and that's ultimately what I testified exactly to at the time of trial in the voir dire, sir.
And you did not talk to Attorney Jackson or anybody else about the case?
No, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Give us
So
fucking
you emailed
McDonough.
that?
Give us
Yes.
fucking McDonough.
To Mr. Jackson.
And what's it labeled as?
I get the song,
Wolf
by the way.
Direct.
I get the song.
And that's before you testified.
Oh,
It's at
here
6
we
p.m.
go.
the night before I testified.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think
Yes.
we got a super dad. Super dad. I
Yes.
think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad.
Yeah, it is. It's not. It is, of course, her
Think we
right. It's
got
just
a
not something we
super
often see. But we know Karen Reed is very involved in her own defense. She's very, very engaged. So we know court will be starting back very soon. Stay with us here. We're going to take a couple more questions. Has the judge? This is from Kip Hubbard. Has the judge been fair in her decisions? What's your thought on that? What's your thought on that, Austin? Do you believe Judge Cannoni has been fair? Stay with us here. We're going to take a couple more questions. Has the judge? This is from Kip Hubbard. Has the judge been fair in her decisions.
said
What's your
that,
thought on that?
lady.
What's your thought on that, Austin? Do you believe Judge Cannoni has been fair?
Fuck no.
I think she's been fair in general.
Outta here, man.
I think some of the more troubling decisions for the defense have been what they've been limited to in terms of what they can talk about in opening statement. Those rulings really kind of handcuff them, because as a defense attorney, what you want to do is you want to get up and you want to create a narrative and tell a story. And if you can't mention ARCA or you can't mention these third-party culprits, that really kind of handcuffs you in terms of what you're able to say off the bat. So I think those have been tough rulings for the defense. Not that they were unfair, but they were just tough for the defense to swallow.
Sure, sure. Our next question is from Diane H. Is Karen still facing a wrongful death lawsuit from the O'Keefe family, regardless of the outcome of this trial?
Yeah, and then that civil suit is still pending. The way that'll play out is if she's found guilty in the criminal trial, that can be used against her in the civil case.
Well,
and the
for
civil
sure.
case has a much lower bar. It's a preponderance
But if
of the
she's not
evidence
convicted,
as opposed to proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So if she's found guilty here, then the civil case is going to be a winner because of what happened in the
right.
criminal
And
case.
if she's found not guilty, she could still lose that lawsuit. Like if they find her guilty of manslaughter, yeah, but the thing is they're going to prove that she didn't even hit John O'Keefe. I predict that Bev will approve the ARCA testimony, but will block it like last trial, block the jury from knowing that they were hired by the DOJ and the FBI, and under the circumstances that they were investigating District Attorney Michael Morrissey of Norfolk County. Now, that is very, very interesting, because I am of the belief, personally, my opinion, that Beverly Cannoni, just the fact that Michael Morrissey was the subject of this investigation and the jury knowing about this, Beverly Cannoni is not going to let that happen. I think that I personally think that Michael Morrissey has way too much influence over this case, how it's being presided over, even. And I have reason to believe I don't have reason to believe otherwise. Some people think she's just biased because she doesn't like the defense. Okay, but I'm somebody who follows true crime. I look for motive, and just not liking somebody is not enough of a reason why I think a judge would put her entire reputation and career on the line. I don't think that that's enough. I don't think it's enough that it's, Alan Jackson is Mr. Hollywood lawyer, and she thinks that, and he thinks that coming into my town, no. I don't think it's something as simple as that, because I don't think that any judge would put their career and reputation on the line like that, especially in such a high profile case where the world is now watching. That's not going to happen. I believe that there's something else compelling her to judge biasly towards the prosecution. And it's disturbing. Now, I don't know what. I'm not accusing her of anything. I'm saying that that's what makes sense to me. I don't know if there's a money exchange. I don't know if she's being blackmailed. I don't know anything about any of that stuff. I have no idea. And I'm not even trying to spin that narrative at all, because I have no evidence of this. I have nothing to base it on. All I have is Judge Beverly Cannoni's clear bias towards the prosecution in this case. And I just it doesn't track for me that she would just do this because she dislikes Alan Jackson and Karen Reed.
Molds of Chloe's teeth. I took these
Oh,
measurements,
God.
and this
I
is.
thought it was back on. So yeah, I'm not even in the slightest bit convinced that it's something that simple. And I've heard some very credible people say that this is how they feel about it. I've heard some very credible people say that that's how they feel about it, is that she just simply doesn't like Alan Jackson specifically and Karen Reed. She doesn't like the two of them. And so anybody within that orbit, she's not going to like either. She wants to like David Yannetti. And I could see that that's why people would gravitate towards that theory, because she seems nice to Yannetti. And she's always looking to him for validation in her decisions when they seem biased. So at least we know that she's done that at least twice. But see, yeah, that's the thing, is I don't have anything to base that on, Darcy. That's my whole thing. I'm not going to throw an accusation out there because, I'm not accusing Judge Beverly Cannoni of taking bribes or anything of that nature, because I don't have any information that would even lead me to believe that. And just the way that she's behaving in her decision making is not enough.
Right, Charlie? Here it is.
General question.
This is yes.
You mentioned with reference to location data that the scope of identifying a location of a phone can change depending on what information the phone is receiving.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Rephrase.
You've shown us a number of graphs and exhibits
Yes.
that show different circles. Some might be smaller, some might be larger than others.
Yes.
And you shared with us that location information is being received from a number of different sources.
Yes.
Can you remind us again what can affect that location data as far as receiving some high accuracy, mid, and low level? What could affect the receipt of that information?
So primarily, the requesting application defines how accurate it needs the data. iOS location services then determines the best technology to use in order to work out that location. And it can use GPS information for the most accurate. It can use Wi-Fi cell sighting, so it understands the Wi-Fi networks that it can detect close by, and it knows where those networks are. And from that, it can derive where it itself is. Similar idea with both Bluetooth beacons and with cell tower technology. It understands where the cell towers are. It understands where the Bluetooth beacons are. And if it can see those particular cell towers or beacons, it knows roughly where itself must be.
You share with us there are some factors that can affect that location data?
Yes.
In addition to being in a building, like a house or a business, that's one way it can be affected?
It is.
And there are other ways as well, isn't there?
There are.
And could you share again the other ways that location information could change?
Yeah, the weather can play an effect on it. The geography of the area, whether it's in a rural or urban environment, other kinds of interference. If there are other items close by that are emitting electrical interference, it could affect the location data as well.
How about a body being on the phone? Could that affect location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
If a human being was covering the phone so it wasn't exposed to the air, could that affect the location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I believe it could, yes.
You were shown Exhibit 40. It was one select piece of the report. It was a graph. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 40.
Yes.
Exhibit 40 has two circles, one darker, one white.
Yes.
And do you remember being asked questions about this particular exhibit?
I do.
And in addition to this exhibit, is there other information in your report that wasn't shown to you that would put this in context?
There is.
This exhibit is to demonstrate a window of when location data was taken for a particular time.
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question.
This photograph, what does it represent?
There were two particular time periods of approximately 5 seconds where multiple records showed identical latitude and longitude. So the same center point of the radius but the radius themselves differed. So in this case, the white circle or the white circles show the lowest accuracy and the highest accuracy for 5 records that were all within a 5-second time period, and that shared the same latitude, longitude as the central point.
And looking at this snapshot of 5 seconds, is this still consistent with your opinion that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you opine that the cell phone was in the flagpole area the entire evening of January 29th, 2022?
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, it still aligns with my opinion.
When you provide a report with all the different graphs and explanations, do you expect it's going to be shared with the defense attorneys?
Of course.
And you understand in this case, everything is shared.
Of course.
And when you shared your report with this piece of information, did you include a summary chart that wasn't shown to you on examination?
I believe I did, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you your
Thank you.
report. Do you recognize your report?
I do.
And what page are you on?
22.
Do you recognize anything in particular as far as a chart on that page?
I do. There's a chart at the top with the location data that was used to create the image shown.
Does that chart help explain this photograph?
It does.
And move that chart into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Alessi?
No objection, Your Honor.
Dude, why the fuck is he presenting his whole direct all over again?
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like Ms. Gilman to show us the chart.
Yes.
How long of a time period does that photograph encompass?
The photograph has got 2 time periods of 5 seconds each, which are approximately 40 minutes apart.
And what does this show us? Can you explain the chart that goes along with that photograph that was shown to you?
So this chart is, or I should say, the map shows 5 of the records from this particular chart. But we can see that all of these records have a consecutive timestamp 1 second apart. The latitude and longitude is identical for all of these records, but at the same time, the accuracy drops from 43 meters to 7 meters within that same 8-second time period. The idea was to demonstrate that if you had one of these records on its own, if you only had the 43-meter accurate record, for example, then the phone could be anywhere within that 43-meter radius. But as time goes on, the accuracy is refined. The same central point is used by iOS, but we've now got an accuracy of 7 meters. And again, if we were to say that the phone is anywhere within that 7 meters, it's a much more accurate representation, according to the data, than the 43 meters would be. And with an 8-second time period, if the device was actually moving during that time, I wouldn't expect to see the latitude and longitude remain exactly the same. There'd be some degree of movement in the coordinates.
When you're producing location information in the circles that represent the location change, small, medium, large, at different times, does this chalk help represent that there can be changes in the location data, but the item can remain dormant?
So ask that differently, Mr. Brennan.
What is the exact point of the demonstration or this chalk? How does that help us understand the movement or the lack of movement of a cell phone?
So I believe it demonstrates the fact that the phone is constantly refining the location data or the accuracy of the location data, even though it's using the same central point, the latitude and longitude, as the reference point. It doesn't necessarily mean the device had to move.
If I could go back to Exhibit 40, please. So looking at your photograph that you were asked about, there are two different circles, one dark and one light,
Yes.
and those circles are in different spots.
Yes.
Based on the chalk or the chart you just showed us, are both of those different color circles consistent with a phone being in the same spot and not moving?
The previous chart that was shown only accounts for the white circles on this map. And it only shows the highest and the lowest accuracy. 20 minutes later, there was another similar scenario where there were multiple records with the same central GPS coordinates, but with different accuracy levels, and that's what was used for the black circles. Importantly, in my opinion, they all overlap, so it's possible that the device is somewhere in between those two circles for the duration of the time.
Now, finally, I want to turn back to the phone that was attributed to Jennifer McCabe, and you had shared with us your opinions about the time in which the searches at 6:23 and 6:24 were made.
Correct.
And I asked if you could just show us live right now how it works that a person can open a tab and there's a timestamp, a time when it's open, and then make a later search but still retain the original timestamp.
Yes.
Is that something you can do for us?
It is, yeah.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffin to give
Yes.
us a live demonstration of this.
Do you want the light off, Mr. Whiffin?
The light off would be better, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Okay. First of all, I will highlight on the left side of the screen here, this is actually
The
a
light
live
would be better. I don't want anyone to see my tears.
representation of what I have on a phone that's in front of me. So as I move this around, you can actually see on the screen that the screen refreshes. I'll also point out the iOS version here is 15.2.1, which matches that from Jennifer McCabe's phone. On the right side of the screen is the tool which I spoke about earlier, the one that I've been writing for several years. I make it available for free for any examiner who wants to download it and research primarily iOS devices. Here, you can see I've got a live connection to the device. So every file and folder that is on the device, I can see within this directory view as you would normally see on a regular computer. And we can see the browserstate.db database. If I open that database up, you can see there are 4 tables, one of which is called tabs.
Mr. Whiffin, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this larger? I know jurors earlier were hoping
I can try to.
have a larger view of what's up there. Is that going to
better.
impact your demonstration in any way?
It shouldn't. I should be able to work around it. Thank you.
Is that better for the jurors?
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
It's just a little closer.
Oh, let me pull forward.
Thank you.
Turn the air conditioning off.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has 2 records. I'm just going to ask you to ignore those for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without taking longer to do this demonstration. If I go back onto the phone itself, just takes a second to refresh and open up Safari. And I can open up a new
What the
tab.
fuck are you talking about?
What I will just do now is search for the time that we're on now, so 14:10, and hit go. So right now that page is loaded, sure. And I can go back into the database and just hit reload. That will bring the most recent version of the database from the device back onto my computer and show it back in this window in exactly the same way as I was viewing it a second ago. And you can see right now there's still only 2 records. So the fact that I did a new tab and a new search has had no effect on what I can see.
Let's see what this
This is
mystery's all
different
about.
to on previous versions of iOS, where you would already now see a new record with the 1410 search, which I'd made. I'm then going to do another search. Hopefully it's going to catch up with me. It's now 1411, so I'll do a search for 1411. Okay, we can see the page is loaded, and I can go back over to this tool and reload the database. We still don't have a new record that shows that a search is being conducted. I'll just take the time to do another little search and just do 1411X. Reload the page again.
Oh my God,
Still,
I don't care.
nothing's appeared. I can even close down Safari, just minimize it into the background, and then bring it back into the foreground by just pressing the Safari icon. I can hit reload again. We still don't have a new record. And I can do a further search for now 1412. 1412 is loaded, and I can reload the page. Still no records present. I can now go into Safari and just close the tab. So now that tab is closed, and I can just prove that. So that tab is now closed, and I can go back over here and reload, and you'll see a new record has appeared. I'm just going to change the time zone just so that this shows accurately, and tell my tool to treat the timestamps as Eastern time. So we look at this particular record. You can see the title is 1412. That's the last item that I searched for.
Oi, cunt!
You can see the URL is the google.ca /search 1412. Again, that is the content that I searched for. And then we see this field here, the last viewed timestamp. And the time here still says 1410 because that's the time that I first loaded the tab. The fact that I navigated between, the fact that I minimized and reopened Safari, bears no relevance to this timestamp. It is purely the timestamp that tab was created or brought back into focus.
To an untrained eye, can that development of a timestamp become confusing?
Yes, the name last viewed time clearly has implications that would make you believe that it was the time that the page was last viewed. It's a very simple test that I just demonstrated to prove that that's not the case.
Is there any other reason that Cellbrite
why didn't you say so?
process of timestamp other than to clarify that issue?
Why didn't you say so, bro?
Because
Wow.
we determined it was unreliable to use as a time that the page was last viewed.
If an examiner simply made a report from Axiom or Cellbrite or another software and didn't have the time or skill to actually go into the data, could they be easily confused by this?
Yes, the way that Cellbrite provided this information showed as last viewed timestamp. The way that Axiom provides this data is called last interaction time. So there is some leeway there to misunderstand it less from Axiom because it's talking about tab interaction rather than a web page that was last viewed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. The lights on, please. Mr. Alessi?
Briefly, Your Honor, if I may. Yeah. Thank you.
You know unless he's gonna
Do you want Mr. Whiffin to take this down?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Good afternoon, and hello again, Mr. Whiffin.
Good afternoon.
Magnet Forensics Axiom still shows a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on its forensic tool, correct?
Correct.
And Magnet Forensic is a reliable forensic tool company, correct?
As reliable as they come, yes.
The demonstration that you just performed, when did you create it?
The demonstration?
What you just...
Like literally just now as I was doing it live.
So you
Is how
just
you mean?
created the demonstration now live on the stand?
That particular demonstration, yes.
So that demonstration, therefore, was created after Cellbrite removed the 2:27:40 timestamp from all of its tool programs, correct?
No, incorrect. I mean, that demonstration that I just provided was right now, it was live. Initially, when I did these tests, I did the same kind of experiment, the same type of testing back in late 2023, I believe. And after I did those tests and used that research, that is when Cellbrite removed the timestamp.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. Let me see if I can rephrase it. The demonstration that you just gave, when did you prepare it? The demonstration, not just the demonstration that you just showed on the screen. When did you create that demonstration on your computer?
Hey, again, I've been doing this demonstration for 2 years.
My question, again, is the demonstration you just gave.
Yes.
When was the last time you altered that demonstration?
Other than to use different search terms, it's the same demonstration.
I'll try to differ.
Yes, please.
When was the last time you altered in any way the demonstration you just gave?
Right now.
So you altered it right now, and that alteration was made after Cellbrite had removed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp from its programs. Correct?
Boom.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Boom.
Bro.
Thank you.
Very much.
These items.
Dude, that was just fucking beautiful. So this demonstration that you just gave right now using Cellbrite was after the 2:27 a.m. search was removed from the Cellbrite data, right? Yeah. So what you just did meant, wait for it, dick, nothing. It meant absolute shite, as you would put it, my friend from Manchester. It meant nothing. All smoke and mirrors. All smoke and mirrors. Pure misdirection that alone cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to the Massachusetts taxpayer. That bullshit alone, right there. I'm talking about people on the clock working at the courthouse just as fucking bailiffs, to fucking this guy and his expenses being compensated. Like, this is the biggest waste of fucking time there is. There's SD, Bill and Janet, Nathan. I mean, Bill and Janet look over it, dude. You know what I'm saying? Nicest people I've ever met in my life. And they look over it. Yeah. Y'all think the next one's going to be Jen McCabe? Dude, like, I'm not even a big Star Wars fan, but like, if I wasn't gonna get a copyright ding, I would totally play the Imperial March as she's walking up to the stand. Ba 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 better that ba 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 better that. So funny. I'm not even that big of a Star Wars fan, but I know that shit like super well. I mean, when I was a kid, I loved it. Now I'm just like, I can't help it. Now I look at adults who are all into Star Wars and I'm just like, bro. You know what I mean? I'm like, really? I can't help it, dude. I mean, but the same can be said about me. Like, I'm like that with Batman. Like, the older I get, the more I appreciate Batman. It's weird. I'll admit. I'll be the first one to admit it's fucking weird. The older I get, the more I appreciate and understand Batman. It's crazy. And that's how big of a Batman guy I am. But Star Wars though? Yeah, man. I don't know, dude. I mean, there's fucking Muppets, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like you're into Muppets. You're into Muppets. You're a fucking grown man. You're into Muppets. You know? Just because they throw a bounty hunter in there once in a while. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't mean that you're not fucking all into Muppets, bro. Like, you just are. You're a grown man and you're into Muppets, dude. Stop it. Dude, when I was in the 3rd grade, they made us learn the Ewok song. They did. I remember it. Yub nub, e chop, yub nub, a Toby topa chicken, a new duck fling, ooh ah. Yeah. 3rd grade, they made us learn that shit. Like, it was crazy. They made us fucking, like, anytime one of us got one of the lyrics wrong in Ewok language, because we had to learn it in Ewok language, we'd get beaten with a ruler in front of the whole class. It was fucked up. No, I'm just kidding. That didn't happen. But no, we had to learn that song. like they gave out packets, dude. Like a teacher gave out packets, and the packets had the lyrics, and they sang that shit. Movie was just out in the theater. It was the summer of, and then so fall came around, the summer of Return of the Jedi. Fall came around, and in that fall, we had to learn the Ewok song and sing it in class. A Toby topa chicken, a new duck fling, ooh ah. I was all about it. We loved it. It's good shit.
D for identification.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, may I call my next witness?
Please.
Call calls Jennifer McCabe.
Oh shit. Jennifer.
Boo, you suck.
Terrible. Boo, you suck.
Boo, you suck.
Face out quick and raise your right hand. You tell me sure the evidence you give the court is true in the case there is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Cop killer. Oh, she got her hair did and everything. Okay.
All right, Mr. Flynn, whenever you're ready, Ms. McCabe, I'd ask that you pull the microphone close. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE.
Ms. McCabe, how old are you?
You're a little cunt. I'm 49 years old.
Are you married?
Yes, I am married with 4 daughters.
Without detailing your children's names, can you tell us a little bit about your family?
Sure. I have 4 daughters that are 16, 17, 19, and 21. 2 are in high school and 2 are in college.
In raising your children, was your family active in local sports?
Yes, all 4 of my daughters played multiple sports from when they were young. 2 now are playing in college. My husband and I both coached them. My husband coached them from when they were young up through 8th grade in soccer, and I coached them in basketball.
Without telling me
your address, what town are you from?
I'm from Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton with your family for?
I was born and raised in Canton, and now I'm raising my family there.
So your family, their whole life, you've raised them in Canton?
1 year we lived in Stoughton with my daughter.
Who do you live with now?
I live with my husband and my 4 daughters.
Can you briefly give me a little bit more background on your children's school and your participation in that and interaction with your children raising them?
Yeah, so I was a teacher, and then once I had children, I stayed at home with them and basically was just kind of like your typical, I don't know, small town mom. I was the room parent. I coached them.
No, I'll allow it, but why don't we
Yes.
move on?
When I coached, I drove the kids back and forth on my team, would take them places, etc.
In the growth of your family and raising your
She
children,
totally
at
went to
some
a
point did
Dominican
you meet
salon to get that shit done
a
too.
gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
The total
Yes.
Dominican salon.
Share with
job.
us meeting John O'Keefe.
Sure. When my 3rd daughter was in kindergarten, she became friends with John's niece. And during that kindergarten school year, unfortunately, Kaylee's mother and father both passed away, and John moved in the house and became Mr. Mom.
When John took over guardianship of the children, did you assist in an active role in helping him?
Yes, Kaylee and my daughter were very close, so she would come over and play. My daughter would go over there. Kaylee would come and have sleepovers. A lot of times it would be on Friday nights. I would have Kaylee, and then another individual would have Patrick.
Had you known John O'Keefe well before he took over guardianship of the children?
No.
During the time when he was the guardian,
I
of the
hate
children,
hearing
did you have
this
a
bitch
relationship,
fucking speak
not
of
just with
John
his niece and nephew, but with him
O'Keefe.
grow any
It bugs
closer?
me so much.
Yes, we became very good friends.
How close of friends did you become over the years?
Well, throughout the years, obviously, when they were younger, we talked more, just about the logistics of CCD, pickup, drop off, basketball, sports. But then he would also call me, about, as the girls got older, the girl drama or, the hormones and things like that. He would also come over, and hang out and have a beer and, just talk about whatever was new in his life or going on, or, just the day in and day out struggles of his, life and raising the kids now and figuring it all out with, work and family and all of that.
Leading into January 28th of 2022, so the jury understands, how close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
Look at you
He was
all.
a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
I want you to take us forward to January 28th, 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember it well?
Yes.
Take us to the early morning hours, January 28th, 2022. Did you learn there may be weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We all saw the report that there was going to be a big storm, a nor'easter.
Y'all in the chat are killing me
So
right
we
now.
all knew that basically all the Saturday activities were going to be canceled.
That includes sports?
Yes.
Was and is the sporting events for the children a big part of your life?
Yes, back then I had, 2 in high school that played 3 sports, and they played club sports as well. And then the 2 middle school played club sports and town sports. So most of our weekends were taken up by kind of running from one sporting event to the next.
When you learned about the weather and the change in schedule, did it change your plans for that day?
No, not particularly. My day was pretty set out. I had my niece, and then I had sporting events. It was kind of my plans for the next day that obviously got changed.
Take us through the afternoon of the 28th. What's happening?
Well, I had my niece for the week, and she was picked up. My oldest was on the hockey team, and she was having a team dinner at the house. So I picked up pizza, got desserts,
I'm a
set it up for
Superman.
them.
Shut
and
up.
then I left with my daughters and my husband, Matt, and we met some of the parents from the high school basketball team at a local pub to grab a bite and a drink before the basketball game because my other daughter played on the high school girls basketball team.
What time was the basketball game set for that night?
I believe it was 6 or 6:30.
Did you and your family go to the game?
Yes, we did.
After the game, what happened?
After the game, I drove my daughter home. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the waterfall. And it was my nephew's birthday. He was going to meet up. And did I want to come by for a drink?
What is your nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
It was his birthday that night?
Yes, it was.
When you received a call to meet with friends and family at the waterfall, do you remember what time that plan was made?
I don't. My sister sent me a text at some point letting me know she was going to be there. So I don't know what time.
After the game and after some time, did you go to the waterfall to meet your friends and family?
Yes, I did.
Describe very briefly, what's the waterfall?
It's just a local town bar.
Do you remember about what time you got to the waterfall?
About 9 o'clock.
When you got there, was there anybody there that you knew?
Now's not the time
Yes.
for OBS.
Okay, now take us inside the waterfall. When you get there, who do you see?
I walk in and I see Julie and Chris Albert,
IBS.
my niece Caitlin, my sister Nicole, and my niece's boyfriend Tristan.
You said you saw Julie and Nicole Albert in the waterfall?
Yes.
Were you related to either of them?
Nicole is my sister.
So Brian Sr. would be your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Also, you mentioned there was a niece?
Yes, Caitlin.
And is that Brian and Nicole's daughter?
Yes.
You mentioned the name Tristan. What's his relationship to your niece, to Brian Albert's niece?
He's now her fiance.
And was there anybody else I missed?
That's all who was there. I'm not sure if Nick Kolakidis was already in there when I got there or if he arrived right after. And then his wife joined us.
So when you're in the bar and you see your friends, what do you do next?
I immediately just, join them and sit down.
Were you eating, drinking?
I know I ordered a beer. They had appetizers on the table. I'm not sure whether I had any or not.
Were you drinking alcohol that night?
Yes.
As you're spending time with your family, did the night grow?
Yes.
Did you stay at the table where everybody was eating, or did you move inside the bar?
We were pretty much right around the table.
Okay. Did anybody you knew join you or join the group at some point?
Yes. A little while later, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins joined us at the waterfall.
So when you first got there, was Brian Albert already there?
No, he wasn't.
Is that your brother-in-law, Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Higgins. Did you know Mr. Higgins?
I had met him a few times when he was out with Brian.
You had met
He's
him
a
a few times
decorated
before
dude.
that night?
Yes.
Were you friendly with him?
He was a friend of Brian's.
Was he your friend?
No, he's Brian's friend.
You knew who he was?
Yes.
So when Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins joined the group later, did they come directly to you, or did they stay somewhere else inside the bar?
No, they came over to our table, I believe.
How long were you in the waterfall for that night?
Approximately 9 to little around midnight-ish.
About 3 hours?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate how many drinks you had, alcoholic drinks you might have had?
I don't. I don't know. Maybe 2, 3.
Throughout the night, were you feeling any effects of the alcohol?
Not that I recall, no.
You're lying.
When the group was together, you mentioned a number of people have joined. Were you joined by other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And you talked about your relationship with John O'Keefe?
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him, or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the conversation about the night with Chris Albert.
Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert?
Yes.
How was the relationship between them?
Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Was Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I? I'm not sure if I said that when I was naming everyone at the table. I apologize.
You may have.
Okay.
So when you first got there, he was at the table with your
Yes.
sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow.
Play it, grab ass. You know.
Just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
You said you were going to see Brian Albert Jr.
Nobody gives a
on
fuck
his
that
birthday.
Brian
Was
Jr. was
Albert
born,
Jr.
but
at
you
the
know we were
waterfall when
kind
you
of
got there?
celebrating. 'cause,
No, he was
you know,
not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically or typically see Brian Albert Jr., your nephew, on his birthday?
Yeah, typically we always, get together. We try to and do a cake for whoever's birthday it is, and then whatever, aunts or cousins are around, come over.
When John O'Keefe arrived at the waterfall with the defendant, do you have a general estimate or guess, not guess, but a general estimate of what time they arrived?
Approximately 11.
When they first arrived, did you see them?
Yes.
Where did you see them coming from?
I saw them walk in.
When they walked in, did you react in any way?
Yes, I was happy to see them
Why were you happy to see them?
because I loved John and I liked Karen.
So you were happy to see John?
Yes, very.
And you were happy to see the defendant?
Yes.
Very happy to see
Do you
John.
remember your first interaction with either
Very happy
John
to see
or the
John.
defendant that night inside the waterfall?
I believe John walked over to where I was, kind of to my end of the table, and then maybe Karen had walked to the other end of the table. But I would assume I probably hugged both of them when I saw them.
I'm going to ask you not to assume if you don't know. That's
Okay.
okay. You said that you had known the defendant as well.
Yes.
Do you remember how long she had been dating John O'Keefe up until that point?
I know I met her in July of 2020.
Had you had a chance to spend time or interact with her over that time before that night at the waterfall?
Yes, I had.
And share with us some of the moments or some of the reasons that you would interact.
The first time I met Karen, John had reached out. We would do pool days with him and his niece and his nephew. So he had told me he was dating a new girl and he wanted to bring her over. He said that she had multiple sclerosis. I also have multiple sclerosis. So he thought that would be something we could, we would talk and bond over. I said, yeah, great, bring her over. So her and John and Kaylee and Patrick came over. We had a pool day. I liked Miss Reed immediately. I thought we hit it off. It was really great, talking to someone my age that also had MS, because I didn't really know a lot of people who have it. So it was really nice to have somebody to relate to. Then moving forward, we would see them, it was my daughter's birthday party. When it was time for pickup, they would come in, have a couple drinks. Same thing for like a Halloween party, after basketball games.
So you spent time both with John and Miss Reed?
Yes.
Did you spend time with the defendant separately without John around?
No.
Did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
And were you friendly that night?
Yes.
After John and the defendant entered the bar and you agreed, did you interact or spend time with Miss Reed at the waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting right over there with a black shirt or blue.
Is she between Attorney Jackson and Attorney Yannetti?
Yes, she is.
When you were at the waterfall that night, do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Yes, Miss Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication and it was giving her some awful side effects. And I said, I'm shocked they put you on that. etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you
Okay.
had, but about the moment that you were in. Did you spend time with Miss Reed that night?
Yes, I did.
I don't think we'll get to cross
did
today,
you
but
drink more alcohol as the night went on?
I believe I had, like I said earlier, a couple of drinks, 2, 3, not sure.
Did you ever have a shot of alcohol?
I do not believe I had the shot now.
Did you see the party, the group of friends and family doing a shot?
I was in the bathroom and walked out, and they were doing or had just done a shot.
lying ass.
With the court's permission,
Shut
I'd
up.
like to display parts of Exhibit 22, which has already been
I don't
introduced
believe
into
a
evidence,
fucking
which
thing
is
that comes out of
video
this lady's
surveillance
mouth for the
footage
record.
from the waterfall.
Okay.
I'd like to start at 10:54:20, please. If you could just stop for 1 second. Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes,
And what is that?
that is the waterfall.
Okay, kindly proceed. If you could stop. Do you see the two people entering from the left?
I do.
Do you know who they are?
I believe that is Miss Reed and John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, is there any way to enlarge the top of the video where the other people are closer to the table or bar? No. Okay. Looking at this video, can you tell or identify anybody under that timestamp? And if you can't, that's okay. But if you can you tell us who you see?
I think the guy right there, well, where she just is Brian Higgins.
Okay. If you could go up a little bit, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's my husband, Matt, and
On the
then
right?
on the right, and I think that's me on the left.
Okay. And if you can go down the table to the left, Ms. Gilman. You recognize who that might
Well,
be from the clothing?
the video's not bad. It's that
I'd have to take
we're
a guess
seeing
that
video
it
of a
goes-
video.
Don't guess. It's
Okay.
okay if you don't. Anybody else at the table more to the left do you recognize?
Not from this picture.
Ms. Gilman, could you highlight where Ms. McCabe thinks that she is on that video with that circle you just had and play the video? If you could
Yeah,
stop.
this is adorable.
Is
Her
that you
playing all
clapping, Ms.
innocent.
McCabe?
Yes, it is.
Why are you clapping?
Because I was happy to see them.
Both of them.
Yes.
Okay. Could you continue, please? And who's that person walking right to left hugging people?
That is John O'Keefe.
Can you continue, please, Ms. Gilman?
Bruh.
Are you interacting with anybody?
I can't see where I am.
Okay. If you could stop the video, please.
I can't see where I am, man. Whoa.
Move ahead to 11:26:50, please.
I like it.
11:26:50. Is that your group still at the waterfall?
Yes, it is.
If you could stop there, Ms. Gilman. If we could hone in or circle where you were previously, where we saw Ms. McCabe. I know it's a bit blurry. If you can, and if you can't, please let me know. Can you see whether you're in that area?
I believe I am, yes.
Could you put the circle down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Okay. If you could play from 11:26:50 to 11:27, please. We're a little bit ahead right now. Who are you hugging there?
I believe that's Miss Reed.
Thank you. One more, Ms. Gilman. I'm going to ask you to move forward to 1146.
I don't think she's gonna fake cry. I think when she was prepping, she tried fake crying, and Brendan was like, "Don't do that. Nobody's gonna believe you."
Could you pause, Ms. Gilman? Could you circle in that same area where Ms. McCabe was last describing? Can you make anything out in this video?
Yes, it looks like they're all, toasting or doing a cheer before they do a shot.
Can you see whether or not the defendant's in that part of the video?
Yes, it looks like she is in front of the man in the plaid coat.
Were you participating with the drinking at this moment?
I don't see myself in the video. I don't believe I was.
But you were drinking separately that night, weren't you?
Yes, I was drinking beer.
If you can continue, please.
You know what you call skinny old bitches that drink beer? Cokeheads.
Thank you. Shortly after the shot, was there conversation about leaving the waterfall as a group?
Yes, there was.
Was there any discussion about where the group should go?
At first, Miss Reed was asking if we could go up the street to D&E.
What's D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that's owned by Chris Albert.
Was it open that late at night?
No, it wasn't.
Had you in the past gone to that pizza shop after hours to eat?
Yes, we had.
And tell us what the defendant was saying.
She just kept asking, can we go up to D&E? Can we go up to D&E? She wanted just to go up and, Chris makes food and then we were going to go she wanted us all just to go up there and eat and hang out.
That wasn't an uncommon occurrence for the group to sometimes go to that pizza shop after hours, was it?
No.
Did the group decide to go to the pizza shop?
They decided they weren't going to go.
Okay. Was there a different plan made?
Before Brian Albert left, he said to the group, hey, we're going to go back home and have a beer with Brian Jr. If anyone wants to come by.
When you received the invitation to the group to go back to Brian Albert's house, did you decide whether you're going to go home or go back to your sister's house?
Yes, I decided I was going to go to my sister's house.
Without saying what was said, was there any discussion in the group among the participants about going back to your sister and Brian Albert's house?
Everybody seemed to want to go back.
Did anybody object to going back?
No.
Had you been to your sister's house before?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
Do you know the address of where your sister lived?
Can you just walk in and out as you please? Why didn't you run inside the house?
After that conversation, did you stay at the waterfall for a little bit or did you leave immediately?
Probably left after maybe 5-10 minutes.
Without saying what was said, before you left, did you have a chance to speak to John O'Keefe?
I did, yes.
You spoke to him inside the waterfall?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
And was your plan to go back to your sister's house?
Yes.
Before you left, did you have any understanding whether or not Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant were going to join you?
Yes. All right. Did you have another understanding regarding that?
Yes.
And what was your understanding?
They were coming.
Who else was going to go back to your nephew and your sister's house?
Brian Higgins and my niece, Caitlin.
A little after 12, did you leave the waterfall?
Yes.
Do you remember that night leaving?
Yes.
Before you left, did you talk to anybody in particular?
Yes, Miss Reed and then Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you speak to them inside the waterfall?
I walked out with Miss Reed and we spoke at the doorway, and then John joined us.
Did you invite Ms. Reed to come with you?
I did, yes.
Did she decline?
Yes.
And who did you go to your sister's house with? Who drove?
I drove and I went with my husband, Matt.
Okay, so Karen
Anybody else?
declined to
No.
Jen.
Do you remember what time it was that you were speaking to
She
Ms.
said
Reed
no
about
to Jen
going to your
about
sister's
going
house?
over there.
After midnight.
If I could have
This is
exhibit
important.
22 again. Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to 12:10.
So that
36.
confirms that Karen already did not want to go. Before they even left the waterfall, Karen didn't want to go to that house. So there was most likely well, if you want to go, you can go. I don't really want to go. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay. If you could stop it there, please.
And most likely was trying to avoid an interaction with Higgins.
Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant outside of the waterfall?
Yes.
And do you know specifically what time you left
Right.
the waterfall?
It was after midnight.
When you left the waterfall,
And I
with
think
your
that's why
husband, you said
John
you were
wanted to go.
driving. Did you stop anywhere along the way before you got to your sister's house?
No.
Tell us what you see when you get to your sister's house. What are the weather conditions like as you're driving there?
It's starting to snow to the point where it's starting to like accumulate. It's on your car. It's just, getting on the street.
Is it light? Is it heavy?
It's light at this point.
How long does it take to get from the waterfall to your sister's house?
5 to 8 minutes, depending on lights and weather, etc.
When you first get to your sister's house, while you're still in the car, describe what you see.
My wipers are on. I'm just looking out the window and it's snowing.
Yeah, no,
It's
my
dark.
theory is that
Anybody in the driveway?
Karen
any
wanted
cars
to
in the
avoid
driveway that you
Higgins.
see?
Oh, when I pull up to my sister's.
Higgins was taunting.
As I pull down the street,
John.
I take a left
John
into the
wanted to confront
driveway,
Higgins.
and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street, and there's maybe a couple of cars in my sister's driveway.
What do you do when you arrive at your sister's house?
I go in the house.
Now, there are a couple doors at your sister's house.
Yes.
Is there a front door?
Yes.
Is there a side door?
Yes.
Which one's closer to the driveway?
The side door.
Which door do you go in when you get to your sister's house?
The front door.
Was anybody with you when you went in?
My husband, Matt.
You walked in together?
Yes.
Tell us the first person you remember meeting.
When I went in the house?
Yes.
Probably my niece was at the table, and then I saw my nephew, Brian.
Was there anybody else you saw at the table?
Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
So when you walk in the front door of the house, is it what table? Is this a living room table, a kitchen table?
Oh, you walk in and then you go to the right and it's into the kitchen and there's a table there.
Is the kitchen separate from the living room or is it open?
It's open, but they're separate.
Can you see the kitchen table when you walk in the door if you turn and look right?
Yes.
And when you go into the kitchen, you said there was a woman by the name of Julie Nagel?
Yes.
And then another woman, Sarah?
Yes.
Bagel Nagel.
You know her last name?
Levinson.
Okay. Julie Nagel, did you know her when you walked in the house that night?
I had met her a few times.
Had you spent time with her? Were you friends with her?
No, I just had met her a few times, and she had watched my dog for me when my nephew couldn't.
When you would go away, would your nephew be responsible to watch your dog?
Yes.
Did you understand that Julie Nagel had watched your dog a couple of times?
Yes.
Had you ever socialized with her before that night?
No, I may have seen her at a graduation party, but never beyond that.
Were you friends with her at that point?
No.
Friendly enough that she watched your dogs?
Yes, through my nephew. He just said my friend's going to do it, and I trusted his judgment.
And there was another woman by the name of Sarah. Did you know her before you saw her that night?
I knew of her. If I were to see her, I'd say hi, but that's the extent of it.
How did you know of her?
Just from being in the town, going to different sporting activities and just being around.
You said your nephew Brian was there as well in the kitchen?
Yes.
This was his birthday?
Yes.
How old was he?
I think he was turning 23.
Was there anybody else in the house when you and your husband first got there?
Yes, my sister and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
So Mr. Higgins, Brian Albert, and your sister were there before you?
Yes.
Where was everybody when you first came in?
My niece Caitlin, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, and Brian Jr. were all at the kitchen table. My sister was over, I think, cleaning the counters, and Brian were off in that TV room that you can see from the kitchen because there's a wide opening.
If you walk in the front door, would I look left
We
or
could
right to
see
the
Brian
TV
and
room?
Brian the whole
You
time.
look right to the kitchen,
fuck
and then
outta
through the
here.
kitchen's the TV room, but you could look, and when you walk in, you can see because it's
Fuck
open.
outta here.
Is the TV room in any way have a relationship with that side door?
Yes, it does.
If you were to walk in the side door, would you be walking into the TV room?
Yes.
When you saw your nephew Brian Jr. and his friends, are his friends about the same age as him?
Yes.
Were they drinking?
Yes.
Was there music?
Yes.
And when you went in, did you spend time with the group?
Yes, I sat right down and started talking to them.
And when you were speaking to them, did you have any drinks that night?
I believe they brought me over a White Claw, but I didn't have more than a sip of it. I really wasn't. It was at that point where I just didn't want another drink.
As you were in the kitchen, were you expecting anybody else?
We had mentioned it to Karen and John, and I had actually just spoken to John, so I was expecting them.
So when you saw John O'Keefe in the waterfall, that wasn't the last time you spoke to him?
No.
You had spoken to him, was it on the ride to your nieces? I mean, to your sisters? Huh?
Yes.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He texted me and I believe asked something like, where to? And since I was driving, I called him.
When you called him, what did you tell him? What did you guys say?
I just said they live 34 Fairview Road off of Chapman.
Do you know if John O'Keefe had ever been to the Albert home before?
I don't believe he had.
In that conversation, how long did that conversation take?
It was quick.
Was there any other conversation that you had with him other than that one conversation?
Yes, he called me back and he was trying to find it.
Trying to find the address?
Like with what we
Trying
know,
to find the house on Fairview.
with what we know about crusty panties now,
I'm
like this is so
not sure his exact
not
words,
believable.
but yes, he needed help, and so I just said, I told him just go down the street, go by Bella's house. It's at the bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house?
Yes.
Tell us who Bella was to John.
Bella is my daughter and John's niece friend. So Bella is friends with my daughter, John's niece.
Okay. And was there any relationship between Bella's mother and John that you knew of?
Okay.
They all got up. They were like, yeah, may we approach? Yeah, this is all a crock of shit. Like, when you think about it, with everything we know about crusty panties now, we know that someone in a sworn affidavit stated that Jen McCabe gave Spanky here, Hank Brennan, an ultimatum saying that if they don't lock Turtle Boy up, if they don't revoke his bail before this trial, that she's not going to testify and say what he wants her to say. That indicates that they prepped her. That indicates that they rehearsed. And everything is very, very meticulous. You got to look at it. Look at the way they're setting things up. She states very clearly, I saw Brian and Brian in the TV room, which you could see very clearly from the kitchen where I was, because it's an open space. She wants the jury to hear that, because she wants the jury to think that she had eyes on Brian and Brian the whole time, when this is not the case. We know it's not the case. Why do we know this is not the case? Because we know John went inside the fucking house. And if I had to theorize, I'd say Karen Reed did not want to go to 34 Fairview. She did not feel comfortable around these people. John O'Keefe knew of his issues, knew of the issues going on, at least to some degree, between Higgins and Karen. Brian Higgins is the one who had a problem. O'Keefe was perfectly fucking comfortable. He was perfectly secure in his relationship and the feelings that Karen has for him. So he didn't really see this guy as a threat. He just wanted to know who the fuck this guy was and what the fuck was his problem. This guy was supposed to be my friend, and now all of a sudden he's got a problem with me. Why? Because he thinks that he's got something going on with my girl? Okay, let me go see what the fuck this asshole has to say. I want to see if this guy tries to deny talking to her behind my back when I go over there, seeing as he has such a problem with me. Because if you remember, there's other waterfall footage that Brennan is not going to go over, but the defense will. The defense will. But it's waterfall footage of Brian Higgins being very aggressive towards the direction of John O'Keefe. Now, after this, Brian Higgins sends a text to John O'Keefe saying, "You come in here?" Meaning 34 Fairview. He's already at 34 Fairview, according to Jen McCabe. Before she even gets there, Brian Higgins is already there. Now, if I had to theorize, speculate, now, mind you, this is very loose speculation because I don't know what the fuck happened inside that house. But if I had to speculate based on what I'm hearing right now, I'd say John O'Keefe went over there curious to find out what Higgins is going to have to say about him. Like, what is this guy's problem so bad? Fine, I'll go over there and see what the fuck's going on. Karen doesn't feel comfortable. That's fine. I'll deal with her later. And he's drunk. John O'Keefe is clearly intoxicated. He's been drinking all day. We know this because of his text messages with Karen, where he says, "I've been drinking all day." So he goes over there. He's confronted by Brian. He's confronting Brian. Probably there's a screaming match happening back and forth, a very quick back and forth. Colin comes behind, hits him in the head from behind. That's just one of 1,000 theories that I could come up with. I have nothing to base that on solidly. I'm not saying that that's what I believe happened. I'm saying that it's a possibility that came to mind as I'm wondering, as I'm hearing that.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me of?
As I'm hearing that Jen McCabe as I'm hearing Jen McCabe testify that Karen Reed did not want to go over, that Jen McCabe invited Karen Reed personally to 34 Fairview that night, and Karen Reed declined. Yet John O'Keefe wants to go over there. Then they get there. According to Karen Reed, she wants to know and make sure, is it okay if I go in there? I don't really feel welcome. Go in there, see what's going on. But that doesn't track with me. That doesn't track. Because if she already declined, now we're talking about Jen McCabe versus Karen Reed's, their words against each other. So I'm inclined to believe Karen over Jen, but based on that, that's just a theory.
Were you still driving when you had that conversation?
Yes.
And at some point you told us you arrived at your sister's home and went in?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to move forward now to when you were inside the house. Tell us generally when you first got there and saw everybody, what were you doing?
I just sat down at the table. I started talking to them. We were listening to music. Typical night.
Okay. Anything stand out as far as music or interaction with the group?
No, No, we were just laughing, telling stories. At one point, I'm not sure if it was at some point, my other nephew had been over my house and had shown me this video on his phone, and it was a family inside joke. The video, it was a music video from a long time ago. And so I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video. It's hysterical. And then we started playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
It's Raining Men.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella, and will dance. So it's a family joke.
While you were at your sister's house, what area of the house were you spending time in?
And I was in the kitchen.
What was the mood of everybody in the house, as far as you remember?
Everybody was in a great mood.
Was there any fighting?
No.
Any arguing?
No.
Any violence?
No.
Was it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
As you were in the house, were you waiting for anybody else that you expected to come?
Yes, I was expecting John and Karen to come.
At some point when you're in
You
the
notice
kitchen,
the
or let me ask you a
Aruba
little
thing hasn't
background.
even
As you're
come up.
in the kitchen of that house, can you see outside from the kitchen area?
They had blinds or something down, but if the blinds were up, you could see out.
Were the blinds up?
No.
At any point were you able to see outside from inside the house?
From the front door, yes.
Does the front door, is it glass?
Yes.
At some point when you were with everybody in the celebration, did you have a chance to look outside?
Yes.
And when you looked outside, what did you see?
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Oh, this is my
Could you
favorite.
see who was in it?
No.
At that point of night, what does the weather look like from the front door?
It's dark and it's snowing, and I could see, brake lights.
Did you see if that SUV moved at all?
I didn't see the SUV actually move, but I saw it in a few different locations.
How many times did you look out?
Can't give you an exact number of how many times I looked out. I can tell you I saw the vehicle first straight out from the front door. Then I saw it up at the flagpole, and then I saw it further up from the flagpole.
Were you studying the car at all?
No, it was quick glances.
Did you have any reason to study it?
No.
What were you expecting was going to happen?
I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
As you were waiting, were you doing anything else in addition to waiting for them to come in?
Yes, so I was sitting at the table. Someone made mention of a car out front, so I got up, went to the door, looked out, and then I would go back to the table, and where we were just all laughing, talking, playing music, just hanging out, not really thinking much about anything.
Did you ever reach out to John when you thought the car
This is different than her
out front
testimony
was the
in the
defendant's
first
car
trial.
with John in it? Did you ever reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to him?
I texted him.
Do you know if there was a phone call that was made to you before 12:30? A 7-second phone call?
From John?
Yes.
I don't.
You mentioned you had spoken to him about directions. Is that the last time you heard his voice?
Yes.
When the car was out front, did you exchange text messages or were you simply texting him?
I was texting him.
Do you remember what you were texting him?
The first time I said here,
What do you mean by here? Was that
like
exclamation
here,
point?
here, question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
You were wondering whether that was him?
Yes.
Did you send any other text messages that you can remember?
After I saw the car move locations, when I saw it go up to the flagpole, I said, pull behind me.
And do you remember any other communications you had with him? Was he texting you anything?
No,
Did he ever text you again that night?
he never texted me again.
Never called again?
No,
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did, yes.
And so at some point, Did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defendant weren't coming in the house?
Yes, when the car was gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking. All right.
I had no reason to.
So when you were in the house, at some point, did you
Well,
notice
if you're
that the car
wondering
was
where
gone?
they are,
Yes.
if they're
Were you
coming
marking
in,
the time or keeping
why
track of
wouldn't
it?
you?
No.
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
Yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins?
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I'm not sure. I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also like at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left, and then a little bit later, I think it was, myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left. But Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
Oh God.
Maybe a half. I honestly can't say. I think he was there for a while I was there. So maybe he left anywhere from 15 minutes, approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall after midnight,
Yes.
and you had phone calls with Mr. O'Keefe along the way.
Yes.
Do you know that there are phone records with your text messages and phone calls in them?
Yes.
And do you know whether your phone records reflect the time of your calls with Mr. O'Keefe
Yes.
and your text messages?
Yes.
When you were texting Mr. O'Keefe, when the Lexus or the car was in front of the house, rather, was Mr. Higgins still there?
Yes.
What are some of the things that everybody did along that night before you left? What happened in there?
What happened inside the house?
Yeah.
Nothing. We basically just sat around the table, talked, laughed, listened to music, chit-chatted.
Celebratory?
Yes.
Was there ever any fighting?
See, the jury doesn't
No,
know that
none
she's
at all.
actually on
Any
trial
argument?
here.
None at
But
all.
they're about to
Any
find out
Physical interaction?
once
No,
Jackson
none.
crosses her.
When you decided to leave that night, did you say around 1:45-ish?
Yes.
When you left around 1:45, was there any events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to raise?
No.
When you decided to leave, you and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Yeah, cross isn't going to happen until
Had you
tomorrow.
planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No, when we got there,
Yeah,
Julie's
facts.
brother had pulled
Facts,
up to
Roger
pick
that.
them up, and
I
we
won't
just.
ask you what was said because you weren't there. but
Oh,
She's
okay.
already
At some
contradicted
point,
her
did you come
first.
to an understanding
her
that you
first
would give them a
testimony.
ride home?
Yes.
Did you offer?
Yes.
Who was going to drive home between you and your husband?
Matt drove home.
When you left, I want you to describe as you step out into the driveway or the walkway. Was it the front door or side door, if you remember?
I walked out the front door.
Is the weather like it was when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkway is to the left. So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just curled up and ran to my car quick to get in.
Shut
What part of the car did you get in?
up.
I front passenger,
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in what spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me
Why were they teasing you?
because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was taking I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her
Mother
a
of the
peanut butter
year.
sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
As
Like,
the car
you
backs
know
out
how
of the
fattening
driveway,
a
tell us
peanut
what
butter
you're
and
doing.
jelly sandwich is?
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
Tell us.
They were both sitting behind me. So I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway, do you start to drive home?
Yes.
If the house is on my right
Mm-hmm.
and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closest to the house or furthest away?
Yeah, like it's all
Passenger seat
sugar and
closest.
fucking fat.
So you're driving,
That's-
if you look
that's-
at a picture of the
like
house,
there's protein, but
you would be driving from right to left?
sugar and fat.
Yes.
So as you start to drive or your husband
Empty
starts to drive the
carbs.
car, what direction are you looking in if you remember?
The back seat.
Did you drive by the front of the house, do you know?
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
Okay. And your husband and you passed by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
Snow?
Yes.
As you're passing the flagpole, do you hear or see anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls, and Matt's just focusing on driving.
Oh
When
my
you're talking
God,
to the girls
I hate
and they're making fun of you, what's the mood in the
lying
car?
twat.
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
We drive Julie Nagel home.
After you drop off in Snego, where do you go?
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes.
After you drop off the young woman in separate spots, where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house. I go up to bed. Matt makes himself a snack and then joins me upstairs.
Do you have a telephone?
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you
And
go to
he
bed, do you
joined
stay up at
me
all?
upstairs.
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
I texted a few people and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what were the searches for?
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night and it was a very good game. So I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team. So we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular
Lies.
searches that one would do, was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2:27 that time frame?
No.
Yeah, house long to die in cold.
After you were looking at websites for your child's sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up until that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Miss McCabe?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I typically get up to go to the bathroom, so
Or
that
did you
I could have
align?
gotten up
I'm one of those
possibly to
people
go
that
to the
can
bathroom.
sleep high on
Did anything
coke.
remarkable happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
At 4:53, my phone rings and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone and it's Kaylee,
And
John's
who's Kaylee?
niece. John's niece. And I say hello. And she said, yeah, well, basically she relayed to me that
Next question.
When
Hearsay.
you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes,
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
it was a
Oh
woman.
my God, the
How loud was that
dramatics.
person
Get
screaming?
the fuck out of here
Very
with that.
loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
And who was that person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed,
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
The entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's.
Yes.
Jen! Jen! And then
Again?
she's screaming that
Really?
John didn't
Again?
come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They had gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
Objection.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS, so I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up.
Cocaine.
So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, you know, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall when I left. So I thought if Karen and John had gotten into a fight, maybe Chris had walked out of the bar and Chris lived local to the bar, thought maybe they walked back to Chris's together.
So what did you do?
So I called Chris Albert's wife, Julie.
Did you speak to her?
No, she never answered.
After you had a moment to make a phone call and think about things, did your head become any more clear?
It did. And I was, reminded by my husband that we had seen Karen and John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, oh my God, you're right.
Did you remember that you had seen
Look,
what you believed to be
look
the
at
defendant's
Jackson,
car in
man.
front of the house
Jackson's
near the
itching right
flagpole?
now.
Watch the form.
Okay. What did you remember? What came to mind after you spoke to your husband about your memory from earlier that evening?
The minute he said it, I remember seeing the SUV and then all the text messages that I had and the phone conversation with John.
So after the defendant spoke to you and said she had left,
Now there's a sound
the defendant
delay
at the
from
waterfall,
the
you had time to
Jackson
think about your memories. Did you
and
react or
Karen
do
Reed
anything with
camp
that?
shot.
Yes, I believe I
Zoom and it's
called
muted.
Kaylee
That's
back.
in real time.
Why did you call Kaylee?
I didn't have Miss
The
Reed's
Jennifer
phone
McCabe
number.
When
testimony
you called
is
Kaylee
lagged.
back, did you speak to anybody?
Yes, I believe Kaylee and then Miss Reed.
When you first spoke to Kaylee, could you hear anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming.
Was it any different or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
Similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity, had it changed at all?
Not at all.
You mentioned the first time that you had that phone call, the defendant was screaming your name. Jen,
Yes.
Jen, Jen. Was she saying your name in the second call or was it just general screaming?
My name. And then when she got on the phone, I had told her, Karen, I saw you guys outside of my sister's house. And then she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say, she started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I don't. What? And then she just was. What the fuck? Just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
When she was saying to you, did I hit him? Could have I hit him? Was that before or after you informed her that you had seen her out front of your sister's house?
It was after I told her that. She also informed me that she had cracked her taillight.
In that conversation, she told you that?
In one of the conversations I had with her in my
taillight.
bedroom, yes.
When
Cracked.
when you told her that you had seen her out front, she had said that she didn't remember that night. Was that before or after she was saying, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
Can you repeat the question?
So
Sorry.
she was telling you about that she didn't remember that night.
Mhm.
Was that before or after you had told her about seeing her car?
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then her response was she didn't even remember going there.
Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No.
When she told you or said to you, did I hit him or
Why
could have
would
I
she
hit him
deny
or
it?
something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
No, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you that she had cracked her tail light the night before, did that have any significance at that time to you?
No.
So in telling you these different things, did you ever piece them together at that time?
Not until I was
No.
trying to frame her.
What was your primary motivation at that point?
I just wanted to help her because she was hysterical. Kaylee was very upset,
she's a
so I
saint,
wanted
y'all.
to
She's a
help her,
saint.
and I wanted to find
Isn't that
John.
sweet?
So after she told you these things about whether she could or did hit
Saint
her in
Jen.
the light and not remembering,
Saint
did the
McCabe.
conversation end or did it progress?
At some point, I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he? Because he never came in the house, and she doesn't know where he is. So now, where could he be?
Except you
So I
did go in the
started
house.
thinking there was another gentleman that was supposed to meet us out at the bar who John was friends with. So I thought, okay, well, in my head, I'm thinking maybe they got into a fight. John got out of the car and he connected with this guy because he was at a party on the street.
Wow, that's pretty
What was that
speculative.
person's name?
His name is Tom Beatty.
Did you call him?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him that night?
That morning?
Yes.
No.
Did you call around anywhere else?
I believe I called my sister. I called John. I called Tom Beatty. I called his daughter.
You called John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Did he answer?
No.
Did it go right to voicemail?
I don't remember.
Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I texted. I primarily think I was just trying to call as many people as I could and try to figure out what happened.
So you had two conversations at this point with the defendant while you were still home.
Yeah,
Yes.
Was there any further?
This is not.
Was there any further?
This is
phone
all
calls that you
brand
had
new.
before
This
you
Tom Beatty
did
bullshit.
something?
I'm not sure if I know I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed it on the couch. I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
I was so drunk.
And so that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
How did you know Karen showed up at your house?
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be
Were
sure.
you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly, no.
Were you screaming?
Yeah.
No.
No shit, you weren't worried about him. You knew
Now, at
exactly
this
what
point,
happened to him.
This moment when you hear her outside of your house yelling early morning hours.
Mhm.
Did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
Are they going to call Tom
Had you
Beatty? Is the
socialized
defense
with
going to
her
call
at that
Tom
time?
Beatty up?
No,
Had you ever seen her before with John?
once.
Tell me about that.
Years earlier, as I said earlier, I used to take Kaylee on Friday nights, and Kerry was the one who would take Patrick on Friday night. So we would each have the kids. And to thank us, one day John told us how he got a discount at Reebok and to get our kids' shoe sizes, and he was going to buy us all sneakers, just as a way to say thank you for helping. So we all went to the store together, and then John took Kerry and myself to the hillside for lunch.
Okay, he's on the list though.
How many
Okay.
years before this moment?
That's really
was
what I
that?
wanted to know. Thank
Oh
you.
gosh. Well, I think that's when my daughter was in kindergarten or first grade, and at this point she was in 8th grade. So, like 7 years.
Had you ever spent any other time with Kerry Roberts before this morning?
No,
Were you friends at that point?
no.
How would you consider your relationship with Miss Roberts on that morning when Miss Reed arrived to your home?
I had met her once, and that was the extent of it. I wouldn't say I knew her at all beyond that one time I went out with her.
And why don't you take us back now to when you first hear the defendant in your driveway yelling? When you hear that, do you hear any words or is it general yelling?
So I hear her yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it, and she's screaming, Jen, Jen.
Oh my
She's
God.
screaming that 3
Again?
times, and then she was saying, "We have to go to Fairview." A lot of the "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" Just she was on repeat.
You're full of shit, lady.
My husband came running down the hall and was like, "Tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors." And then I said, "I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to go look for John." And then he yelled down saying something like, "You can't be driving around in this weather, with a broken taillight."
When you saw the defendant at your front door, had the weather changed overnight?
Yes.
Was it different?
Yes. Now the snow had intensified. It was almost like it was dark outside, but it was like whiteout conditions.
How dark?
Dark. I mean, it was dark. It was like 5:30 in the morning.
What was the visibility like?
Not good.
After you meet the defendant at your door, do you let her in or does she stay outside?
I'm not sure if I just grabbed my coffee and ran out,
Where did you
or
go?
whether she came in. So we went down my walkway. She was just kind of running all around. The driver's door was open. So I told her I was going to drive because I thought she was too hysterical to drive. In the meantime, all of a sudden there was a car at the end of my street and there was a plow behind it.
The car that came to the end of your street, do you know where it went?
I meant the end of my driveway. I'm sorry.
When you say the end of your driveway, did it pull into your driveway?
No, it just kind of stopped right at the base of my driveway.
How far behind your car was that car?
Not far, not too far.
Okay. Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you learn who was in that car?
Yes.
How did you learn who was in the car?
Because I said, "Who is that?"
Did you ask the defendant or did you walk
I
up?
asked the defendant, and she told me it was Kerry Roberts.
Did you meet Kerry Roberts face to face in your driveway that morning?
Yes, I wouldn't say we met. It was more of a, the plow was coming, so then she was having to like move down the street, and then either Karen called her or she called Karen, but they were on the phone, Karen's phone over the car, so they started talking.
Did you get into the defendant's car?
Yes, we did. I got in the car with Miss Reed.
When you got in the car, you were in the driver's seat. Was Miss Reed in the passenger front?
Yes.
You said there was an open call. Is this something you could hear on a speaker?
Yes.
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
No.
Did you have any interest in the taillight at that point?
No.
There was an open call between who?
Karen and Kerry Roberts.
Can you describe what you heard in that call?
Karen was saying that she wanted to go to Fairview, and Kerry Roberts was instructing her that no, we weren't going to be going to Fairview, and she kept saying, "We got to go to your sister's house." And Kerry Roberts said, "No, we're not going to be driving around in this weather in 2 cars. Let's go back to John's. Let's go to Meadows. Let's go see if he's there." That was kind of the conversation. And then Karen was doing a lot of screaming, and Kerry was kind of yelling back at her to shut up.
Who was taking charge of the situation that morning?
Kerry Roberts.
Were you in charge of it?
No.
Did you weigh in or make any decisions on where you were going to go next, or were you just a listener?
I just listened. Kerry said that Kerry's kind of a take charge person. She said, "We're going to Meadows." So I said, okay. I drove to Meadows.
Now, at this point, you didn't know Kerry Roberts other
No.
than that meeting?
Yes, correct.
And you agreed to follow her?
Yes.
So tell us what happens. Take us through the drive.
She might have followed me. I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was? You had been there many times for the kids?
Yes.
You think Miss Roberts may have followed you?
Yes.
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously. It was dark. It was hard to see. It was that type where the snow is like coming at your window.
How long of a ride was it from your home to John's home?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Miss Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times. And she just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Do you remember what she was yelling about?
About going to Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
How many times did she raise the question, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
A good amount.
Did you ever speak to her about that?
No.
At some point, did you finally get to John's home?
Yes.
When you got to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you see where Miss Roberts went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows, John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
When you went into John's house, did you all go in the same way?
Yes, we went through the garage.
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
Before entering into the house?
Yes.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Oh my fucking God, bro.
Because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Kerry took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
She just walked right in.
How would you remember that?
Because I thought it was strange.
What was your purpose when you went into the house? What was the number one thing that you were worried about?
We were looking for John.
Anything else on your mind when you went into his house?
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes.
Do you still?
Yes.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room, and then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into a living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room, and then I went into Kaylee's room.
Did you ever see John?
No.
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
Because I wanted to go check on Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
What was her demeanor at that point?
She was she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Was she screaming?
No.
Did you provide her any comfort?
Yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told Kaylee that I was going to go out with them and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
You're a piece of shit.
At some point, you left Kaylee?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went back downstairs and then we went out to look for John.
Shit.
Before you
lied right to that kid's face.
John's house that morning. Did the defendant show you anything?
Yes. When we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Kerry Roberts the cracked taillight.
Did you or Miss Roberts get close to the taillight at that point?
Yes, we walked over and the taillight was missing pieces.
Did Ms. Roberts have any comment about it?
Yes, Miss Rob.
So she had a comment. Next question.
What was Ms. Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated with Karen. Had said that you know, had said that
Hearsay,
Karen
Bev. That's the whole
basically was
reason
telling her
you
to
didn't
shut up.
allow the
You were so
last
drunk.
one.
You could have hit anything last night. And then Kerry, I remember just thinking, all right, let's go. And I remember Kerry thinking, oh,
Well,
someone's
let me
going to
not
get.
ask you what Kerry.
Sorry.
We don't want to think what somebody thought.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard and what you saw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. At some point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with the defendant and Miss Roberts, did you see Miss Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
And during that time when the defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces, was she saying anything about it?
No, I don't. Not that I can recall right now.
You mentioned at some point she was saying, did I or could I have hit him after you left John's house? Was that in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was definitely in the car, was one of the times, yes.
Now, Miss Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes.
Was there a decision made to take one or two cars?
One car.
What was the plan?
The plan was to get into Carrie's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Miss Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at times there was some arguing or bickering, or Miss Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant?
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Carrie said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got in the car, where was everybody? When you got into Kerry Roberts' car, where
Yes.
was everybody sitting?
Carrie was driving. I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back, in the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview. So as you pull out of, or Kerry Roberts pulls out of John's driveway, what is the mood inside that car?
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Kerry was trying to focus on driving, and Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, can you just give some detail what you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell Kerry's name 3 times. Then she would yell my name's three times. And then she would yell, could I hit him? Did I hit him?
Get the fuck out of here with that,
over
you
and
liar.
over again.
When she was repeating these questions or phrases that she was yelling, did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did, no.
How about Kerry?
Kerry was telling her to shut up and to buckle up.
Was she buckled?
I don't believe so.
You began your drive from Mr. O'Keefe's home at Meadows to Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
Is the visibility still difficult?
It was terrible.
As you began that drive to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but I didn't know where the hell he was.
Did you have any difficulty seeing from the car the side of the road?
Yes.
Did you see what direction Ms. Roberts was looking when she was driving?
Well, she, it was hard because she needed to focus on driving because the conditions were that bad.
Did you have a chance to see the defendant on that drive at all?
Yes.
Was she looking out the windows with you?
No, she was popping back and forth and screaming.
Was it constant screaming, or did it change at all?
She would scream and then kind of sit back, and she'd almost be like quiet for a minute. It was like, okay, good. And then she'd start again.
In those quiet times, do you know what, if anything, she was doing?
I didn't know what she was doing that morning, no.
How long did it take to get to Fairview?
I don't know. I'm going to assume maybe 10 minutes, like with the weather, maybe 10 minutes. I'm not, give or take approximately.
As you're approaching 34 Fairview Road, before you get there, is Fairview going to be on your left side, driver's side, or on the right side?
As we're pulling up, it's on the driver's side. Carrie's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Miss Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming, and at that point she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
And then what happens?
I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with Bella's mom? And then Carrie said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
Okay. And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Carrie, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
What happens next?
We continue, driving, and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, there he is, or something to the effect of, there he is, let me out.
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Nothing but snow.
How long was she yelling about whatever it is she was saying?
Carrie, she screamed, stop. So Carrie stopped pretty quickly. There he is. She could have kicked the door, like, let me out of here.
And when she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck? What is going on?
What happens next?
She gets out. Carrie looks at me and said something. I said, like, she's batshit crazy.
Then what happens?
Then Carrie got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking like over to where I could see the girls were.
Now, at that point, you were in Kerry Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had its headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Carrie and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw. I saw Carrie removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Carrie removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was
Oh,
him
shut
just lying
the
there.
fuck up.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Carrie just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt in his shirt and was laying on him, and Kerry was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned. I mean, there he was.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face, because the rest was snow, and Karen was moving over him.
Oh, God.
It just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
What did you do?
Nobody
first, I-
believes you.
I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him.
Oh, shut up.
And then
Fuck
Kerry
up.
Roberts and I made eye contact. And I knew, I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
There's not one tear. Not one tear.
Yeah, I started to call 911.
Oh my God.
Kerry and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Kerry's car. And then Kerry was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels.
Oh my God. Yes.
So as I was calling
you could do it. You could put
911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Kerry. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
I love the
Did
fake
you
crying.
get the towels and
I love
blankets
it.
that Kerry had requested?
Keep that shit coming.
I did, yes.
After your phone call with 911 and you had the towels and blankets, tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Kerry, Karen, and John. And at that point, Kerry asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth to mouth.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
Did you at that point get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature-wise?
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
I'm sorry, very
It just wasn't like normal.
Why?
I don't. I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
How long did you try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we end here?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. McCabe, we're gonna need you back tomorrow. You can stay. Okay. Jurors, that's it for today. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And again, please be very careful with your social media. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Goodbye.
What the fuck was that? Dude. Here, let me do a Vinnie Politan moment. Wow. Wow. People. Holy fake tears, Batman. Wow. I'm Vinnie Politan, and I'm here to tell you
Could we close the doors?
that I've never seen such a performance. Wow.
So I know it's shifting gears, but I want to
Wow.
address, I said I'd hear you today on the argument on the ARCA motion. Mr. Brennan, do you need a minute, or can you argue that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was looking at my notebook. What issue would you like to address?
Your motion yesterday. We had the motion, and I told you that I would hear you on argument, and it's very brief. 10 minutes, please.
Your Honor, before we begin, my client needed to use the restroom.
Oh, I didn't notice she wasn't here.
Yes, if
Okay,
you could just have 5 minutes, she'll be right back.
sure. All right,
Thank
5 minutes.
All right, please.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me of? That the world is unfortunately very unpredictable. And I'll tell you what, having a great lawyer matters so much. That is where a great partner and sponsor Morgan & Morgan comes in. This is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why? Because they win.
Shut up, dude. Looks like both me and Karen had to go see a man about a mule. Hey, we had to bathroom at the same time. Woo! Yeah. Same time bathroom. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, so I guess we're gonna go over Dr. What's his face? Not Dr. Wolf, the other guy. We're gonna go over his testimony, hopefully. But my Facebook, I don't know if there's a limit to it or somebody complained or something, but my Facebook stream ended. You see something here. Yeah, it says that my video is blocked and can't be viewed by others. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Huh. Oh well. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, I don't see how it would be a copyright thing. But I mean, it could be. I don't know. I don't really care. But yeah, we're I mean I'm interested in comparing her last direct examination with this one. Because I'm hearing some new stuff. This Tom Beatty stuff is fairly new, as I understand it. And but it's been a long time since I went over. I've been meaning to go over Jen McCabe's testimony, and I never did get around to it. But I would like to go over that again at some point. But we're not going to be able to do that now because we've got this testimony to go over. And I'm not even sure I'm up for that. God. I mean, but I don't know. I think they're probably going to wait till a half a day. I think they're just going to address this motion that Brennan filed yesterday. I think that's all it is. I don't think they're going to go over I feel like, I mean, it's after 4:00. Bev's trying to go home. They're not going to sit here and go through the other ARCA guy's testimony. Why can't I remember his name? It's driving me crazy. Dr. Wenchler, isn't it? Isn't it Dr. Wenchler or Rentschler? Rentschler, right? Is it Dr. Rentschler? But yeah, I don't think that they're going to do that today. I think they're going to do that like next time there's a half day. Oh, Bev already decided. You think she already decided? You think she's going to give her decision on ARCA now? Let's stick around. We'll wait. Let's wait for it. And guys, take a second, please. Make sure to hit the like if you haven't already, and make sure to subscribe if you're not subscribed already. Double check to make sure that you're still subscribed, because like YouTube will unsubscribe people and stuff like that. So take a second, make sure. This is a great time to do it. Make sure that you got your notification bell clicked on so that you get notifications when I go live. Yeah, man. Share this out. Share it out on Facebook. Share it out on X. Repost, like, all that shit. And thanks to all you guys watching on X. I appreciate it. Yeah, she won't rule from the bench. She's going to rule in. Okay, yeah, we would just see that. We would see her decision filed, wouldn't we? Yeah, Zuckerberg can kiss my ass. Fucking snowflake. Yeah, so I love the fake tears. I love that shit. You know why? You know why I love that shit? Because the jury saw that shit. Like that was bold trying to push those fake tears, but you failed because the jury saw right through that shit. There's no fucking way from all of the mass holes that I've met, the Bostonians that have embraced me as an honorary mass hole and Bostonian. I'm telling you that there's no fucking Massachusetts jury in existence that ever would fall for that shit. There is no way. No way.
All right, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, in light of yesterday's hearing with the ARCA witnesses, the Commonwealth is going to ask the court to preclude the ARCA witnesses from testifying both about any new testing and any new opinions, and secondly, from testifying about their original opinions turned over in a report prior to last year's trial. To be brief, what we learned or confirmed is that we do not have all of the discovery of communications. There was a court order for the ARCA witnesses to provide Your Honor with all of their information, phone records, text messages, communications about this case. Instead of providing their information to the court, they instead chose to send it to the defense, and then it was summarized and provided by the defense to the court and to the Commonwealth. It appears to me that is not in compliance with the court's order. What we learned during the hearing yesterday is that Dr. Wolf admittedly destroyed over 100 text messages. Now, he mentioned that he changed phone carriers, but then later admitted that he actually intentionally, for no apparent reason, destroyed the text messages in this case. And so what is left for Your Honor
no
to look
apparent
at
reason
is a summary of phone records from the defense and ARCA's information that is passed through the defense to the court. You do not have the text messages. You do not have the content.
You
of the
need
text
to
messages.
shut
There
the
is no
fuck
summary
up.
of the conversations, dozens and dozens of calls between the defense and the experts. It is difficult to believe that all of those text messages and all of those phone conversations dealt with simply logistics. In fact, we later learned during the questioning of Dr. Rensselaer, there is much more involved than simply logistics. But to get back to Dr. Wolf, he did not disclose to the court that he was communicating and having conversations on Signal. How odd. An expert using Signal. Never used it before. Dr. Rensselaer said would not use Signal, never use Signal. But Signal, as we know, is an application that does not create a record of communications. Dr. Wolf maintained on his direct that everything he did was logistics, even when we showed him the direct examinations with comments that asked for input from the defense to questions in a way that would be advantageous to the defense and to thwart the Commonwealth. Dr. Wolf actually still continued to testify that that was simply procedure in logistics, never admitting the fact that there was, in fact, conversations or information exchange about bettering the presentation for the defense. Inevitably, I asked him about the sequestration order and how evasive he was. You simply have to compare him to Dr. Rensselaer, who was quite candid. An hour.
None of this matters because they were hired
difficult getting a
by the
straight answer. Dr.
DOJ.
Rensselaer told us more in 5 minutes.
The Department of
than Dr. Wolf
Justice,
told us his
asshole.
entire examination.
None of this matters.
And what we unfortunately learned is that during the trial, when this court had a sequestration order, information was being passed to the experts about witness testimony, in this case, unknown to the Commonwealth, unknown to the court, information, particular information, not general information, witness testimony, issues in the case We have no idea who is deciding or identifying the issues and who the advantage is given to in describing those issues. But that is witnesses being prepped through an intermediary. So we know the Department of Justice at least is violating the order, helping the witnesses along.
The
and then they
Department of
testify
Justice is doing
unbeknownst
it.
to the Commonwealth that they have this information, but obviously is reflected in the testimony. In addition, I provided some clips to Your Honor for review.
Yes, do you want me to mark these as an exhibit?
I do.
Okay, so this was an exhibit from yesterday.
So make no mistake, if Jen rules that the ARCA experts can't testify, it's because she's scared of the Department of Justice and she wants to discredit them.
I suggest that the relationship was not resigned to mere logistics. And so from that subterfuge, what we stand with today is that we know that the witnesses were well prepared. We know that there was not true independence. And what we know is that they are refusing to provide the necessary information to support their original.
This is all
opinions that
about
they gave at the
fishing
first
for
trial.
information
They
into
cited
the
that it was a protective
investigation.
order.
That's all
Perhaps
this
it
is.
That has nothing to do with the issue. By calling the ARCA witnesses as their witnesses, they then have the obligation to comply with Rule 14. Unlike the first trial, where the Commonwealth had no ability to do any testing, review, vet the reliability of the information, properly prepare for cross-examination, this trial, that should not occur. Just because it happened last trial and the Commonwealth was disadvantaged does not mean it should happen this trial. And that is precisely why I began moving for discovery in this case early on. Inevitably, if these witnesses cannot provide information because it's under a protective order, it may not be the defendant's fault in its inception, but it is their
Listen to this
problem and difficulty
motherfucker.
because they chose to hire the ARCA witnesses. They could have chosen any witnesses they want. Rule 14 is not obviated because they made
Holy
a strategic decision
shit, this
to call the ARCA
motherfucker
witnesses.
just
So
fucked
now
his own
going into
shit
this
up.
trial, even Dr. Rensselaer admitted that an expert should have time, in their opinion, a month or more, to review the raw materials. It's not enough simply to have a report, as Attorney Lisi preached during his argument. We should have the opportunity to go through the raw data, the history, the videos, determine whether there's any failed testing. We don't have that benefit. And so my position has changed, that those early opinions should not come in because we have no ability to fairly cross-examine. As for the new opinions, the report may not be done till May 7th. We are in the middle of trial. Concedingly by the defense, or at least their witnesses, it takes a month to go through the discovery. When I filed my motion on the eve of trial that
You
we would
got
be
the
unable
same
to prepare
discovery
or
they
we would want a
have.
continuance in this case, I appreciate why this case wasn't continued. But I knew, given our scheduling, our experts will not be able to look at this material. Our expert is away until after the first week of May. He is going to be testifying shortly after. He will have no ability to digest this enormous amount of materials, vet whether it's accurate or not, conduct tests to combat it if he thinks it is inaccurate or unfair. And so the discovery violations, regardless of the state of mind, are upon the defendant. There is no exception that you used ARCA witnesses. There is no exception that you hired somebody that used to be under a federal protective order. They chose them, and I would suggest it seems strategically. When we noticed we'd have
You're
new
entitled to
experts
shit.
in October, the defense from past experience, and probably other experience, but we know from this case, knows the process. They would have to file a TUI letter and wait for a response. And yet they waited until February to seek permission, which then extended their permission past February into March. And then they didn't even start the review until late March. And so it's fundamentally unfair. We should not be placed in the position of cross-examining experts without the fair ability, as any participant, defendant, Commonwealth, any participant would have in a case, to consider and then to rebut.
You're
And so
entitled
for
to
that reason,
shit.
I ask you to exclude both the new opinions and new testing, and also to exclude the earlier opinions that we will never, at this point, receive the proper discovery with to prepare.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lassie, I only have one question for you. So would you stand, please? You're arguing this, right? This was your motion. So my question is, how do I reconcile the fact that 100 text messages were deleted by counsel? And we
Not
heard
by
yesterday
counsel.
counsel's preferred method of dealing with Dr. Wolf was via Signal. How do we reconcile that with the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15, I don't see how you reconcile that, where all correspondence related to the matter, whether in physical or electronic form, must be saved for 10 years minimum. How do you reconcile that? How do I reconcile that?
I'm gonna, should I go to the podium?
Right there, and I expect a short
Yeah, this is
The short answer,
this is
Your
a
Honor,
snag,
is the
man.
rule that you're citing has absolutely no applicability to this proceeding for the, can I finish my answer, Your Honor?
Right ahead.
Has no applicability. That rule is intended to be between an attorney and the client. The court has no jurisdiction to enforce that rule.
I agree. I agree. That's a different body, but I'm asking you how I reconcile that when I'm trying to figure this
Because
out.
it's
Mr.
not
Leslie, you know what?
applicable. That's how.
You're going to win this, so why don't you just let me make my ruling? Okay. So
Oh,
I
shit.
understand there have been repeated violations of the reciprocal discovery orders and my
Yes.
orders, repeated and deliberate. But, and Mr. Brennan, I understand completely the Commonwealth's argument, completely the ambush that has been set upon here. However, a defendant's right to a fair trial is paramount to everything. So I'm going to allow the ARCA witnesses to testify. I am going to allow what I expect to be a very robust cross-examination. And I'm going to allow them to testify to everything that they said up until yesterday. So you'll get the report May 7th. And I know that's late. And if you need anything as a result of that being late, I'll hear you on whatever motion you have. But that's where we stand. And I expect counsel to comply with all rulings and rules of the court and all rules of professional conduct.
Now,
and no more nonsense.
will
Let's
they
just
be
try this
able-
case. All right, that's it. I'll see you tomorrow.
Will they be able to testify who hired them? That's the big question. The jury needs to know. The big question here is whether or not the jury will find out if the DOJ and FBI hired them. That is also paramount because Karen Reed has the right for that jury to know the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And that is the whole truth. Is
hey there, Karen
these
Reed trial
circumstances,
watchers. You know what?
these circumstances that they were hired for and who hired them. That is vital because that makes them completely impartial. So we'll see, but she didn't let it happen last time. So far, my prediction is correct. I'm grateful because I honestly thought that when she said, how do I rectify this or whatever, when it came to this rule, Alessi was fucking beautiful in that point. Alessi was like, because it doesn't apply. That rule applies to the defendant, to the client. The ARCA, we're the clients with ARCA. Not even the DOJ and the FBI are the clients to ARCA. So that rule of saving things up to 10 years electronically or whatever only applies to communications between them and Karen Reed, not them and ARCA. So that rule simply doesn't apply. And Bev couldn't deny that. And Bev was even like, listen, man, keep your answers short because you're going to win this. But keep your answers short, dude. But I mean, that's what it boiled down to. It boiled down to a simple technicality. Brennan tried to pull some shit and it didn't fly. So, dude, that's it. That's it. Now, does anybody know if Aiden is going on Howie Carr in the next 15 minutes? Because he normally does around this time. Because if he is, I'll stick around. If not, I'm calling it. But I'm not seeing anything from I'm not seeing anything on Twitter about it. I'm not surprised. I predicted this. Because the fact is that the defense didn't do anything unethical. The defense did absolutely nothing wrong or unethical. They were billed, they paid the bill. And they paid the bill after they consulted with the DOJ about it. Well, not the DOJ, but the U.S. Attorney's Office. The U.S. Attorney's Office were the ones who advised Karen Reed and her attorneys to pay the bill. Oh, he's going around at 5:30, 5:40. Oh, he's been going around 5:30, 5:40. Normally he goes around 4:33-ish. And I've got a big fly that came into my studio and it's driving me crazy. And I want to kill that fucker because I can hear it buzzing. You guys, it's so loud, you guys could probably hear it buzzing. You guys hear that? It's driving me crazy. Like, I want to end the stream just because of that, honestly. 5:30 Eastern? Yeah, I'm not sticking around for that. Yeah, I mean, interesting day today. I mean, dude, Ian Whiffin was shut the fuck down, dude. Ian Whiffin was shut down. It was beautiful. Like, my man, you just demonstrated this whole fucking bullshit, but you just demonstrated your demonstration was bullshit because you conducted this experiment after the 227 was removed from Celebrite software. So yeah, bro, that's it.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you?
Before we go, I think that Bev is angry and resentful because her arm is being forced by the powers that be. Again, I don't have anything to say that her arm is being forced other than trying to make sense of it. Trying to make sense of her decision making. But I don't know. I don't know if she's getting paid off or if she's getting her arm forced or I don't know what the fuck's going on. But I know that she made the right decision here. Like, that was by the book. Because even still, even if she believes, which she has stated, that they violated discovery and that they deliberately did so. So she comes to that conclusion, but her decision was sound in the sense that it doesn't matter. Even if it were the case, the rule does not apply. That law does not apply because ARCA is not their client. That rule only applies to communications between them and the client, which would be Karen Reed. ARCA is not their client. So they are not obligated by law or legal ethics to save communications between them and ARCA. It's that simple. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to sit here and dwell on whether or not Judge Bev was lying or if she was trying to railroad Karen Reed with this decision, because she ruled in Karen Reed's favor. That's it. Like, that's done. ARCA is testifying. So yeah, bro. ARCA's testifying, and it's just that simple. I mean, we could sit here and split hairs all we want. Doesn't fucking matter. It seriously doesn't matter. But yeah, guys, I am going to go ahead and wrap this up. You guys are absolutely amazing. I'm really grateful for you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out all day. We'll be back here tomorrow, first thing in the morning. You guys are absolutely awesome. No way I'd rather spend my day than with you guys. You guys are great. I really appreciate all you guys. I am going to go ahead and wrap this up. Turtle Boy is at 2 p.m. tomorrow. If there's a half day tomorrow, which I think there might be, then of course we're going to cover Turtle Boy's hearing. But that's it for me, guys. I am really, really grateful for you guys. Seriously, man. Like, I cannot express that enough. I love you guys very, very much. Thank you guys for all the support. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.